Good morning, good evening, good night, just depending where you are in the world. This is Josh Wander from Jerusalem, and I'm here with my guest, Kate Hawkins from Idaho. And we have live election results here. And welcome, Kate, to Israel 365 News.
Thank you so much for having me.
So tell us what's going on in Idaho.
It's raining and it's cold.
The potatoes are growing.
Yes.
Election-wise, have you been following what the results as they're coming out?
I have been, yeah. Idaho's results haven't come in yet, but I've been following the East Coast and the rest of the results coming in.
And what have you found?
I guess the most interesting thing is how close it is. The perception by both the right and the left was that it was going to be a blowout. The right was convinced that Trump was going to win in a landslide, and so was the left. So I think everyone's kind of a little surprised all around at how close it is right now.
That might be maybe the worst case scenario. I was actually hoping for a landslide. Of course, I was hoping for one side to have a landslide, but either way, I think the country is in a very perilous position right now, and having a situation in which it's going to be dragged out into the court system for who knows how long may result in who knows what kind of results. Are you concerned about perhaps violence or some sort of reaction from either side if this doesn't play out tonight?
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the reasons that there's a perception that there could be violence is because of those high expectations that either side is going to win. Both sides are absolutely convinced that they're going to win. And because of those expectations, if those expectations are dashed, I think the temptation to lash out in anger, in frustration, disappointment is definitely there on both sides. Those on the right are absolutely convinced that those on the left are going to be violent, and those on the left think the right are going to be violent. I would say recent history would seem to indicate Antifa and the Black Lives Matter movement and some of those marches. It does lean to the left rioting and causing a lot more problems than the right. I think if the right does protest, I think it will be in much smaller numbers. I think the protests that the right has had to this point have been very patriotic, trying to show their allegiance to the country. So I can't see them being very violent, whereas those on the left have really said, you know, we hate America in many cases. And Antifa, their entire method of operation is chaos. And I think they're looking for an opportunity to cause problems no matter who wins. So there certainly could be some violence, more so, I think, if Trump wins. But the potential for unrest is there on either side.
And if this is contested and this winds up in the court system, can you foresee a case in which the new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, will be the key vote on the court that will make the decision? And how would that affect what we're describing now as disappointment, perhaps, on the other side?
Definitely. I think we have a ways to go before it reaches that point. It seems that there's already reports coming in of missing ballots, spoiled ballots not being tallied correctly. So I think there's going to be a lot of state-by-state court battles first, and then where we go from there. If it's close, if it's not close, it may not have that much of an impact. But if we're a tie or one state difference between victory and not, it could have a huge impact. And the Supreme Court, of course, could play a huge role in that.
Now, a big concern of mine throughout the evening was that I believe that somehow the social media, which is what many people are using today in order to get their information from, is somehow being manipulated. This was already discussed before the election. There was a Senate hearing regarding this. And I know that a lot of my friends and colleagues that are in the media have had their accounts shut down on Twitter and Facebook just this evening for seemingly no reason at all, just posting, you know, the normal election sort of materials. What are your thoughts about the manipulation of these companies in the electoral process?
Well, I think the phrase "information is power" it speaks volume. If you can control the flow of information, you can influence opinion. You can make it seem that there are biases out there that don't exist. Fake news can alter people's perceptions of trust. Who do you really trust out there for their information? Tonight, I think I already heard that the president's Twitter account was being censored every time they tried to announce anything victory-wise that wasn't official. So until something's official, even President Trump's Twitter account is being limited in what he's being able to say, or at least flagged. They'll put up a little warning to say, this hasn't been authenticated yet, and they want to kind of anything that attacks that credibility for anyone speaking out is pretty persistent tonight for sure.
And of course, what is official is different depending on who you ask. I'm just going to bring up a screen because I know everybody who's watching now somewhere on the internet their information. By the way, this is a live show, so people can comment both on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and definitely we are taking questions if anybody has any. And there are people that are saying now, I'll just bring up one. Laura Jeffers is saying on Facebook that's why I'm watching here, because she doesn't trust any of our media anymore. Laura, unfortunately, I can agree with that because I see myself, perhaps this is the first election in my lifetime in which was so influenced by social media. And I don't think there was ever a concern before this election. I can't remember back in 2016 if there was ever concern of manipulation of the social media as much as there was today. There was talk about Google collecting information and how they were using it after the fact, but during the election itself, I think this is completely unprecedented. So what are we looking at here, Kate? We're looking at a map here of the U.S. I don't think all the states, all the way in the West, it hasn't closed. Have all the polls closed yet?
I think there's another hour, and I think even Alaska, I think, has another 2 hours to go. So, yeah, they're still waiting to close on the West Coast, I believe.
Okay, so we're looking right now at Politico. Just as for full disclosure, this is the Politico site, and it's showing us a map. Are these predictions? What we're looking at here?
Those are results as they come in. So if it's a solid yellow, or sorry, solid orange, then it's kind of been called. That they've said that that's pretty determined. The percentages are high enough that it won't make a difference if anything changes too much. If it's kind of shaded, it usually means that someone's in the lead. Yeah, unless it's a solid color, I believe the results are still coming in. So I've seen a couple of those states. Some key states flip-flop back and forth. Florida was one of the ones that kept flipping. Same with Texas. And they're not solid yet, so that could still go either way.
So Florida is one of the states which is extremely important, has an enormous amount of electoral votes. And I'm not sure, is it already official that the president has won Florida?
From what I've seen, they're saying it's close enough that they're calling it for Trump. From some of the news reports I've seen, yeah. Florida seems to be in Trump's category now.
So what other states now are in play for the president to continue in his second term?
It seems to, from what I've seen of the analysis, it seems to boil down to about 4 or 5 states that could go either way. A lot of the states are pretty predictable. Idaho, for example, very solidly Republican, and so the analysis really boils down to those toss-up states. I think Pennsylvania is getting a lot of focus, Ohio, North Carolina, and they're kind of looking at what states does President Trump need to hold or flip for a path to victory, and at this point, seems too close to call. So.
I'm just smiling because I'm a former Pennsylvania myself, and that's where my votes went. Actually, many people don't know this, but the U.S. citizens around the world are able to vote. Just like an absentee ballot, we have overseas ballots, we have military ballots, and we are able to send those in wherever we are in the world. And my family actually sent in 5 ballots from Jerusalem to Pennsylvania, to Allegheny County, to the Pittsburgh area, and they're still being searched for. I don't know if you know this, but there were over 50 jurisdictions across the United States in which there were federal monitors sent in, and because there was some questions as to the validity of the elections over there, and even before it started, and Allegheny County in the Pittsburgh area was one of those. I'm proud to say. So, anyways, so my ballots hopefully will count at some point. But meanwhile, there are a lot of people that even within the United States, a lot of people, I think it's unprecedented how many people voted early and voted by mail. So how will that affect the election results now that we're waiting for all these mail? I know that there were a number of contested court cases in different states as far as when to, how late after, how far after the election we're able to accept those mail-in ballots. My understanding was always that as long as it was postmarked by election day, that it would be sufficient. What do you know about that?
Yeah, my understanding, as long as it's postmarked by the election date, that it's to be counted. I guess the real debate is how long can they count after election day, and I'm not positive, but I think it's Pennsylvania that is now allowing it to be counted 2 or 3 days after the election. So
I was told 10.
Oh, even longer. So if it does boil down to Pennsylvania, which in some scenarios it could, we could be waiting still a while for the final election results, which is kind of scary to think about, that it could be extended that long beyond the day that the election is supposed to be decided.
Of course, that's only talking about a case in which we're depending on those last ballots. Also, the military ballots always take longer to get in, and there are other ballots that get overseas ballots that take time. So if it really comes down to the wire, and we're really depending on just a few votes, then that could be definitely hair-raising. Let me ask you another question. Biblically, from a religious perspective, because that really differentiates our channel from all the other channels out there. Because we're going to talk about the religious perspective of this. What is your how do you see this from a religious lens?
So, from a Christian perspective, from what I've observed, the Christian camp is really broken into two different categories or two camps, and one is that of personality, the other is platform, and Christians who are not in favor of voting for President Trump have pointed to his character. They've pointed to things he said, especially on Twitter, and in the way he has maybe said those things. And so they've kind of pointed towards him as an individual as opposed to his platform. Christians on the right have really focused, and they're the first to admit President Trump is not perfect, and that he has said some things they wish he hadn't. But that being said, they're definitely looking towards the platform that he represents. And when you look at the Judeo-Christian values that most on the right hold to, he has done a wonderful job of upholding those and passing laws and legislation, perhaps more than any other president in our history that has supported biblical values. And so from a platform perspective, many on the right point to that as a reason they're voting for President Trump, and those on the left point to his character flaws as a reason they're not. So that's kind of how I would divide up the Christian vote, at least in the United States.
Absolutely, and I would say it's not only platform, but it's actual policy that he's implemented over the past almost 4 years. And when it comes to Israel, I know in particular, he's done so many things which many other presidents before him have promised to do, including the relocation of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, the recognition of the Golan Heights, the Pompeo doctrine when it comes to Judea and Samaria, the canceling of the Iran deal. Just there's someone here locally that tweeted out 100 different reasons, different policies that the president has implemented just here in Jerusalem. Of course, the UAE deal and all the deals that are being made now with all the Arab countries. By the way, do you have anything to say about deals that were made?
Just that we're continuing to watch in amazement, really, as country after country seems to be getting on board. if Biden wins, my suspicion would be that those countries who've been waiting in the wings are going to kind of put the brakes on and see what kind of policies Biden introduces before any further progress there. So I think an unfortunate result of Biden winning would be that Middle East peace will slow down in that sense as everyone kind of gets their bearings and see what's happening. Unfortunately, Biden's vice presidential candidate, or the one running with him, Kamala Harris, has already said that she will do her best to make sure there's a Palestinian state within Israel's borders, that she will limit the amount of Jewish people living in Judea and Samaria. So from certainly from a Jewish perspective, but from a Christian Zionist perspective, we're very concerned about the policies that Biden and Harris represent. I don't think they would go back on some of the things that there has been progress towards. The embassy, my guess would be they're probably going to keep it where it is, but they'll certainly turn their attention to more pro-Palestinian policies, especially in funding. My understanding is that to this date, because of the pay-to-slay policy of the Palestinian leadership, they've really tried to hold back the amount of funds. I wouldn't be surprised if those funds start flowing again to the Palestinians. And so there's certainly some very concerning policies that they have that we're watching.
You mentioned Biden and his running mate, and there are a lot of people that are concerned about Biden, about his physical ability and mental ability to continue running as president. He's one of the older candidates, and there's been some signs that he has been tripping up many times when he's speaking, and all different gaffes that have been shown over the media. And there's some concern that even if he were to win, that he would not be continue as president. It would be his vice president, according to the 25th Amendment, that would take over, and Kamala Harris would be the president of the United States. Any comments about that?
And I would say perhaps an even more likely scenario is you have a Biden presidency, but the people with the real power are the people behind the scenes. And Kamala Harris, brilliant legal mind, very smart individual, and yet her policies are not. I think she was actually considered the most left-leaning senator in its history. And so to give you an idea of how left-leaning her policies are, not just in social areas and economics, but also in policy towards Israel. And you have a very anti-Israel core that has risen up in the Democratic Party, often known as the Squad. And they've made some anti-Semitic statements and they don't try and hide their anti-Semitism and their hatred of Israel. And they're very open about it. And you even have people such as Bernie Sanders, who is Jewish, yet has very anti-Israel policies as far as immigration and settlement, sanctions even suggested on Israel. So very, very concerning for sure. Not so much Biden himself, but who's going to be in his cabinet? Who is going to be making those influential behind-the-scenes decisions, whereas Biden may continue to be the figurehead? Could Kamala Harris replace them? Certainly. He's made a lot of mental gaps, even in as recently as a few hours ago. Some of the headlines have been talking about that. So there's not a lot of confidence in his mental capacity and how long that will last. But I think the real concern is who's running everything behind the scenes, because they're not publicly seen, but they may be pulling the strings. So certainly want to keep an eye on who he puts in his cabinet and who is influencing policy for sure.
So have there been any talk about cabinet changes, whether it be Trump or Biden, some sort of change in policy as far as the Trump administration? Will he be changing any of his cabinet? And if Biden gets in, any rumor about who he would bring in for his cabinet?
The only person I've heard rumored about is Elizabeth Warren, as far as Biden is concerned, who he would bring in. I'm not sure what changes Trump would make. That does seem to often happen once they start a new term, they bring in some new blood. So that's certainly possible. But Biden hasn't really been that open about a lot of his plans. He's given a lot of generalities, but not a lot of specifics. And so we're waiting to see what happens there. It wouldn't be surprising if he repeated some of his policies that he did while he was serving with Obama. And one of those, of course, of great concern is what will be their policy towards Iran. And Iran, I think it happened just today, just passed legislation in one of their parliaments that they want to, or they're demanding that the government increase their nuclear production. And after they did that, they started chanting "Death to America." So they're already challenging who's going to be the next president. If it's Trump, they know that sanctions will probably continue. If Biden gets in, he's being challenged now. Iran is saying, "What are you going to do?" Because we're going to pursue our nuclear program, and they're challenging him. So it'll be very interesting if he follows the Obama appeasement policy of appeasing Iran and holds back on the sanctions. And that is, of course, very concerning to giving Iran the money and the power to influence the region, which, of course, would be against Israel. So very concerning for sure.
Iran actually endorsed Biden. I don't know if you know about this, on Twitter.
I think Twitter, a couple of countries like Venezuela,
Iran,
Cuba, yeah.
At Iran, they actually formally said that they prefer Biden over Trump, which was quite a statement from them. It's like getting an endorsement from Al Qaeda or from Hezbollah. I mean, it's quite an endorsement. Usually presidents save most of their foreign policy for their second terms. Usually their first terms are more domestic. And President Trump, as he's done with many different things, has gone against the grain and has spent a lot of time on foreign policy. In fact, that was one of the complaints about the debates, that foreign policy was not focused on as much as as they would have preferred. But what I'm curious about is, I'm a former American. I lived in America for much of my life, but I'm not there now on the ground. And I know from when I was there, Americans were not too aware, I'm going to say, to be nice, of what's going on abroad. And most of them don't know what's going on in a map, in the Middle East, and couldn't point to most of the countries which are affected in the Middle East, even ones that we've been at war with or war in for decades, like Afghanistan and Iraq. How much does foreign policy affect an election like this?
My best guess would be that Republicans in general are more interested in foreign policy issues, if for no other reason than Israel, because there is that pro-Israel view that comes out of an evangelical perspective towards Israel, the importance of that country. And because of that, I think we're a little more worldly aware of at least the Middle East region. The rest of the world, perhaps not so much. I know Americans are very American-centric, and sometimes it's hard to burst that bubble and test until it hits them personally. And so China, Russia, some of the big players, certainly on their horizon. But what our foreign policies are towards a lot of other countries in the world, to be honest, when you look at I think they did some exit polls on people coming out, and they asked them what was, the most important issues for you. How COVID was handled was a huge one. The economy, healthcare, foreign policy was very, very low on the list. And so it doesn't really have that much impact, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm actually afraid of, that he's done so much when it comes to Israel. We feel it very strongly, and that's why he is so overwhelmingly supported here in Israel. The vast majority of Israelis are big fans of President Trump, but they get a skewed, I think, view of it, because in America, when you go down into the streets, Israeli policy, what his policy is regarding Israel is probably, like you said, with the exception of some Christian evangelicals, it's not something that's very important to your average American, as much as domestic issues like the economy. What else can you tell us about the biblical perspective? How do you see this playing as far as what the prophecies have predicted, and what does the Bible have to say about all that we're seeing right now?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for people of faith to ask the question, what is God doing? And if Trump wins, what does that mean biblically, spiritually? And perhaps the bigger question for many Christians is, if Biden wins, what is God doing? Because so many of his policies seem to contradict Judeo-Christian values. And so how do we respond to that? One of the most interesting things that, for me, that's come out of this whole election is some of the exit polls. People were asked what their number one takeaway from all this was. And I think it was 85 to 90% of people said they have just had enough of this election. They're just done with it. They want it to be done with, and whoever is in, but they're just fed up with the politics. And I think that's a great opportunity for people to remember that Donald Trump is not the Messiah. And I don't think there's any illusions about Joe Biden being the solutions to all the problems in the country. I think much of the Democratic vote is not so much for Biden, but against Trump. And so it's an opportunity for people to take stock and realize that politics will not solve all their problems. And as people by tomorrow are going to have half the country very depressed, it's an opportunity to realize that who's in control? Is it really the president of the United States that's in control, or is God in control? And if God is in control, then where's our faith? Do we believe that God has a purpose and a plan for our nation? And if he does, we should be confident about that. And I don't think we need to be depressed. We need to go back to our beliefs and our origins to understand who's in control and why this might be happening. So I think it's an opportunity, no matter who wins, to reflect and to maybe back away from the political world, which a lot of people want to do. They're sick of the political talk, and return to that more personal relationship with God and where we are. There's a great passage in Joshua 5, where Joshua's getting ready for battle. An angel of the Lord appears to Joshua, and Joshua's like, "Are you for or against us?" And that's kind of the mentality that our nation has right now. Are you for or against Trump? And that's dividing the nation. And if we, the response to that is great, because the angel says neither. And that, I think, is the perspective we need to come back to. Is God for the Democrats or the Republicans? Neither. God's on his own side. And
God is an independent.
Exactly. Where's the independent voters? So as we kind of reflect on that I think the real question is not, are you Democrat, are you Republican, but are you on God's side? And I think that might heal some of the wounds and the divisions that have been caused, as people realize, as both Christians and Jews realize, because the response has been when you find out that someone's not voting for the person you're voting for, it's shock, it's horror, it's how could you? And now we can, I think, come back to, are we on God's side? That is the best takeaway, the best question to ask from the election results. And then we can, I think, really be at peace. So.
Great. I have Pastor Bramnick on the line, so I'm going to bring him on. Kate, you're welcome to stay with us as long as you'd like, but welcome, Pastor Bramnick.
Thank you.
So where are you today?
We are in Fort Lauderdale in the great state of Florida that we clearly look like we have a victory for President Trump. We're very excited with how things are progressing.
Amazing. I also have, let's see, I have someone else popping up over here. Let's bring him on as well. Mr. Koenig, how are you? Can you hear us? I can't hear you.
I can.
Oh, there we go. Great.
You can hear me?
Okay, we have a great panel here. Where are you calling from?
Outside of Washington, D.C.
Wow, Washington, D.C. Okay, we have all the battle states over here. Not battle states as far as swing states, but as far as congestion is concerned, there's a lot going on. I know they built a wall around the White House, an unscalable wall because of security concerns. So, and Florida, I can't imagine how crazy it is right now. Pastor Bramnick, what are your thoughts as far as this is how I started off with Cade in the beginning of the hour about possible eruption of violence as a result of the elections, however it goes?
Yeah, we are concerned. There are Marxist and progressive liberal groups. There's a shut down DC group. There was a Zoom call with a lot of these groups, some of which working with the government, some government officials to bring chaos, anarchy, and violence to Washington, D.C. They want to shut down Washington, D.C. The mayor, who's very liberal of Washington, D.C., gave a permits to Black Lives Matter, which is a Marxist organization, for all of Washington, D.C. So we were just there for a conference praying for the elections in the National Mall with Lance Wallnau and Mario Murillo, Jeremiah Johnson, and they were boarding up hotels, and a lot of the retail establishment were from South Florida. It looked like they were preparing for a hurricane, but they were preparing for the violence on the streets that they claim they're going to do, not just in Washington, D.C., but other cities throughout our nation, no matter what the results are.
So from Washington, Mr. Koenig, what are your feelings as far as that is concerned, as far as potential eruption of violence? What's going on in the streets right now? Are there rallies going on? Are there people that are in the streets? Do you have a personal concern for your security?
No, we're actually in Northern Virginia. I'm not sure at this point. The nice thing about tonight, it's been fairly peaceful. The votes are coming in. Everything seems to be going fairly orderly. No one knows for sure the outcome. Possibly there'll be a blessing that maybe a state or two won't be known for the next day or two. It seems, from my perspective, it's fairly orderly. And like Mario said, we're very concerned about the violence. I think if it, praying and hoping that the election will continue to look like it's moving smoothly, look like the votes are counting. We had a beautiful day for turnout voting throughout the country. It was pretty remarkable. We had great weather coast to coast. So, it's trending very much like last in 2016. It's Trump is gradually gaining his voters, who a lot of them went to the polls today. They're starting to count those votes. And again, I'm just hopeful that possibly the delay in the actual outcome, I think will still work to Trump's benefit, but I think hopefully it will calm things down a little bit. But I'm afraid we're not going to be able to, we're still going to have that intensity. We're still going to have that response. We're just hoping it's not going to be as bad as some of us were concerned about initially.
Yeah, Cade was speaking about the idea that God, this is an opportunity for us to look at God as an independent, that he's not a Republican, he's not a Democrat, and that regardless of how the election results come out today or within the coming days, that we will be able to have introspection and to understand that God is really the one that is pulling the strings.
Absolutely. I think from the groups that I've prayed with the last couple of weeks, obviously we want conservative president and vice president, and the wonderful evangelical cabinet that President Trump has, and the advisors that he has around him. But we're also praying for God's sovereign will, and we just know he's in control. I don't think there's any doubt, not to speak for the gentleman on this call, but there's no doubt that God's in control of this situation. He has a divine plan. For us as evangelical Christians, God's time clock is the state of Israel, which a lot of us have a lot of interest in. And we think from that standpoint too, President Trump, Vice President Pence, Secretary of State Pompeo will will be the right people to have in place for the state of Israel. And I'm hearing the same thing from you guys.
Kate, I'm gonna ask you to I'm gonna pull you off right now because I have some other people coming on. I thank you so much for joining us, and for me, you know, starting it off 5 o'clock in the morning here in Jerusalem, that was very helpful for you to start us off this morning. Please continue to watch, and again, we thank you for joining the show.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm going to bring on, we have Earl Cox on, so I'm going to bring him as well. Mr. Cox, how are you today?
Well, I'm doing just fine, and very good morning to you.
Thank you so much. It's almost 6 a.m. or I should 5:36 a.m. here in Jerusalem. I've been up all night with my trusty coffee, and it's nonstop excitement. I'm not sure that it's good excitement because we have, and I'd like to open this up to everyone here on the panel. When you have such division in the country, where half of the country is convinced that it's going to go one way and half the country is convinced that it's going to go the other, and of course that's what the concern of violence is. What does that mean for the country as a country? No matter who gets in, how are they going to wake up tomorrow and continue on with their lives when they think that whoever's leading now the country is leading us to disaster?
Well, first of all, I think when they wake up tomorrow morning, I doubt very seriously if they'll have all the results in by that time. They're still coming in, as you very well know. And both sides, as I've traveled across the United States in the last 6 months, have been saying there's going to be an overwhelming victory for Trump. It's going to be no sense to carry on any more than we're doing right now. In fact, my son works for Mr. Trump, and he travels quite frequently with the Trump campaign. And he said, "Dad, we've got this thing in the bag." Well, I don't think it's in the bag by no means whatsoever from what I'm seeing right now. I've been involved in 5 presidential campaigns, and this is probably the most bizarre one that I have ever been involved in. And for all of those prognosticators who have predicted that Mr. Trump is going to win or Mr. Biden's going to win, I think they're all biting their nails right now because there is no answer to it at the moment. I think some of the states that Mr. Trump needs to win is down in Texas. That is a very, very important one. I think he probably will pull that one out. Of course, Wisconsin, you're looking at, North Carolina, a state that I'm very familiar with. But these are states that he's going to have to pull out in order to take and win those 270 electoral votes. And he's pretty much sweating this one right now. I don't think he's as confident as he was earlier today when he talked.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that, and I just repeated myself, that half of the country was 100% convinced that that Trump was going to get in by a landslide, and the other half was convinced that Biden was going to take it by a landslide. So perhaps that is what is raised all of the emotions here in this election, because everybody thinks that their candidate is going to win by landslide, and it's clear at this that it's not going to be a landslide on either side.
Yeah, I don't know that we can say that. The president won Florida by a great margin, and it was the Hispanic vote. I'm part of the advisory board for Latinos for Trump. Georgia looks like he's going to win. North Carolina as well. It looks very positive for Ohio. So we don't know yet that it's not going to be a landslide. We are concerned with Pennsylvania. We don't know if there's going to be a sufficient margin. And then we have the problems with having to count those votes later. So I don't know. I agree with the panelists that we may not know by the end of this evening, but I don't know that we can rule out a landslide for President Trump at this time.
It would really surprise me if that were to be the case. Of course, I would love to see it happen. I'm a Trump supporter. I've always been a Trump supporter. I believe in the very things that he's running on, abortion. He's taken a very strong stand against that. And of course, the evangelicals are rallying behind him because of that. But as you will remember, during the 2016 election, there were 25 million evangelicals that did not vote. And I'm wondering whether they're going to come out and vote this time or whether we're going to see evidence of that.
Well, why do you think that they did not vote? Is that because of the character of Mr. Trump? that was pulled through the dirt in 2016, but now I'm wondering, with all the dirt that's being brought out on Biden, whether they see that maybe perhaps he's the best of two evils.
Well, I don't know if I put it that way right there, but in any event, I think probably the evangelicals in 2016, they saw Trump as some person that was not necessarily associated with them in terms of their philosophy, because he's a very tough guy. His language was not that of evangelicals, so they were a little afraid of him. And now they've become to see, well, this guy, he does profess to know Jesus Christ as his Savior. They see he just has a little rough talk and around the edges, and they've come out this time. I really believe that the evangelicals are coming out and have come out so far. I believe today is when they really came out. I think the pre-election, when they were going to the ballots to cast their ballots, I think probably we saw more people that were voting then that were for Biden than what's happening right now. Those who went out today on the polls and stood and voted, they were definitely for Trump, and we can see that as those numbers come in. Unfortunately, I believe we've lost a lot of the Hispanics, a lot of the minority blacks, and a lot of the women votes. And I think that's going to hurt us just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. Again, being part of the campaign on Latinos for Trump, we are expecting historic Hispanic votes for the president. Florida, it was the Hispanic vote that brought, I think, a 3-point margin in Florida. And Miami-Dade, which is a very strong Democratic city, but it's very majority Hispanics, the margin was much less for Biden. I think throughout, number one, because of the historic economic help for Hispanics, historic unemployment before COVID, and now we're building up because of faith and family is very, very important. And mainly, as Hispanics, we're very concerned about socialism being advanced here, because I was born in Cuba, many in Venezuela, and even Central American countries have this progressive leftist globalist agenda. So we're going to be very surprised. We're going to have I believe, the strongest Hispanic support for Republican in any election. And we're going to see a significant amount of African Americans voting for the president. Obviously not a majority. We may get 15%, 18%, but definitely more than the percentage, because our president has been the best president for Hispanics and African Americans.
Yes, I think most people would agree to that right there. And I'm not disputing your calculations on what's going to happen. I'm only saying what I have seen as I've gone around the country traveling myself. I've talked to a lot of Hispanics. I've talked to a lot of blacks. I've talked to a lot of women. And as a whole, I don't think that they're as excited as the evangelicals are that didn't vote last time that are coming out this time.
Well, I think also there's such a distinctive difference in the two candidates. For what Trump and Pence stand for, especially look at our courts, look at the judges. I think Judge Barrett could not have been a better time to have her appointed to the Supreme Court, have her approved, and have her put on that court. That was just incredibly good timing for President Trump. And the 200 or 300 judges is very significant, as you know, Earl and Mario, how important that is to all of us. I think it's and also the secret voter. I think even really in the last half an hour to 45 minutes, Earl, I'm definitely seeing a similarity to what happened in 2016, where the momentum is building.
Absolutely.
Great numbers just before I got on tonight. I'm glad for the extra half an hour, because a lot happened in the last half an hour. So I think we're encouraged there. And as we know, Earl, a lot of us have been hoping for that secret Trump voter. And I think they're definitely coming out, and we're starting to see those numbers. The numbers are phenomenal, and we just hope it'll continue to trend this way through the night and over the next couple of days.
Yeah, well, yesterday I think that it had almost 100 million votes that have been cast, and now
that's right,
a
little over that.
So you're talking to a lot of people. I mean, we're breaking a lot of records. There's absolutely no question about it. But one thing that I think that a lot of us are starting to forget about is that United States Senate and the House. Those are races that we have to win as well as the presidency, because Mr. Trump, if he does win this, and let's hope he does win it, he's going to have a Senate that stands with him, and he's going to have a stronger House of Representatives. And those races are starting to look in favor of the Republican Party at the moment in the Senate. I know Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. I mean, he was in a very tough battle with Harrison, and now he's come out. They project him to be a winner.
Oh yeah, big win tonight.
Right, that was a big win for Mr. Trump as well. He'll need him. He's a very good, strong voice for the Trump administration. So we're seeing more than just a presidential election here. We're seeing that we've now got a United States Supreme Court that's conservative and it embraces our principles of what we believe in the Bible and in the Torah. We also now need to have the Senate and hold on to the Senate. And the House, I doubt very seriously if we'll take over the House, but gain some seats in it.
Also, this election, for our viewers in Israel couldn't be more important in addition to all of our issues as Christians, the importance of Israel. I don't think we've had in the history of our nation a stronger pro-Israel president than President Trump.
Right.
Far exceeding any of our expectations, starting with fulfilling the promise to move the embassy to Jerusalem, Golan Heights, breaking up the Iranian deal. And when you compare the Republican Party platform for the president, I had the honor of working with David Friedman and Jason Greenblatt on the Republican Party platform, the strongest conservative platform on Israel. The Democratic platform and their positioning on Israel is not only not pro-Israel, it's pro-Iranian. I mean,
and Palestinian.
Pro-Palestinian and pro-Iranian. Biden will reestablish that horrendous deal that Obama did with Iran. Biden is already reaching out to Palestinians to push the two-state solution, which quite frankly, pretty much with these 4 years, the president has done a superb job in with his administration and his team in marginalizing the Palestinians and starting these peace accords. We're now up to 3 plus many more standing in line without referencing the Palestinian Authority. And there's other things in the Peace for Prosperity plan to continue marginalizing the Palestinian Authority and hopefully having a better moderate leadership for the Palestinians that we can go to the table with. So all of that will be scrapped. And I believe even the accords, I'll finish with this, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain are petrified of a Biden administration because they're going to go back to the Obama policy of shunning the moderate Gulf nations and working with our enemies, the PA, Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah.
Absolutely.
You're right on target. You just now hit a home run, grand slam home run with what you said. If Biden is elected, everything that's been accomplished through the Trump administration over the last 4 years, as far as the Middle East is concerned, will be taken and completely torn apart. And don't you think Iran, China, North Korea, South Korea, don't you think all of these
Turkey,
like Turkey, Erdogan, don't you think they are praying that Biden gets in there? So we stand to lose more than just a president of the United States. We're going to lose the world is going to lose a president. This has supported a good democracy in the Middle East, and he continues to do so every day that I know of, that I've seen. And Bill, you can attest to that right there. You're in Washington. You work with him very closely.
Absolutely. I tell you, Earl, and I like to say when I speak to audiences is President Trump, is what Mario was saying. He has done more for Israel than all our presidents combined.
Wow.
It's extraordinary what he's done. I mean, no one's even close to what President Trump's accomplished for the state of Israel. And you are absolutely right. Putin and Xi from China and Erdogan and Khamenei are just, they can hardly wait to deal with a Biden White House. In other words, run him over. And that would be a very, very dangerous, if in fact he was elected. I don't think so at this point, but if in fact he was, it would be very, very dangerous for Israel, for the United States, for NATO, for Europe, and a lot of other peace-loving countries around the world.
Iran actually tweeted out today that they support Biden over Trump, which is quite a compliment. I was just saying in the last segment, it's like getting an endorsement from Al Qaeda or from Hezbollah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure how good that is, but my concern, and we discussed this a little bit in the last segment, is that for your average American, foreign policy is not the main concern, and many Americans, most presidents, first of all, most presidents wait until their second term to really concentrate on foreign policy. Usually they're working more on domestic policy in their first term. President Trump, as he's done many times before, has changed all the rules and has focused very much on foreign policy when it comes to his first term. And I'm wondering how much an effect that has had on the election, this re-election today.
Bill, you want to take that one, or you want me to try to?
Yeah, I'll throw some out, Earl, and I'd love to hear your input, obviously, as well, but just from your perspective, Earl, with your relationship with the state of Israel. Biden, Harris, their whole team would be, I'm sorry, I just want to call it what it is. It'd be a joke. I mean, the enemies of Israel, the enemies of the United States would look at this administration and run him over. Yeah. I mean, and unfortunately, Joe's not the guy that he used to be, and it wasn't that solid in the first place, but he's slipping, and he's weak. He's weaker now than ever before. And Vice President Harris, oh my gosh, I think the enemies of the United States would just would cheer this for days and weeks and months, and at the same time put a bullseye on America. It would not be good for us.
Well, I'll tell you, we could sit here and paint a scenario that would be unbelievable if Biden were to be elected. You've got a vice president that is a much younger person than he is. And of course, if something happens 2 years from him now, guess who comes in and becomes the vice president? Yeah, who becomes the president of the United States? And wouldn't that be a disastrous thing that would happen? Have a socialist sitting right there in the presidency of the United States, sitting there in Washington, D.C., the most liberal, most socialist member of the United States Senate running this country.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah. And even Biden would be influenced by the socialist wing, which would be devastating for our economy, for small businesses, family-owned businesses. And sure. President Trump has shown pre-COVID and post-COVID his ability to really strengthen our economy to the lowest levels for unemployment, especially amongst Hispanics and African American, et cetera, median income. So even on domestic issues and prison reform, immigration policy, and some of what he's done, like prison reform and infrastructure in inner cities, is not typically a Republican issue. The president's willing to do the right thing, whatever the cost and whatever the party. So I do not believe that the average blue collar worker for sure will not do better. And I think they know it. And then on law and order, this thing that we talked about, shut down DC, we've yet to hear Biden say, no, we don't want this rioting happening on the streets. They seem to be, if you look at Democratic governors, like in New York and in Georgia, in California, they seem to be encouraging this type of conduct, defunding police and allowing lawlessness in our streets, which is right out of the Marxist, communist, socialist playbook. So that is not going to help the average person domestically.
Well, it's absolutely absurd that you think about defunding our police department when we have riots going on left and right here in this country right now. And that's the socialist attitude. And that's why we hopefully should stand stronger in our conservative views about protecting this country and electing people to office that will take and stand up for our police departments.
Not passive, not domestic pacifists or pacifists when it comes to dealing with the threat of our international enemies.
Absolutely.
And which socialism is, as Mario was saying. It'd be just passive.
No question.
And we don't need passive now. We have a dangerous, obviously China is becoming a much greater threat, the South China Sea with Taiwan, also what they're doing in the Middle East with Iran, with Iraq. It's time for a strong leader. And if we don't have a strong leader in Washington at this particular time, it would not bode well for the United States, as well as our NATO partners in Europe.
Right.
Also,
Well,
So
another,
clearly, go ahead.
yeah, another dubious endorsement for Biden was Maduro, the president of Venezuela. So if you just see all of the nations endorsing him, I think we have an idea of what he stands for.
Absolutely.
So we painted a great picture of what could happen if Biden gets in. Let me take it a step further and say, what would be your reactions if Biden actually gets in? What are you going to say to your followers if Biden gets in? What's the next step?
Well, as far as my followers concerned, I don't know if I have that many followers, but in any event, I'll tell you what I will be doing. I will be fighting as hard as I possibly can to project the truth to as many people as I can and the community that I represent. But my one concern is Israel. I have a deep love for Israel, their people. And I guess if I have anything on my agenda, it will be to work toward trying to get the administration to pay more attention to Israel. And those who would fight against it, I would fight against them every way I possibly could. With my resources, with my abilities, whatever I may have in my ammunition box, I'll fight against them. I'm not referring to gun ammunitions, but I'm referring to ammunitions of my experience and et cetera.
Any other comments?
Yes, it's not exactly on point, but Franklin Graham at a dinner we were at with the president 2 years ago said, the day we lose President Trump as president, there will be an unleashing of persecution against the church that we have not seen in America before. And
That's
I believe
right.
there will also be an unleashing of anti-Semitism that we haven't seen. We see
Absolutely.
what's happening in New York City with the mayor, with the governor, singling synagogues and Jewish schools. I believe that it's just a latent thing. Number one, the church was what voted President Trump in. So it's the Christians' fault. And even though most of the Jews in America did not support the president, all of his pro-Israel policies, I believe we're going to see an unleashing of anti-Semitism that we haven't seen before in America, and it really shifts everything. The 8 years of Obama were bad. I think what we would have under a Biden-Harris administration will be much, much worse.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're okay. It was interesting. Just before I came on, the Chinese yuan is starting to sell off. And I just got a text from a friend of mine said even the odds, I don't like to quote Las Vegas, but the odds in Las Vegas now are 91% of a Trump victory. So we're trending in the right location. I think more than anything else, just what we saw before it came on is favorable, hopeful, and it's answered prayer, because we've never had so many Christians, as Mario mentioned, and Franklin, and all these amazing groups have been praying for this election, and as well as have had evangelicals turn out like never before. So I just give the Lord credit for, if this is pulled off, I give him credit for having mercy and giving us some more time.
We have another guest on, Dr. Jim Garlow. We're going to bring him on as well. Welcome to the show, Pastor Garlow.
Thank you. Good to be on with you, my friend.
So I know you were on the White House lawn during the UAE signing of the Abraham Accords. What are your thoughts today as we go through this re-election? And we were just discussing if Biden gets in. Do you think that he would pull back and revert to what we had in an Obama administration? Would he bring back the embassy to Tel Aviv? Would he be agreeing to the Iran deal again? Would he be basically going back on everything that Trump has succeeded in doing in the past almost 4 years?
Exactly. He's made it clear that he would, within the first 100 days, undo everything he possibly could. Nancy Pelosi even commented on that within the last day or two, that we're going to immediately undo. They would literally start undoing it within 24 hours, as much as they possibly could. They've been very clear about that.
Okay, it's the end of the hour. Everybody is welcome to stay, and we love what you have to say. So whoever has to go is welcome to go. I just don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable. If they want to stay, you're welcome to stay. What you guys are in the United States right now? I'm here in Jerusalem, so of course it takes some time for the news to travel overseas. So tell me what's going on right now in the polls, the exit polls, what's going on in the actual results, what has been called, what hasn't been called, and what are we looking at on the map today?
I'll tell you exactly what came in about 45 seconds ago. Exit poll, this is New York Times. Exit polls suggesting that Trump got 55% of white votes, 11% of black votes, 31% of Latino votes, 30% of Asian American. Overall, 1/4 of non-white voters supported Trump. In each case, men were more likely to vote for Trump, women less likely to. So that is brand new information.
Great
How does that
news.
compare to 2016?
The black vote is definitely up. Latino vote is up. He did take a little bit of a hit with suburban, and he did take a hit with women. Women vote dropped. At least that's the information as of now.
Right. That's right.
That could change in analysis in the next 24 hours. But right now, that's the areas that he did drop in. Rural vote, he just took virtually everything. We were very encouraged to see that black vote just continue to crawl up slowly, little by little, and to hit the 11%. That was at least in the conversation I was around. That 11% was actually a target. That was the goal they wanted to hit. And Mario, who's on with us, was very significant leader in the Latino vote, turning that out. He got more Latino pastors to the White House than anybody did. And so Mario played a huge role in the impact on that.
Bill, did you find it interesting when the Amish people of Pennsylvania all showed up in the White House and Trump welcomed them? Amish people never participate in politics. And I can remember very vividly seeing hundreds and almost thousands of them when I was in Pennsylvania, watching what was going on there with rallies going on for Trump. It is some of the people they were at the White House. You saw them. They were.
Oh, yes. It was incredible. And also the nuns the other night that were behind Trump at one of the events with their Trump paraphernalia on. It was incredible. I don't know. It just is this secret Trump voter, which you all have been hoping for, is a reality. And there's a lot of folks that got really, it's just amazing how God orchestrated this whole thing. Even just the timing of this, the votes, the whole 9 yards. We're living in an amazingly unprecedented time, but nonetheless, you could really see God's sovereign hand on this as he orchestrated this to happen the way it has within sequence. It's been pretty amazing. And Jim and Mario and Michelle and Rosemary, all these incredible prayer efforts. I mean, that has been remarkable, the level and the amount of Christian prayer. I know our side got a lot of people going to God about this. And obviously that's the difference maker for us.
Josh, there 4 years ago, none of us, including Donald Trump, believed he could win. At least the honest people admit that. And it wasn't until 9 or 10 in the evening we saw a sudden change. 9 o'clock, I was at the right across the street from the Supreme Court. I was by the U.S. Capitol, and we were watching it from there. And we saw this shocking change. Now, this one was a lot different because up until about 3 weeks to 4 weeks ago, it looked pretty rough. The last month really changed. What shifted it had to be these massive prayer rallies. Just
absolutely
started with the return.
Shabbat Teshuvah. We got on God's calendar and repented at the right day.
And
that's right.
But as the voting started tonight, me of little faith, the first as they started coming in, I should have called Mario and William and Earl. They would have encouraged me. But I started going, this is looking rough. I called Johnny Moore, one of the top guys of the campaign. I said, Johnny, I've been at this since 1956. I'm older than all you guys. I know every campaign since I was 9 years of age. This one is hard. My stomach muscles are tightened into a knot. I can't take this anymore. Give me 30 seconds of your time and make my day. And he did. And within 30 minutes after that, we started seeing a radical shift taking place. In fact, it's so much, I want to turn over to CNN and MSNBC and now start watching them as this thing. We haven't won it yet. Now, we haven't won it. I don't want to be over
that's right.
in a ridiculous way. We really have a ways to go yet. But this is unbelievably the shift that is in the midst of occurring. And if we could have an honest election, we could deliver it on through tonight and when the counting is done in Pennsylvania. If we have an honest election, I think we can see this thing through.
What can we expect in a second term for the president? You guys all have your hand on the pulse. He's done an enormous amount, especially as has been mentioned for Israel. What can we expect him to continue to do, and maybe some surprises in a second term should he be reelected?
Well, before you ask that question, I did just want to bring in the prophetic word over the president that he has been called as a modern day Cyrus. We heard that word, and even Benjamin Netanyahu mentioned that. And the work of the modern day Cyrus was not completed. And we needed a second term for the fullness of what God will do with the president. So it did take the prayer and the mobilization, but I think we're going to see the fullness of that. We work on the Latino Coalition for Israel in identifying Cyruses in Latin America, and Daniels and Jeremiah's working with them. And the nations are looking. The Democratic, pro-Western, pro-Israel nations are looking for President Trump to be that strong leader. Right now, the threats from China, the things that we're concerned about are pretty striking. We don't know what's going to happen after the election, what China can do. And China is trying to take a lot of these nations and pull them to that area. Yeah. So I think that we're going to see more alliances between democratic nations in Latin America and Europe and so forth with a strong President Trump. And that's why we really continue to pray to retain the Senate and hopefully win the House in such a margin. I don't know if we can at this stage, but there's still work to be done to complete what the president has started.
Are you capable of understanding what it would be like to have Biden as the president of the United States of America? No. With these other nations, as much as they hate Israel and want to take over, as long as you have a powerful president like Trump sitting in Washington, D.C., they are not going to make any moves toward Israel in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you said, an article. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I just released an article a little bit ago on saying what on earth is the difference between a Biden and a Trump presidency. And I simply went country by country by country, all those countries that would be traumatized to lose Donald Trump. It would be traumatic for so many countries. Mario, by the way, we're not going to be able to take the House. We
lost the House.
We're losing some seats in the House. I got a text here a moment ago that potentially Florida may have been called. I don't know. Oh, Florida supposedly has been called.
Yes,
for Trump.
CBS, I think, or CBS.
Oh wow! On no other station will you find that. So we have.
Yeah, Trump's up 400,000 in Florida.
Thank you, Mario.
Up 400,000 with 2% left to count. Man, that is incredible victory.
Yeah.
Oh my! Incredible victory. Well, it's like what Earl said about that. I think when the challenge, Josh, is President Trump, Erdogan, Turkey is going to be a big issue. China, Putin's cagey. That more than likely will be an issue as well. But we also need that Senate. We really need at least one of the two houses. We're probably going to lose 3 or 4 in the House at this point, more. But that Senate is so crucial because, China and Russia and Turkey have to laugh at the United States political system right now. Our biggest threat is our two-party system because of the other party. So that's another area of prayer for our president. If Trump is officially reelected going into this next term, he has some serious international challenges, and the other battle he'll have is the domestic battle with COVID-19.
Isn't it ironic how President Trump has come this far with a news media that is so biased against him that everything he does is wrong. He does nothing right, and yet the Lord God Almighty has taken and brought this man to this point where he could conceivably be reelected the president of the United States, the greatest nation in this whole wide world.
That's right.
He takes on the Democrat, the media,
yes,
the academic, Hollywood,
Yes.
And quite a bit of business, and a lot of the entertainment and the sports as well, piled onto a cabal. And I don't know how he withstands every day. By the way, not so good news. Arizona is looking very bad right now. Now, it's not called yet. We still have to nail down Minnesota, Michigan, or Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those
Ohio.
are
Ohio.
I think Minnesota has been called, if I'm not mistaken, Minnesota has been called for Biden.
Oh, it has. Okay.
I think it has.
That's so
Okay.
sad.
Josh, I do
Oh,
have
boy.
to sign out.
Okay, thank you very so much for joining us, and thank you for all that you've done for to bringing out the votes in Florida, and it's been an incredible success. So thank you very much. Thank you
so
from
much.
Jerusalem. Thank you from the Israeli people.
Shalom, shalom. Thank you.
Shalom. Okay, so we were discussing. I have a question for you. It's a little bit of a heated question, and I just say this a little bit cynically, coming from Israel, where we see some of our leaders all of a sudden around the election start to talk more about God. They use a term Be'ezrat Hashem, with God's will, this, and they do this in order to try to bring in the religious vote, but it's questionable whether they actually believe those terms. We see that President Trump has mentioned on his campaign trail the guy above, and how this is all about God. How much of that is hype, and how much of that is real, and is he sincere?
He was led to Christ by Paula White, and as he went on his growth and development, he deepened in his spiritual understanding. He has matured enormously in the love of God, love of God's word. He is still new in his journey, but I'll just give you the difference between someone like what we faced in the past. George Bush, the elder, generally respected evangelicals, but we were always at arm's length. George Bush, 43, the younger, liked us and in one sense was sort of a part of us, but never fully, and he disliked us. Donald Trump is intrigued by us. And out of that has come a love of God and a love to do what's right. I'm going to quote somebody who knows him extremely well. When this person said to me, when I'm alone with Donald Trump, he really wants to do what is right. He would not have instinctively have known he should love Israel and the Jewish people. He would have known that. But somehow God has shown him that.
His grandchildren told him he has to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
His Jewish grandchildren told him he's asked to. So.
Yes.
It's been staggering to watch him make the right decisions. And of course, as you are well aware, there are two issues that got him elected 2 years ago, primarily. And that was the Supreme Court as it relates to the issue of abortion. And then secondly, Israel. And the biggest applause lines Donald Trump would get across America was when he talked about his support of Israel. Yep. That's how intent it is in the heartland. And evangelicals are passionate on this and watch it every day. It's not like we back off and say, okay, everything's fine. No, we watch what is happening every day. I don't know what the percentage of evangelicals is going to be in this election, but it appears to me that it may be holding around that 81% mark again. Mm-hmm. We don't know for sure, but it appears. And the number one issue is the issue of abortion and Israel, those two issues. So he has instinctively, it's moved from him being intrigued with us to him really wanting to do what God would have him do. I think he hears from God in his own challenging, rough way, unfiltered way. This is a guy who wants to do what's right.
I think that the Israeli people and its leaders are starting to recognize that the evangelicals are their friends. We are starting to concentrate now on what we have in common more than what we don't have in common. And we are working together on programs that never has been done before. I know for the last 20 years, I've been working with the Israeli people. When I first went there, there was a lot of suspicion of, you're coming here to get us to believe like you believe. Anymore, when I'm talking with Israeli friends and talking and meeting with the Israeli leaders, they want us to help them. In fact, yesterday I just released a story that the Knesset is welcoming the evangelicals, and they want us to come there and help them out during these times. And And I believe that for the most part, the evangelicals have gone there and helped Israel with the economy. They are trying to help them and work with them in ways that they've never done before. So I see the two groups coming together and focusing on the things that we do have in common, like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We have that in common. And so with that said, I'm beginning to be enthused about how it's growing, the relationship between the two religious groups.
Bill, any comments about the sincerity of President Trump when it comes to religion?
Both Jim and Earl made great points, and it really has been fascinating. Man that doesn't have a strong biblical or evangelical background, he's just done a lot of things right. I know he appreciates the evangelical support that he has, his advisory group. I've been at the White House for 20 years. George W. Bush was appreciated and appreciated Protestants and Catholics, but President Trump likes evangelicals, and he's surrounded himself with evangelicals. He's probably got 7 or 8 that are on his cabinet. And then again, what's really important is he's made a lot of correct decisions. And, that's, his gut, maybe it's the God of Israel putting it on his gut to do the right things. But like I said before, Jim and Rosemary were on the phone, before on the call, he's done more as a president of the United States for the state of Israel than all our presidents combined. It's extraordinary.
I'm always amazed by the fact that he has embraced Orthodox Jewry, which doesn't make, the evangelicals, you can make an argument that they are an enormous power within the United States, and getting their votes is essential in helping an election. But the Orthodox Jews are perhaps less than 10% of Jews in America, and every other president has always catered to the Reform and conservative and unaffiliated Jews because they knew that's where they're going to get the most of the votes. But he has embraced the truth, and he has embraced Orthodox Jewry, which has always amazed me and shown me, for me, that's a sign that he cares more about truth than just votes.
And I think David Friedman's had a lot to do with that. What an incredible ambassador. I don't think we've ever had a better ambassador to Israel than David Friedman. And he's an Orthodox Jew. He speaks Hebrew. Jason Greenblatt, I think the same thing. And I think he got a perspective from both them. And also Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State Pompeo, who speaks of the San Remo Agreement, who stood up and said that these settlements are not illegal based on law. We studied it for a year, all the way back to San Remo. So those 2 or 3, plus Mike Pence being a great Christian Zionist, and Mark Meadows, he's been blessed by having some really good, very fundamental Christians, fundamental evangelical Christians, and 2 Orthodox Jews around him that really have helped mold this attitude and stance for the state of Israel.
I want to say that most evangelicals do not want to be conversionary toward the Jews. They want to come and help bless Israel, bless the Jewish people. And this is what our president is doing. He's coming to fulfill Israel's purposes, Israel's desire, Israel's acknowledgement that Jerusalem is the capital, that the Golan Heights is their sovereign territory, that Judea, Samaria, Jerusalem belong to the nation of Israel. And so he's a great example of serving the Jewish people and God's purposes for them. And not to change Israel, but to help Israel fulfill what she desire and is called to do.
And deeper than that is we come also not to teach, but to learn. We are really drawn to Rabbi Tolly Wise. We're drawn to Rabbi Yehuda Glick.
Yeah.
People like that are heroes among the evangelicals.
Yeah.
They teach us foundational things that we do not know. When we had the privilege of co-sponsoring with Rabbi Tolly and Rabbi Yehuda a Bible study in a Tanakh study in the Knesset, and someone said to me, "Oh, you Christians think you can come teach us Jews something?" I said, "Oh no, you misunderstood. We're coming as learners." And in those meetings, it has been so glorious. There's been a hunger for truth, and the Jewish rabbis have instructed us in some remarkable things that have been an enormous blessing. We're witnessing things in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years that we wouldn't have thought conceivable 15, 20, 30 years ago. And that's the work of God. And Donald Trump is very much in the midst of that as the Cyrus to Israel, who loves Israel, as do 81% of the evangelical, perhaps all the evangelicals, but 81% who voted for him.
Pastor, you and Rosemary have said it so eloquently, and I appreciate what you're saying. But I can remember when I first went to Israel, you're talking about learning from the Jewish people about the biblical things that I believe in and how they have taught me. I didn't even know where the Temple Mount was, and I was standing looking right at it, and my assistants and aides said, "Earl, it's right in front of you." Well, fortunately, I know where the Temple Mount is, but you're right. We have learned so much from them. There's a relationship that's been developed between the evangelical and the many Orthodox as well, as Orthodox have supported Trump, as you very well know, just recently. The Admar Slita of Sherette Vishnetz has said something just recently about how important it is to have a president that would take and stand with the state of Israel. So you're right, and I just commend you for what you just said.
I don't know if you can see the comments that are coming in, but we have one from Rabbi Toulouse that is saying that he is so grateful for Rosemary Schindler Garlow and Dr. Jim Garlow for the insider perspective. And he also writes that that he thanks Earl Cox and Bill Koenig for their fascinating insights. So our group is definitely, our staff is watching. And also we have another editor that mentioned, Adam Berkowitz, who mentions that David Friedman's middle name, I don't know if you know this, is Melech, which means king. And he's also he is a Kohen, so he is actually from the priestly this descent of Aaron. So we have a lot going with us, a lot of spirituality here in Jerusalem. And it says in the passage that from Jerusalem, from Zion, will come the Torah that we will teach the nations, and we hope to be able to live up to that very high calling.
My husband taught young adults 2 nights ago, and he had slides in Hebrew explaining Hebrew words and the significance of their meaning from Bereshit. And the young people, when they got that, they jumped out of their seat and began applauding, because it made their whole faith make sense. And it was phenomenal. All at once, it clicked, and they were so excited that they understood God's word and had a real foundation for their faith, and could know what they believe in. It was amazing. So thank you for feeding us so we can feed our children.
And I told them, I said, everything you just heard me talk about, I have learned from Jewish rabbis. And all I was doing was going through analysis of the Hebrew words in Genesis 1, 2, and then a little bit of 4. And I walked through that, and they were blown away by the truth. That is something that I don't think we can explain. Why is there a hunger globally? Millions of evangelical Christians in any country you go to, they're driven to come to Israel to learn from her. And that scripture you just gave is literally being fulfilled before our eyes, unlike any time in Israel's history.
Absolutely. Bless Israel, and I'll bless you. I mean, and we've seen that happen in our daily lives, all through my daily life. At least I see it. God has blessed those who bless Israel. I'm talking about,
and that is what the prophecy says, that lo ra'av lelechem, there will not be a hunger for bread or a thirst for water, but there will be a hunger for the knowledge of God, and that's what we are seeing today. And I'm hoping that the president will be able to be reelected. Let's pull it back into the election over here, so we will continue to see these miraculous decisions and policies that are being implemented, both domestically and internationally. So what's going on? Let's get back to the election. We see that Trump is, I'm just getting a message now, is likely to win Ohio by a larger margin than 2016. Is anybody else seeing that? I don't know who.
Yeah.
We got bad news from Arizona, but I'm glad for your good news from Ohio.
Well, every president, Ohio is, if
Absolutely.
You have to pull Ohio in with you, because at 15 consecutive elections, I think Ohio has been there with the Republicans.
Can I ask? We've had so many prayer gatherings on internet and in locations in every state, and especially in our capital, for President Trump's reelection. And we know the rabbis were praying for President Trump's reelection in Israel. And we so appreciate, that was the greatest encouragement to see the Israelis come out in support. I don't know if there were any for Biden. I didn't ever hear of any, but I was just wondering. All that I heard, people of faith were praying for Donald Trump's reelection.
Well, I can tell you here in Israel, Rosemary, that there is an overwhelming support for Trump. I don't know the numbers, but I could tell you that it's very, very high.
I think it's almost 70%. Almost 70% is what I saw, I think, in Jerusalem Post.
Indeed, that's
Right. I would think it's even higher than that, but very, very overwhelming. And that's, a lot of that is due to the fact that he has concentrated so much of his first term in helping Israel. There was someone who posted over 100 different policies that were made that were pro-Israel in his first term. And it's just, it goes on, and the list goes on and on as far as what he has done for Israel. That's why I'm so curious to hear, to see what is going to continue in his second term, because he's done so much in his first term. It's hard to imagine that he's going to be able to beat that in a second term.
Well, I like your positive attitude. Here's what he's going to do in his second term. Boy, I just want to hear you talk more and more and more, because that confirms what we all want.
Did you hear what Rosemary said?
We need to help you build a third temple.
Absolutely. I'm not sure that
that'll be the new Trump legacy.
Well, that was Cyrus's legacy, and there have been also rabbis here that have compared President Trump to King Cyrus, and definitely that's where the redemptive process is leading us towards a third temple. I don't know exactly how the president or, for that matter, our own prime minister plays into that role, but we're definitely seeing us getting closer and closer by the day.
Yes. I'd like to see you get closer and closer and pick up Judea and Samaria and Jordan Valley too. And I think with Trump being reelected, I think that's a good possibility of happening sooner than later.
Now that's an intense. You hit a real nerve center with evangelicals. We want Samaria and Judea to be fully understood as a part of Israel, the Jordan Valley, East Jerusalem, and that issue settled.
No foreign entity, no foreign state in the midst of it, no division, but complete sovereignty, 100%.
So some of the right wing here in Israel has actually complained because of what happened during the Abraham Accords, where a decision was made in order to at least postpone the sovereignty over Judea and Samaria. Any comments about that?
Yeah, absolutely. That basically froze the extended sovereignty effort. And unfortunately, and I write about this, is that the bargaining chip to normalize relations was stopping the extended sovereignty and also the eventual support of two states. And a lot of us didn't particularly care for that aspect of the Abraham Accord. We appreciate that Israel wants to make peace and have peace with the neighbors, the Sunni Arabs, who need Israel as much as anybody else right now because of the Iranian threat. But at the same time, the bargaining chip was part of Judea and Samaria and those 132 settlements that needed to have extended sovereignty over them. So that just stopped that process. So that's the downside.
Josh, this might be difficult for those in Israel to grasp, but we as evangelicals are so fiercely committed to obey God's word, to honor and bless Israel, that Samaria and Judea they don't have to be annexed. They already belong to Israel. God said that. They're not taking somebody else's land. And for Israel to be able, the Jewish people to be able to exercise sovereignty over that is as intensely felt by us sitting in cities across America as it is by the Jewish people who live in Judea and Samaria. Now, they're under much greater threat, obviously, because we're out of harm's way being over here. But
I
we-
don't know about that, but considering what's going on in the United States right now, I would
That's true.
think
That's
that,
true.
I think that
Well,
we're here.
We feel with great intensity
Yeah.
this issue, and to the extent that you, as you talk to your Jewish brothers and sisters and your friends, let them know that Bill Koenig and my wife and Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann and numbers of us, there's quite a few people, Mario, there's been an enormous amount of conversation about seeing the exercise of sovereignty go forward. And that is very much on the front burner of conversations among all the evangelicals I run with, or the ones that are most discerning on this. We want to see Israel be able to exercise its appropriate God-given sovereignty over those areas and resolve that issue.
And I think you're going to see more and more of that in the first quarter as we go into it. The evangelicals
Right.
moving forward after this election. Everything's been concentrated on this presidential election and everything else. And this Judea and Samaria has been put on the side. But I believe once this is all over with, that we're going to come out in great forces and demand that Israel has sovereignty over those properties.
And there is, as you all know, there's the San Remo agreement. I mean, you have a legal right to the land from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean. I mean, it's a legal document, and that's why Secretary Pompeo said that Israel has the right to develop settlements. They're not illegal and that was based on San Remo. So you have the law, and when the Arabs had all that oil and all that influence, they were able to convince the United Nations to go forward with the resolutions that put pressure on Israel to give up a large part of Judea and Samaria, which was part of the peace process, as you know, Josh.
And Josh, from roughly, I'm going to say April or May on, people like Bill or my wife, Congresswoman Bachmann, have focused heavily on educating and articulating evangelicals about the 1920 San Remo agreement, the resolution. And so to get that out, and so people like me and us, we're Facebooking that San Remo, Balfour, to make sure that people understand we don't want young evangelicals to say, well, Israel's violating international law, when they in fact are not.
Even in The Hague.
Yeah, and we had visits to The Hague, and met an attorney that many people should know, Andrew Tucker, who's written a wonderful book on this. And we've tried to get that information out to as many people as possible, that Israel has not just the Bible, God saying it, that would be enough. But the fact is, legally, the nations agreed that this land belongs to the Jewish people and to Israel, period.
And it never did belong to the Palestinians.
And I think that President Trump has done an amazing job with his group that he's brought together, including Mr. Greenblatt and Jared and Avi Berkowitz. They've done an amazing job of showing that, basically disproving what everyone has said prior to his presidency. Everyone has always said that in order to have regional peace, one first has to make peace with the Palestinian people. We have to have internal peace before we can start dealing with our neighbors. And he's disproven all of that. He's shown that we can have regional peace. And, if the Palestinians want to join, as Prime Minister Shir said, we believe in peace for peace. So if they're interested in peace, we're interested in handing them peace back. But we're not willing to do any land territorial concessions for that.
Right.
I don't know if you want this update. This kind of breaks into the flow, so stop me if you don't. But on a sobering note,
You are the flow, so go for it.
A picture has just been sent to me from Washington, D.C. 150 black bloc Antifa. I don't know if it says black or block here. It looks like it's been Antifa activists are marching toward the White House right now. And then they showed me a picture of them, and they're screaming obscenities, which I will, and they're saying something even bizarre. Blank Trump, blank Biden, no more presidents. This is bizarre. They have gas masks, weapons, and some have shields. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is I think our president and the police, and I suspect maybe military might be called up, are prepared for this. Washington, D.C., as you probably have already discussed, is boarded up and even has unscalable 15-foot high walls in an extended perimeter around the White House. Maybe you already discussed that issue before we came on, but that is current, just apparently just now happening based upon the note and the picture that came with it.
And you're concerned of our safety.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys are the best, Josh.
Here is a video. There's a video
Yeah.
right now. I won't keep it up there.
That's great, Jim, because Josh was asking about that a little while ago. If we had any details, we didn't have at that time. So this is all new. Josh was asking about that. So yeah.
Talk about how all our major cities are boarded up: Los Angeles, New York.
All
Here,
the Democratic-led cities.
Exactly. And I tell you what, if Trump was defeated, there wouldn't be any problem in these cities. That's the farce of the whole thing. We, the conservatives, the Christians, the Republicans, would not be destroying cities
The
over
Amish
the
wouldn't be
loss of
taking
an
up
election.
arms.
No, not at all.
Israel goes through this all the time. They're always being threatened. And when we moved the embassy, they said it was going to cause World War III. Of course, it didn't. So you're used to it. We need your help right now to be encouraged as
Our help is through prayers, and we're here at the
Yeah.
center of the world in Jerusalem at the temple. I live on the Mount of Olives, which is right across from the Temple Mount, and we have a
Awesome.
tradition that all prayers that happen anywhere in the world have to first come to Jerusalem, to the Temple Mount, before they rise up to the heavens. In fact, for Jews, 3 times a day we pray, and we always pray in the direction of Jerusalem for that reason. So for our prayers are much closer. They're not international. They're a local call over here. So we're happy to put in a good word, and we hope that things go well. On the other hand, I would like to discuss the idea of potential violence and whether there are people that are even concerned of a civil war. Is that a real real threat, a real concern?
Well, we hear that. I've been hearing that now for the last month and a half, that if Trump is reelected, there is going to be a civil war. I'm not too sure I agree with that right there. I think that we can stop it in its tracks if Trump is elected, because I don't think he'll sit back and allow anything like that happen. I think he will exercise whatever force is necessary to stop this foolishness.
That's right. He will.
No, I don't want to say that.
Rosemary and I were at the White House for President Trump's acceptance speech at the RNC, and when they got surrounded by violent mobs, and we were ready to leave at the east entrance where we had come in, and they said, don't go out there. So we went to the west entrance. Fortunately, there were way less radical protesters there, but they were out of control. They would come up, get within inches of your nose, and scream vile things about Trump, and then call you racist over and over and over. On the east side, where a lot of people exited, it was far more dangerous and more difficult. Now, I think that surely our president is fully prepared for that, and they're ready to deal with this. Now, how expansive in cities all across America, they have boarded up everywhere. They have boarded up and prepared. And so we'll see. There's been a tremendous amount of prayer on coming against the amount of violence that has been threatened recently. I don't think we're going to have a civil war. I think we've been in it. 2020, I call it the uncivil war. We're in a very uncivil war right now. And I pray it doesn't get any more violent than it is, but we're a deeply divided nation between the truth of God's word and the anti-biblical individuals. That's what it's come down. It used to be Democrat versus Republican, used to be right versus left. It's changed. It's not the grandfather's Democratic Party anymore. This is completely radicalized. And so it's now good versus evil. It's right versus wrong. That's what we're facing here. And that's where the Civil War is. So this is not two parties at all. It's not a partisan issue. People want to try to label it that. It's the people who believe in God and those who hate God.
That's right.
You spoke about
That's right.
intimidation. I'm wondering whether there was a concern of voter intimidation, and what about the integrity of this election? The President Trump has tweeted a number of times that he's concerned, deeply concerned about the electoral results because of different tampering that's been going on. I know where I came from in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, they sent over 50 federal monitors, including to Allegheny County, because of concerns that there's something going on behind the scenes. Have you heard any news as far as problems with the elections this time around?
Mountains of it. It boils down to this: one, multiple ballots sent to homes, like Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann. She and her husband, 2 people in a house, they got 12 ballots.
Oh,
Massive amount of potential for fraud. Number 2, drive-through voting. Houston, unfortunately, did that with over 250,000 votes. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court didn't turn it down. They should have. My own family, my sister and my mother, my 99-and-a-half-year-old mother, when she went to vote, wanted to present proof of who she was. And they wouldn't touch it. They said, because of COVID, we're not going to touch anything. Just write your name and where you live. And so they voted without any proving at all. That's right here in my community. My sister, my brother-in-law, and my mother. This occurred yesterday. That is fraught for abuse. Then there's the potential alleged sophisticated computerized. If you'll Google the words hammer and scorecard, those are 2 potentially computer capacities alleged that could manipulate the vote after people have voted. And then you add that with the hatred for Trump, which is so strong that frankly the other side will not stop at anything that they could do. So the moral and ethical foundation of the integrity of the election could be severely challenged in the same way. And I was a young child in 1960. I was in elementary school when Mayor Daley held back the vote in Cook County in Chicago until he could find out where it was. And then suddenly all these votes appeared for JFK, John Kennedy. And we could have the same thing, only being Philadelphia. This time, a strong possibility that Philadelphia could play that role. If we came down to Pennsylvania, suddenly votes would just miraculously appear out of Philadelphia. So that is reason for concern. I've always felt Donald Trump could win a fair election. I don't know if he can win a fraudulent one.
And technology definitely has a big part in this. I know that there was a Senate hearing recently about this, that many of the social media platforms, whether it be Twitter or Facebook, were censoring the pro-Trump or the conservative views. And as of last night, I know that many of my colleagues in the media had their accounts suspended on Twitter and on Facebook for no seeming reason. And I'm wondering if you've heard anything as far as manipulation of information, which is probably one of my biggest concerns when it comes to affecting this election.
I sent this article out on a link yesterday. 2 articles about what I just described, the potential for computer manipulation of the election. I got up this morning and both of them were blocked. Didn't show. And it's kind of a badge of honor anymore to be blocked by Twitter and Facebook. And so people brag about it. And they did that to us if we would put anything favorable towards hydroxychloroquine. So sometimes we just would go in and write hydroxychloroquine multiple times just to bait them to see what Facebook would do. It's irrational, the level of control. And we will have to have these monopolies will have to be brought to a halt and broken up, as we've had to do in the 1920s, 1930s in America, in order to restore and make sure that they do not usurp governmental authority.
I guess my follow-up question is, what happens if Biden wins this election, at least according to the media? Will the other side be claiming that this was manipulated? No one
You mean
wants
the
to take that one.
Republicans? You mean- yeah, I don't want to go there. Don't you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
let's hypothetically say Biden is announced the president of the United States, and this is a big concern during one of the debates where President Trump at least insinuated that he would not accept results in which he would lose because he believes that the election was being tampered with.
He
Well,
would.
I don't.
Oh,
I
go
don't
ahead.
think it'd be. I was going to say, Jim. I don't think it'd be. The Republicans would not do what the Democrats would do, or the violence that would Antifa and some of the other groups. We would not resort to that type of violence. We'd probably take it to the court. We could, the main thing is if we did take it to court, I think we'd have it well documented. We're not going to just say it without facts. The other side seems to be just saying whatever they want to do and not having to necessarily prove it, and then going and destroying public property. So that's a distinct difference. And hopefully we won't have to be put in that position where we have to defend this. But I can tell you what, the Republicans have attorneys everywhere, all over the country, monitoring these votes very closely. They've got a handle on it, the best I know, under the circumstances. But obviously there's some things that Jim mentioned that have been a concern to us, but hopefully it won't be a main. Hopefully it won't stop the actual election of Trump.
Josh, what we have on the Republican side is we have the disadvantage of having to obey God. Our moral and ethics will not permit us to knowingly, intentionally lie, cheat, steal, etc. I'm not suggesting for a second that every Democrat lives contrary to that. I'm not suggesting, but there are enough in that umbrella of that party who feel no compulsion towards obeying the ways of God and have no fear of God and are willing to do anything. And that's what makes it very difficult. Our founding fathers said a democracy could not survive unless we're a people of the book, of the Bible, of God's ways. And so we're being tested as a country on that very issue after 244 years of existence.
Well, I guess that just reinforces my question. If you believe that the election was won because of lying, cheating, then how do you respond to that?
Like Bill said, with facts, facts, truth, investigation, legality. The attorneys will play a key role. Not only are both sides are severely lawyered up. There are lawyers everywhere, ready to and watching everything. But we really only have our greatest value. What we offer is truth. And so we have to function within the framework of that.
And many people feel Biden doesn't even qualify to be president based on the evidence of the laptop of his son and what he had been doing throughout his career in taking in great wealth and making these alliances with our enemies and betraying our nation. We don't understand how he could even qualify to be a president after that.
Well, I hear that he has brought on counsel Hillary Clinton to teach him how to get rid of emails. So maybe she's helping him out.
Oh my
Not the
goodness.
only wise thing he's doing.
Oh,
In
my
terms of getting talent, yeah, she would definitely know how to do that.
As an observer of this process, as I indicated earlier, since a young age of age 9, I'm shocked as we have watched the radical shift in the Democratic Party and its eliteness. And if you do an analysis, for example, of the language or words in the two platform, one mentions God repeatedly, the other one mentions God once. The difference in the word analysis in the two platforms is absolutely staggering. And the Democrats had many values in common with Republicans until you get 1980, 1990. Bill Clinton was still defending marriage in 1996 in September, signed the Defense of Marriage Act. Harry Truman, a Democrat, the greatest defender of Israel until we got Donald Trump. And FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, appealed to Almighty God in a remarkable 11 or 12-minute prayer in 1944. That's what the party was. And that's why so many
Joe Lieberman, if I'm sorry to interrupt, Joe Lieberman at the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem here. I was fortunate enough to be at that historic event, and Joe Lieberman, I was speaking to before the event, and he said to me that he prayed every day that he would be able to witness this happen. No president before Trump took that jump, and he couldn't imagine that this would ever come about. He's the one that initiated the bill in the first place, but he never thought that a president would actually pull the trigger, and he prayed every day that would happen, and he as a Democrat was thankful to President Trump that he actually made it happen.
I talked to him at the event in Jerusalem in 2018, and then spent time with him talking to him in the White House lawn at the Abraham Accords. So this is a real honor to the legacy of this remarkable man.
But he's a great example of how the Democratic Party has changed over the years, because the Democratic Party are no longer Joe Lieberman's. Now they're more towards Bernie Sanders.
Well, Joe Lieberman had to become an independent. He believed the party simply left him. Ronald Reagan was a Democrat till the party left him. So it's a massive left-hand turn. And it's been pretty gradual ongoing from roughly the 1970s on. But it took a sharp left turn this year that all of us were surprised by. Even Joe Biden. He may not have figured it out yet. But AOC and Bernie Sanders, they took a severe left turn like we have seen against advocating socialism.
Pro-Muslim.
And anti, for the first time, it used to be all Democrats and all Republicans supported Israel. Eliot Engel was the co-sponsor, a Democrat from New York, of the Israeli caucus, along with Todd Franks, a Republican. That was normal for Republicans and Democrats to come together. But in the recent years, the shift is so severe that at the moving of the embassy, when all members of Congress, 535, could have been paid for, to my knowledge, not one single Democrat attended that incredible event. Not one. Because Trump did it, and they were so anti-Trump. And then you have, for the first time ever, with Ilhan Omar, you have people advocating openly, embracing a terrorist organization against the Israeli people. This is, and Eliot Engel lost his primary to another radical extremist. That's unheard of.
It's almost like we're experiencing some of the anti-Semitism Jews have known over the years in the persecution that's on anyone who stands for Donald Trump. You can't wear anything, any clothing signifying that, and you have to be very careful who you tell, and you get the most outrageous, inexplicable, violent reaction where people they hate you for no reason and just want to kill you and destroy you. And to me, I said, this is a small bit of what the Jews experienced in Europe during the Holocaust. They were the coronavirus then. They were the plague. They were the entity that the Germans despised and wanted to remove. And for us, our strong stand with Israel, I guess it is a badge of honor to wear that persecution, and to know a small bit of what Jewish people have endured throughout the centuries.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, just to be a devil's advocate here, that there are many people that claim that polarization also happened on the right, and that the Republican Party has shifted what they call the alt-right, that moves far to the right. Perhaps that is created the divide that we have today in the United States, that both parties have polarized to the extremes.
And I would contend the Republican Party has exactly the same view on the sacredness of life in the womb it's always had, the same position it's always had on the sanctity and sacredness of the institution of marriage, the same position it's always had on Israel, the same position it's always had on fiscal responsibility. We could go through the list, and the Republican Party has not veered. It has deepened in its self-awareness of these issues, but it has not changed.
It was started to end slavery too.
It was very involved. And the consequences of that, the Democratic Party, in contrast, you can track each time they have changed a position. Every 4 years, analyze their platform. I've been spending some time on that myself, even this very day. And you watch and you track the radical alteration from the previous, and you go back enough years, and you can see where, as I mentioned a moment ago, Franklin Roosevelt, as a Democratic president, leading the nation in an emotive, powerful prayer, appealing to God for help supernaturally. And then when it came up, Bill will remember this, in the Democratic Party, a vote on God, on whether to keep God in. And they voted to a voice vote, and overwhelmingly the delegates of the Democratic wanted God's name out. Obama, knowing the damage that would cause, sent his guy back in to do it again. And when he ruled on the voice vote, it was clear they all wanted the names of God out. It was, you could hear it. And he ruled, oh no, we got to keep it in, because Obama knew it would backfire politically for him severely in the election. That's how secularized, hyper secularized the party has become.
So the question I have is how to bring the other half of the nation back towards us, assuming that President Trump is reelected in the coming days. How are we able to bring in, and this is a question that we have here in Israel, and we have also in America, amongst the Jews in America, most of which are unaffiliated. How are we able to, even if we are able to continue to hold the power, how are we able to embrace and to bring together all the other parts of the society which are not on our side?
Well, I think it's because our president, he's for both sides, and his policies has helped both sides. And this is why many of the minorities have turned towards him, because they said he's the first one that actually did something for us. But we need 4 more years to continue all the great plans that are ready to take place in the inner city communities, and to help people in prison get out of prison and get back in a normal, sustainable lifestyle. There's and human trafficking, so many issues. Help the drug problem. All these plans are in the birthing right now, and need to continue. And that's what is going to prove to the people when their own personal lives are influenced. And that's what's happened with many who've been in prison and been let out, and other great things have happened to them because of our president.
Josh, I so apologize. We have another interview that we have to be on in just a couple minutes. So I sincerely apologize.
No need to apologize. Thank you so much.
We love you. We honor you. Israel 365 is remarkable, and Rabbi Tully Wise is one of our heroes. We think so highly of him. So it's really been an honor for us not only to be on with you, but to have the relationship we have with you and Israel 365. That means a lot to us.
So we pray to continue this relationship, and that we will expand this relationship, because we believe that it is mutually beneficial to everyone, not only the evangelicals, not only the Jewish population, but for the entire world. This is our goal in this world, is in order to bring us all closer to God, and I think we can do that together in an amazing way. And again, I thank you for joining us today, and I appreciate all of you coming on and giving your incredible expertise on the subject. I'm going to let you go back to whatever sites you're looking at now to check out what you've missed in the past hour. And I thank you all. Any last words? Can I?
I want to thank you for living on the Mount of Olives. I think that's amazing and brave and incredible. And thank you for returning to that.
And you're invited to come here on your next visit. You're invited to come visit. I have a beautiful view outside my window of the Temple Mount, and I would be honored to host you.
Are you where the
awesome
flag is flying?
Yes, that's right above my house.
Oh,
yes.
my God, that's so inspiring.
Offer accepted. Offer accepted.
Yeah, amen. Yes.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Josh. God bless you all.
Take care. Be well. Thank you, Bill. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you very much, Josh. See you, Earl.
See you, bye, Bill.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next segment, which is going to have a biblical perspective on the election. This is very exciting, and we'll be right back with you in a minute. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to put you on. 3, 2.
Oh,
Okay, we have from Israel 365 News, Adam Elio Berkowitz, and we have everyone knows Rabbi Pinchas Winston, and we're going to pass it on to you. And thank you for joining. I'm going to be here in the background if you need me, so just let me know if you need anything.
great. I want to thank you so much for joining us, Rabbi Winston. I don't know if you've seen what's happening, but this election, anyone who predicted a runaway election, it was wrong. It's hugely close. And surprisingly, Donald Trump seems to have the popular vote a slight edge. Right now, Joe Biden is winning by approximately 88 electoral votes, but a lot of the votes are not counted yet. And there's predictions that President Trump will be winning a lot of the key states, the swing states. And the reason why I'm so happy to be speaking with you is I need to speak to a rabbi. I'm having a rough time this morning. So there's something I always want to explain to my readers. This polarization we're going through in the end of the days. I mean, it's to the point where there's threats of burning down cities if people don't get what they want. That's a level of polarization I don't remember. If you could give us a short description of how that fits into the end of days, I'd really appreciate it.
Well, I'll tell you that the truth is that it's not just a polarization. It's in some respects nothing's different. Nothing's different. You go back to the French Revolution, you find similar things all through history. It's been an ongoing battle in terms of I would say what I would call the maturity factor. People who are able to deal with reality as reality exists. You've got two types of people in the world. Those who are willing to change because the situation demands it, and those who are not, who will change everything else around them to suit their own liking. That's the difference between selfishness and selflessness. We're born selfish, can't help it. That's just the way we are, and we go through life, and the process of growing up is the process of maturation, going from a level of selfishness and becoming more selfless, as time goes on. And I think if anything, we've watched. I remember I think it was 1997. William Bennett, who was the Secretary of Education, I believe under George Bush Sr. at that time, if I recall correctly. But he wrote an article, a very important article that caught my attention. I think the attention of a lot of people. It was still early, and people didn't appreciate it for what it was. But he was basically talking about the dumbing up of society, specifically American society. He was very concerned about the future, because he saw where people were going with the technology and the educational system, and we're talking, the baby boom generation that was coming of age, and getting involved in politics and things like that, and people weren't thinking, to the extent that they should be, independently and intellectually, and we live with this illusion that just because people go to college and study medicine and law and things like that automatically people are going to be brilliant and smart and intellectual, intelligent, and make the proper decisions. But it's like just it's not even a deviation. It's actually quite important factor. Obviously, from a secular perspective, it means nothing. And I once had that perspective. I once came from that direction. I grew up that way, and if someone had told me back then about, let's say, 30, 40 years ago, and I'm about to say now, I say, what does it have to do with the price of tea and China? It doesn't, but now I know differently, and now I understand the importance of this, and that is that we every Shabbat we read from the Torah a certain section. It's called the Parsha Shvuah, the weekly Torah reading. You go to synagogues around the world, and that's what they're going to be reading. We read a little bit of it starting the Shabbos afternoon, and then we do Monday and Thursday, and then Shabbat we read the whole thing. And there's an obligation for males above the age of 13, basically to review that in advance of the weekly reading, because it is the Word of God, after all, and it's supposed to tell us how to live. So it's not the kind of thing you're just going to skim through like the newspaper. You're supposed to, pay attention to the words and take them to heart. They're supposed to have an impact on you. So therefore, we're told we should review it in advance and not wait until Shabbat to go through it. So I took that upon myself a long time ago. It's an important thing, and it's a very worthwhile thing, because I find that every week I glean insights about life by doing this, that I just really very exciting insights. And one of the ways to do it.
Rav, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just you said something that was really strong. You said there's a difference between selfish and selfless. And I'm so entrenched in what's happening right now. Yeah, it's like
I'm coming back to that. Hold, give me 1 second. I'm coming back to
sure.
it.
I mean, I just think. Okay, go for it.
Anyhow, so one of the ways to do it, because it's very long. Some people wait until Friday or until Shabbat morning, do the whole thing, review it all at one time, which is great, and that's really a very good way of doing it. But I find, number one, I rush too much, I lose my attention span, and it's tiring. So I do what many people do. There are 7 different sections of that weekly reading, and there are 7 days of the week. So like many, I divide it up and do one aliyah a day, one section a day, based upon what's broken up in the Torah itself. And it's uncanny. I have found so many times, and I'm not the first one to say this, some great rabbis have said this in the past and pointed it out, there's no such thing as coincidence. From a Torah perspective, from a biblical perspective, everything is from God. Even the most meaningless thing to us and seeming the small, doesn't make a difference. A fly lands on your pencil at some point in time, that's divine providence. There's no such thing as coincidence, no such thing as happenstance. It's all basically based upon what God's doing at that time. So certainly when things coincide, they mean something.
Sure.
And when a major event is happening in the world, and even in my own personal life sometimes, I look at that daily reading, the one that I'm reading that day, to see, if there's anything connecting what's going on to what's being read. And yesterday we read about the episode about the destruction of Sodom, Sodom and Gomorrah, like those bad boy cities, places where things were going on that God wasn't too pleased about.
Oh my!
and it was destroyed there, and we're told why and what happens in the whole episode. And God has a lot of patience. He puts up with a lot of things for a lot of times. In fact, there's a concept in Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, that even though people are doing bad stuff, God will wait until they fill their portion of bad. In other words, you can go on for many years. Rome lasted for 500 years and was doing all kinds of stuff that was against the Torah itself, but God put up with it, until eventually got to a point where they reached their limit. Reaching their limit, that's it. Once that happens and you don't turn around, you don't fix things up, right? The story of Jonah in the city of Nineveh, they turned it around. God threatened, they turned it around. So you can fix things, but if you go past that point, Rome fell. Historians will say, yeah, because it was 500 years old and the Mongolians came down from the north, it was corrupt. Yeah, we're not so concerned about the means that it takes place. The fact that it takes place, from our perspective, is a meaningful thing, and it's God talking to the world and telling us what he thinks, and he's responding to reality. See, we have a tremendous turning point in history, right? Yesterday. Now, today's reading, interesting enough, continues on. It's actually just after the destruction of Sodom, but extremely important episode that takes place that the rabbis, stand on because they want us to understand. Now, after Abraham comes back from Egypt and the whole episode with Sodom, it's destroyed, and Lot runs away and gets involved with his daughters, and eventually produces 2 nations, Moab and Ammon. From Moab comes Ruth. And from Ruth comes the line of Mashiach from one side, and very important connections over there. But there's one particular episode after that. Abraham goes down to a place called Gerar, right, which is basically where the Gaza Strip is today, and became a Palestinian state, courtesy of one of our former prime ministers, and terrorist state, we might add to that. But he goes down there and he does this shtick. He did once before in Egypt. He tells Sarah, look, I'm going to tell them that you're my sister, not my wife, because if I tell them you're my wife, they're going to kill me, because they don't want to have me around when they take you. But if I tell them you're my brother, they'll still take you, but you'll be protected anyhow, because we saw that down in Egypt. But they won't do any harm to me. And of course, as the story unfolds, what happens is that they do exactly that. They give Abraham all kinds of gifts, and makes his life comfortable. They don't kill him. They take Sarah, his wife, and then of course that night God says to Avimelech, the king, and says to him, he says, you should know she's a married woman, right? To that guy who said that only the brother, and you can't touch her. And then he inflicts them with all kinds of an illness that blocks up all their openings in their body. And then the next morning, Avimelech, he says to God, how can you punish a righteous people? My hands are clean, etc., etc. And God says, I know you didn't mean to do this, but the clean hands part, forget about that part. That's not true. I mean, who just takes a woman against her will? And then he wakes up the next morning and he goes to Avraham and he says to him, tell me, what is it that you saw here in this place that compelled you to lie like that and put us all in mortal danger at the hand of God? He picks up on this. He says, why would you lie? Why not tell the truth? So Abraham comes back and he says, I saw that there was only not Yerushalayim. They uses the word rock, only not fear of God. That's what made me do it. So Rashi, the medieval commentator, says, what's the word rock? What's the word only doing here? Just say, there's no fear of God with me, only not fear of God. So he says, because everything else was there. It was a developed country, or city at least, okay? The population was successful. They had stores, and they had markets, and they had malls, so to speak, and they had every other aspect of life. The materialistic aspect of life was there. It was a very prosperous society, running smoothly. There's only one thing that was missing, he says, is fear of God. But that was everything. So when someone tells you something today,
that kind of describes America in a lot of places right now. They have everything.
Even in Israel, we have that problem too. It's all over the place. Yeah. But nowadays, when someone comes up to me and they quote somebody about this or about that, whether it's financial, whether it's health, you just ask one question. Tell me, does this person believe in God? And does this person believe that if they lie, they're culpable? And like most of the time, no. So what's going to stop a person from lying? What's going to stop a person from cheating? Now,
that point is so strong. I remember in the last presidential debates, I remember thinking that Donald Trump, he talks like every successful, horrible boss I've ever worked for. He tells you the difficult truth straight to your face in a way that hurts deeply, but it's the truth, and he's successful.
I think it's one thing that he didn't catch on the entire 4 years, which is one of the reasons why he made a lot of enemies along the way. I mean, God runs the world. It's all from Shemaim, everything, all that also is part of the thing. But on a more superficial level, he came in to run the country like a businessman, and that's why
he did, and it worked.
And he turned it around. The only problem is that he ran his boardroom like a businessman too. And a businessman is somebody who knows he signs the checks. Because he signs the checks, everybody has to put up with everything he says and does, or you find another job. That's how it works in the business world. And
he says it because it's right and it's true, and it'll make things work.
Yeah,
I mean, and then when I saw Biden talk, he's like, he'll say one thing one day and fracking. Oh, I'm against it. Oh, no, it's great. And he'll say whatever people want to hear, and that makes people feel good. They just, they go into this coma and they die very peacefully.
Because in the business world, time is money.
Yeah.
Right. Because time is money. You don't have to mince words. We're all here. You may not like what I say. You might think it's embarrassing. You may think I put you down. But if you believe that my doing this is going to somehow increase your paycheck one day, you'll put up with anything.
Right.
Behind my back, you'll talk about, boy, is he a nasty boss, right? And at lunch with your co-worker, you say, boy, is he hard to work for, right? But you're going to go back to work together. You know why? Because there's a paycheck at the end of the month, 2 weeks, whatever, which you like and you enjoy, and that's it. You'll work. You can stay there for 35 years, sometimes like that. But when it comes to politics, it's a different story. People clearly aren't interested in the truth.
Right.
That's not
Right.
the issue.
I think it's the difference between Shaul and David. Shaul was the big, tall, guy who made a great impression, and he did what the people wanted, and the people loved him. And King David was like, I'm for Hashem. I'm working for Hashem. He's the boss. And so King,
not just that, but he understood we're building something here. See, we're building something here, and this is the difference. The difference is that nobody involved in this election is thinking about tomorrow, or the day after, or 10 years from now. Doesn't cross their mind. What do I care? What do I care? It's like we're living in, I hate to say it, extremely selfish society today, and I mean across the board. It's not just there; it's here too, and it's not just in the secular world; it's in the religious world too. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I watched people drive the wrong way down a one-way street because they didn't want to go all the way around. And these are the same people who might do this and do that and give check, tzedakah. But we think in terms of what works best for us today, because that's the way society has gone. And there's a rule in the Torah world, and that is, if we don't lead, we follow. We don't just not do what they're doing, but we actually become like, we absorb that way of life, and it spills over into our reality, and we start to apply it in our own life and the world as well. And this is what we're fighting against. We're fighting against this selfish drive. I mean, I've talked to people and been shocked, even though I know what to expect sometimes, by what people say and what people think, when they make the decision about, not just about who they're going to vote for, but how they're going to live their life, where they're going to go, what they think, how they're going to spend their money on. And ultimately, it's like, are you looking at the big picture? Because that's really the bottom line.
I hope I learned this from you, that there also seems to be a dispute, and I think you touched on this, between subjective and objective reality. For example, in the last couple of weeks, we've always known about Hunter Biden and all those not so pleasant things, and now it's become very clear, and it's really suppressed, and there's a huge amount of suppression of information. And it seems like the Democrats, I mean, you have this thing basically saying that the vice president of the United States took money from foreign governments and established policy according to it. It's almost like, if it doesn't fit into my perception of reality, my subjective reality, my narrative, then it doesn't exist. And I've seen that in a lot of ways. I mean, if you walk up to me and tell me tomorrow, you bring me proof that Donald Trump, was really did something wrong, I'd be like, get rid of him. He's a crook. And when I've noticed that when I try to dialogue with people who don't like Trump, they'll say he's a racist, and I'm like, prove it. That's a serious accusation. Prove it. But they're so involved and invested in their subjective reality, in their narrative, in their perception, that they won't let reality get in the way. And I'm wondering if this has spiritual implications. If am I wrong? Am I totally off?
No, not at all. On the contrary, this it says blatantly right there in the Talmud. It gives a bunch of signs that we're at the end of days. A bunch of signs to know that Mashiach ben David. One of the most. I mean, when I read this the first 18 times, I only got this much of an appreciation. In the last 4 years, that appreciation went way up, and it's frightening how high it has gone. And that is, it says you will not be able to find a group of truthful people anywhere. The truth will be ne'edar, will be missing. Now, everybody lies at some point in time, right? Everybody changes the truth. There's been lying going on since the first man in the Garden of Eden. Did you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Well, my wife, like we've been playing with the truth the entire time. But I point out, there's a major difference, and this is really the point over here. And it's really a point, because if you look in this week's parsha, in the Aliyah I was talking about, Avimelech says, "I didn't know. I'm innocent. I'm righteous." He says. God says, "Yeah. Forget about a lot of stuff. I know you didn't know. That much I'll attest to. You really believe that you're righteous? You really believe you approach the situation with clean hands, like you're like on the same level as him? Come on, you're like, and there's a big difference between somebody who knows the truth but's telling a lie, and somebody who's telling a lie and believes it's the truth. It's like night and day, because somebody who knows the truth.
By the way, that Gemara was based on Isaiah chapter 59, where he mentions it in many places, that in the end of days, truth is going to be really gone, which is kind of counterintuitive, because you'd think that in the days of the internet, when information is so readily available, but that's precisely the problem. People, I've seen people prove the most crazy things. Right now, one of my major fears is that in a couple of hours, if it looks like Donald Trump will win, they're already boarding up stores in. Let's be straight. Let's be straight. I'm sorry, that it's Democrat cities. The Democratic cities, they're boarding up the windows. They're actually putting a fence up around the White House, and it's not against the Republicans. And I have friends who'll tell me, "Oh no, it's right-wing extremists, it's white supremacists," and I'm like, "No." But these people, and you'd think, oh, come on, they can't really believe, they really believe it. So you're absolutely, yes, the end of days, you would think there's so much information readily available, but people they cannot see the truth, even when you put the video right in front of their faces.
Because you have to understand, the problem we're experiencing today is not new to this generation. It's didn't happen in the last 4 years. It didn't happen in the last 8 years. It didn't even happen in the last 10 years. It's been developing for over 30, 40, 50 years, probably since World War II. World War II, war has a tremendous capacity to shake the world up and bring people back down to earth and say, life and death, and you have to start facing the facts again. That's what happens. Whenever there's a major destruction, when Stone was destroyed and Gomorrah was destroyed, people have to wake up and say, could that happen to us too? We better start looking at what we're doing and maybe make amends.
I get the feeling people are making their own Sodom. They've done
that. It's like, what was going on over there? What was going on over there? If you read the Talmud, it's not like people think on the surface. You read the Talmud, basically what was going on with people were changing the truth. They were but they weren't just changing it. They weren't just lying. They were saying that this is the truth. That's the difference. See, God can't work with that. If someone's lying, we can work with that. We can say, come on, you know the truth. And if you don't, and inside he does, so that when you finally talk to him, it's the same thing. For example, you talk Jewish outreach. I used to be involved, in more directly in Jewish outreach, and I worked with a lot of people, and I found that working with Russians were the most difficult. Why? Because Americans, as secular as they became, they had God printed on their money. The concept of God was already inside their head and even in their hearts a little bit. So when you finally brought it up and you were able to show that God existed and all that, so then they snapped into it. But Russians were raised with the idea there is no such thing as God. It wasn't part of their intellectual and emotional vocabulary. So the age of 30, 40, you're like trying to put that in first and then talk about it is very hard. So
the operating system didn't have it in there.
Yeah. So if people are growing up with the wrong assumptions about life, which they have been for 30, 40 years, and it's been exacerbated by technology and the media, and you think that the truth would be more prominent because of all the information available, but information does not necessarily mean a person knows truth. It's been biased. It's been written by the same type of people who are reading it. So by definition, we're living in a society today where people actually believe. I talk to people who actually believe that what they think, even though it's inaccurate, that's not the fact, it's not reality, but they actually believe it's truth, and you can't talk to them. There's no starting.
Also, when you get to that point, and I think it's a form of mind control by the government to the masses, where if you get them where they can believe that a lie is the truth, then they can believe anything. I remember I was in New York when I was 20 years old when Donald Trump was, the young millionaire playboy, and now he's the billionaire president. And you could say a lot of bad things about him, but he was hanging out with Muhammad Ali. He got the Ellis Island Award, and he's definitely always had a good connection with the Jews, even before Ivanka converted. And the one thing you couldn't say about him was he was racist. We always used to joke, the only thing he cares about is the color of your money. And now, you get people to believe anything. And if you just throw out a new lie, people will jump on it. And you're like, whoa, wait a second. If this is a new statement, let me check it out. But they don't even do that because they've been so trained to go for this lie. And I think, I take great faith in it because I speak to you and you've got me convinced, you bring one thing after the other. This is the end of days. Like you said, like Isaiah said, like we read in the Talmud, there's no truth. And that's the craziest thing. That's the craziest thing.
Let's not forget something very important. Okay. According to our tradition, according to what we believe, everything comes around again, right? There are 6 days of creation, 6,000 years of history. And each millennium corresponds to 1 day of creation. Now, it was the 6th day of creation that man made that fateful mistake of eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is a byword now. It's like a household word. Everyone, tree of knowledge of good and evil. But the truth is, you have to take it. You have to sit down and say to yourself, okay, that it was a tree of good and evil that I can understand. We're being tested. Our free will know that. Why knowledge of good and evil? Why is it a tree of knowledge of good and evil? And Adam is told, the first one, they're told, you're going to become smarter from this. You're going to become better than you ever were before. And you know why God said don't do it? Because he knows you'll challenge him in the end. So he's holding you back, not for your benefit, but for his benefit. So they all eat. And of course, once they eat, it's like, oh no, we've been duped, and now we're all confused and we're blinded by the whole thing, So it's like, oh no. So this 1990, that point on, when the internet becomes more popular, it is literally our version of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And everyone eats from it as if it's going to make them better, smarter, and it can. It's got the good element, 100%. But the evil element is also there too, a very prominent. So how do you know which is which? Is it so obvious? Well, apparently not, because there's times when good becomes evil, evil becomes good, and all these various different opinions. So that's why there are 2 trees there. There was a tree of life. Right, that was the handbook. That was the one you're supposed to eat from first, or at least at the same time. Because without that wisdom, to recognize what you called before the objective truth, then your subjective truth is going to be biased, off the mark, and mislead you. And we have a whole world now, a whole society that has gone down that path. And if this is literally that period of time is corresponding, it's really the same thing all over again. Then yeah, for sure, we're at the end, because the whole point of the end is fix up the beginning.
Oh man, Josh, I got to tell you, I was so tense this morning, and now that I see you wearing your tefillin, I'm okay. I can face anything. You look great.
Thank you. Two things. First of all, we have soon we're going to have some breaking news because the Vice President, Joe Biden, is supposed to make a public announcement. We don't know what that is, but as soon as that comes on, we're going to bring that to you live. Also, as soon as you're finished with Rabbi Winston, we have another guest in the studio, so just let me know when you're ready.
Great. I think actually, Rav Winston, to say we're on the edge of the end of days, and it's a good thing, and we're going to be fixing up the beginning. I would like to end on that, just because I'd like to. I mean, it's clearly true, and if I have your word on it, then I can certainly rely on it.
Well, there's no question about it. I mean, that's the point I'd also like to leave with. It's another part of the message in this week's parsha. That some negative things have long-term positive results. The problem is what happens in between. What's the transition? That's the part where it gets rough sometimes. That's what we have to watch out for. We have to rise above, the media, and people who are only focused on the events of the day will pull you down and drag you down into that reality. And from that perspective, it's like looking at a skyscraper from the top. When you look at the world from the top of the skyscraper, it's different. It's massive. You can see the larger picture. You see all the streets, all interconnected. Even though it's the exact same place, but nonetheless, that perspective is completely different. And we cannot lose sight in all of this and all the frenzy, especially the media frenzy, and being fed by information from people who don't really care so much about the truth, but more what their mandate is and what they're being paid to do. We have to rise above that. We have to try to look at the situation from God's perspective. And when you do, it looks very different.
Rabbi, if I can, we have another guest. We didn't talk about this. If you'd like to join us, it's Tommy Waller, the head of Hayovel. If you'd like to stay on and talk about the elections with him, that would be great. If you're going to be running off and greeting the Messiah, then I don't want to stand in your way. But we're now going to bring Tommy Waller on. Would you care to stay with us, or would you care to?
I think I'm going to move on. I got some things to do today, but it's a busy day.
Okay, I really can't thank you enough. Speaking with you, really, has helped me cope with these very tense times. I really appreciate it. And I'd like to suggest to everyone, Rabbi Winston is a prolific author that writes about the end of days. You can find his books on Amazon. I highly recommend it.
Thank you.
Okay, so Elio, we're going to introduce Tommy Waller, who is the founder of Hayovel, which is an important organization that brings Christian volunteers to harvest in the vineyards of Samaria. Welcome, Tommy, to the show.
Hi, Tommy.
Yes, good to be here. Wow. Hey, should I be wearing my mask? I don't know if it's to be appropriate to wear this or not, but
well, I don't know.
Only if you're trying to hide something.
So first of all,
okay, yeah. But I didn't know if we were required. Was it a mandate to wear the mask while we were doing?
Not in the Trump world, no.
I actually, if I can choose people who are going to help me get through this difficult time, Tommy, you're certainly one of them. Rabbi Winston was one, and Josh, you with your tefillin on your head, you're certainly helping me get through these hard times.
I'm gonna take my leave for a few minutes, and I just want to again I just wanted to let you know that we might be breaking in for some breaking remarks from Joe Biden.
Yeah,
so
I think he wants to quit. I think he's ready to retire.
We'll see. Either one way or the other, we'll see. I will let you know.
God willing. Hi, Tommy. It's great to see you.
Hey, Eliyahu. What a great! I was so happy when you asked me to be on. It was we've never done something like this before, but so this
not
good.
In front of other people. Tommy
not in
and
front of
I've had
other people, right? Yeah.
Tommy and I have had a lot of very deep discussions, and if there's one thing about Tommy, he thinks things through. He's a man of the earth by nature, and those are people who think about process and about how things grow. Tommy, we have a concept in Judaism called Bitul Torah, which means the commandments are pretty much from when you open your eyes until you go to sleep, and there's no time to waste. In theory, video games are not, really acceptable to a religious lifestyle, and I know that you actually do that. You're like, you wake up before sunrise and go out to the grapes and work like that. And yet, I know that in 2016 you led a mission, or you took Rav Yehuda Glick and what was her name? The other
Sharon Haskell.
Yes, Sharon Haskell to the inauguration. And you would think politics, religion, not really compatible. And you're very involved, I think, in this election. Could you tell me how politics can be an act of faith, especially in this election?
Yeah, it's difficult to understand how I got to this position. I was farming in Tennessee, just very simple, living off the land, almost living actually in the center of an Amish community. And how I got, and that was 16 years ago, how I got from there to here, really not knowing at all that I was walking into a political hotbed. I understood that the scripture, that the Bible, that the prophet spoke about the Jewish people returning to the land of Israel at some point, and it was happening, and I understood that the relevance of it, but I didn't know the intensity of the opposition to that. When we came, it was almost immediate you know, there was several things working. One is, what are these Christians doing on the mountains of Israel? You know, the Jews were saying, well, we fight our own battles. We don't need you guys. We've seen what you do. You're not going to help us. Go home. You know. But I think there's a few of us in Christianity. Unfortunately, still a few, but it's growing. You know, on the positive side, it's growing. It's much deeper than the blessing Israel and you'll be blessed. It's really an attachment to God. And if we believe in God, then we have to see, you know, we have to follow God's plan. And God's plan, you know, remarkably is political. I mean, how do you get around the politics?
There
I mean,
you
you
go.
just can't.
I mean, if you
just can't get around the.
If you read the prophets and the writings, they're pretty political books. You know?
Yeah,
And
I mean, we're talking about, you know, a king and the kings. You know, there's a government of Israel that has to be established, and the world needs to support that. It's just
Wow.
it's really simple, you know.
And it's funny that when I speak with other Jews, unfortunately, not all Jews are so supportive of Christians joining Jews in our in the reestablishment of the state of Israel. And I feel like telling them, look, you know, okay, we don't have to pray in the same synagogue or church, but politically, you know, and the politics are bringing us together in an unprecedented way. And I think you're a prime example of that. How, and you seem very attached specifically to Samaria and Judea, which is fascinating.
Yeah. We're becoming the good Samaritans over here. You know, this is to use our Christian term.
God bless you.
So,
and you're also very attached.
Yeah, no, it's. Oh yeah. Well, I think we see it obviously for the first time. It's been mysticized in Christianity for so long, and it is on some levels very, very mystical. You know, the temple itself is a very mystical thing, but it's not mythology. That's the difference. I think that the Temple Mount is real, and the power of God for the whole world is you know, that's the epicenter. I'm here in Har Bracha on the Mount of Blessing, where, you know, almost 4,000 years ago, your people came here, and honestly, for the first time, I was introduced to this understanding from a Jewish religious Jew, that we married the land here. We stood on these two mountains and we set vows over this land. And so Christianity has not really gained that reality yet. The intensity of Israel marrying the land, the Isaiah 62 passages of marrying the land. So we have to get this, and this is one of the things. Getting back to the election here is so critical, because we have to understand if we are going to see, if we desire to see God in this generation, then we have to be pursuing God. And to pursue God is when He says, "Hey, I want to meet with you. Like, this house shall be a house of prayer for all nations." Then we have to say, "Oh, where is that house?" Well, He says it's in Jerusalem, so I have to go to Jerusalem. And it is a house of prayer for all nations, which means that the nations, plural here, is a group, a collective of individual nations, all with their own identity. This is why it's so important that you have your identity, and this is why we have to support your identity, because if you're just mixed in with all these nations, we lose where we're going, and we end up
which
building
we have been for 2,000 years. We've been mixed in, and the Jew has always been the stranger pushed aside. So
we end up building God's house in Albuquerque, and it's not going to work there. It's just not going to work.
Which people have tried.
They're still trying.
There's a beautiful one in Sao Paulo. I love them for it. It's huge, it's beautiful, but if we could pick it up and move it. You're touching on something. Politics is process, and it's very easy to do when you look back, but to place yourself in that process is hugely important. The Jews coming back was important. Jerusalem was this big pow, and then and everyone compares Trump to Cyrus, but they're forgetting what Cyrus did. He didn't just say go back. It was kind of his pushing us that made us build the temple. And the temple is a thing. It is a house of prayer for all nations. King Melech Shlomo, King Solomon dedicated it for all the nations. And it will be a new political reality. I think there was an awakening through the League of Nations, the United Nations, and the first thing they wanted to do was to bring the Jews back to Israel. But they kind of got it wrong. But now that we're back here, it's going to be a new spiritual / political reality for the world, one which attaches itself to life. And the epicenter of that, I think, will be Jerusalem, the Temple Mount. And it's funny that that's where people are fighting it. And it comes down to, the Palestinians, they're the ones who should be on the Temple Mount. But we know that the nature of Ishmael is to sow discord, as opposed to the real nature of Jerusalem is Yerushalem, the place of completeness and peace. So I think that by attaching yourself first to Har Bachai, and it's very true, a wedding, and then to the Temple Mount, I think you're very much identifying where this political process is going to lead us.
And I think that is today. We are. Boy, it just seems like deja vu. Are you feeling that? I mean, it feels like that we're like 4 years ago, and we're like going, "Hey, what's happening here?"
Yeah.
I just feel something is and whatever Hashem does, whatever God does in this. We've been through it all, right? We've been through administrations that opposed Israel, and we still move forward, and there was a place for that. So whatever happens today is we're moving. We're not packing up, and we're not throwing in the towel. None of us. So,
I feel like I left America in 1991. But I feel very spiritually connected to America. I don't think that would have been the case had I come from another country. And I'm looking at this election, and I feel like telling the Americans, please, please, please choose life. Choose life. Come with us and choose life.
All right, here we go. We gotta.
By the way, I want to point out that Kamala is the same letters as the word Amalek.
I heard that.
The correct call.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. We just want to be.
Well,
just
make
wanna
sure you're
obviously
sure. The president is not happy.
Well, thank you very much, Arnon. We appreciate your time.
Thank you
Get
for
back
having
in
me.
there so we can make some more calls.
Yes, Chief.
Thanks, Arnon.
So we're looking at the scene where Joe Biden is to come out, and to me, it's reminiscent of what we saw in the primaries. When states were not being called, like Iowa, right? And then we started to see people coming on stage.
Look at the
and giving
masses of
sort
people that are there.
Acceptance speeches.
Yeah.
There's
speeches, but we
two.
feel
I
really
count
good
two.
about what happened tonight.
Yeah.
And I think
The
that
real
that's
aspect of a
the
king
pattern.
should be
I think that's
channeling
the-
between God and the people. And he doesn't have either.
New Hampshire.
So-
There's a reason. Here it's a little different.
Well, they got their light
I think
sticks,
he's really
so
doing it just so psychologically.
here he comes.
If they end up in challenges, he thinks he looks stronger.
All right, here's the former Vice President Joe Biden with Dr. Joe Biden. Let's listen in.
Anyone out there?
We hear the horns.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do.
What does he mean?
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Oh, I want a president who tells me when we're in trouble.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Did he say Italian votes?
Why do I get to go
Hey.
every time he
We're
opens up his
feeling
mouth?
good.
He's lying.
We're
I
feeling
really
good
do.
about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look,
Isn't Pennsylvania
know
number one in
results
fracking? And he
as
said
early
no to
as tomorrow
fracking.
morning.
Yep.
But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this
That's the
outcome.
point of this. He's going to say that the popular vote is what matters, not the electoral vote.
And the popular
and
vote
voted
right
this
now is
election.
separated
By the way,
by
Chris
less than a
Coons and
million people.
Democrats, congratulations here in
When you
Delaware.
add California, it goes over.
Pardon?
I mean, it always
Hey,
does that.
John, the Gov. Yeah,
When the California
that-
votes come
the whole
in,
team, man.
the popular
You've done a
vote
great
goes.
job. I'm
The same
grateful
thing happened last
to the
year.
poll
I mean, last
workers, to our
election.
volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in the democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my
There you go.
grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win
Scranton.
this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Former
That was
Vice
it?
President Joe
There you go.
Biden and
It's
his wife Jill Biden saying this race isn't over, saying he feels
That was
good,
it?
count every vote. He said one of the nets called Arizona, that would be Fox News, called Arizona, and we do not retract that. We just had Arne
That's a
Michigan
shocker.
on saying that they stand by that 100%. You heard it here live.
So
We
the
could have
Vice
called
President-
California 6
month-
months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So
Ah.
Tommy, I feel like we're writing a new chapter in the Bible here. This is the chapter where King Cyrus faced a challenge before the final decision to build the temple. I mean that is where, God willing, we're going. So
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that the world has to see the good in the establishment of Israel, and there's still, sadly, Ilya, there's a lot of people out there in the world that thinks that people like you and I are just off our rocker. Like what is this big deal? What's happening? The fact is that we're seeing God move right now in our generation, and I think that people that are seeking God, which I think probably I would suspect there are more seekers in the world than there's ever been. There are people seeking something. And right now, what is the whole world screaming about? Find God. How do you know it's this? It's because of the opposition. I tell them, just look at the opposition to any move of God. Israel is still 9 million, 8 million, whatever million people living in Israel. There are cities bigger than that in the country or in the world, and yet there's the whole world is looking even to this place, and it's causing a stir. It's causing anger, within the UN resolutions and all the things. And we saw the last election, right? you know, even as Obama's leaving the administration, he's leaving the White House. He's writing this UN resolution that he hopes is going to shut down the whole expansion of Israel, the destiny of Israel, what the prophets spoke about in Israel. And I see that happening right now. I mean, I think
it's funny that in the campaigns, Israel was not really discussed. When you watch the debates, they didn't talk about, and that was crazy because, I mean, Donald Trump actually brought peace to the Middle East, and no one wrote about it. No one noticed. Which is,
let me just interrupt for 1 second.
Sure.
The president has tweeted as a response to Biden's words, "We are up big," big is capitalized, but they are trying to steal, which is also capitalized, the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. That is what the president just tweeted.
Right. Yeah. So as I was saying, I think it's a pity they didn't, because not that Israel's so important, so great. We're the litmus test. You know, if you object to Israel, I mean, objectively, I remember one of my favorite authors, Orson Scott Card. I saw him. He's a Mormon, and Mormons have no stake in the game at all. And he was passionate about Israel. And I think if you look at Israel objectively, the Jews in Israel were far more democratic than any other country in the region. Technology. There's so many reasons to support Israel, and there's really only one reason to object to Israel, and that is you hate God. It has nothing to do with that's the same reason to hate Jews. And I think when the world first brought us back, there was. Through the United Nations, it was like, oh, we feel bad that we stepped into the abyss. We did the Holocaust. Everyone, I think, in the world at that time, certainly a lot of Europe had a hand in the Holocaust. And so they're like, oh, we feel bad, so we'll do that. Now we're past that. And we've gone from a negative aspect of Israel to a positive aspect, which is what is our place in the world. And I think Donald Trump really, really hooked into that, even though he isn't by nature a religious man. He understood what is the place of Israel in the world. We have a positive place. It's not as a bastion against anti-Semitism. You're certainly seeing the process of coming back to Israel, planting vineyards. This is the prophecy, and the prophecy includes all the nations of the world. And the only reason to object to that is to object to Israel, to object to God. And I think you certainly have seen that, I think.
Well, yeah. Well, we obviously have, and I think that's the bringing people to the reality that God wants to establish Israel for the sake of the world. You know, for the sake of the whole earth, not just for the purpose of strengthening and creating this Israel entity, but that it will profoundly affect the whole world, and is already doing that. We're already seeing the waves of influence that Israel's having around the world, and what's happening here. We're seeing the accords, not discords, but the accords, that Israel is bringing together. And I would say too, because some people have, what the beautiful thing about us, because Hayuvel's not been. Some people would look at Hayuvel and say, "Hey, well, you guys, you kind of faced Trump on a couple of issues, like we were." I think I heard Pastor Jim Garlow saying, and some of the crew that you had on earlier were talking about, we're standing with sovereignty, and we want all of Israel. It's all of Israel or bust. We're not taking just a little. So the beautiful thing, and I answer that question because that doesn't mean what we're against Trump. What the beautiful thing is that we have a president that we can actually talk to. Yeah. Imagine Biden is in office and we go knock on his door saying, can we talk about the situation in Judea and Samaria and sovereignty? Do you think we're going to even have a say, or even an opinion, or even allowed to have an opinion or a presentation with the president? No, it's shut down completely.
That's why
100%.
That's why it was sad that they never spoke about foreign policy, because actually the one thing they have been clear, or one of the few things they've been clear about, is their policy towards Israel, both Biden and Harris, and it's pretty horrifying. On Sunday, Kamala Harris gave an interview to an Islamic paper based in Dearborn, Michigan, and everyone was focused on the fact, but the last thing she said was that they were appointing a special envoy to the Organization of Islamic Countries, the OIC, which is kind of like people who don't do their homework. And I noticed even the other media didn't notice this. Erdogan he's basically the head of the OIC. They frequently meet in Istanbul, and he's called on the OIC to create a billion-man army, billion with a B, to attack Israel. And this is all spoken in code. Special envoy to the Organization of Islamic Countries. They've also, the OIC has also come out and said horrible things about America. So there's this code here, and not only couldn't we talk to people, they wouldn't give you a straight answer if they did speak to you.
Right, and I think that's a good point, because Israel and America have been historically tied from the very beginning, and to bring on an administration that would hurt that or harm that, and I think that's those are the issues that we face right now that are critical for us, even with all the elections. We have to, as Christian Zionists, whatever you want to call yourself, pro-Israel people all over the world, need to get involved in politics. We have to get this. This is the way right now that God, Hashem, is giving us to make things happen. Crawling in a cave and watching your internet news deal is not going to help anybody. It's not going to help us. We have got to become active. We have got to become active, and this is the kill. Josh, you got something for us?
I just wanted to mention, yes, thank you. I wanted to mention that there's a Twitter account that the official Iranian Twitter account, if you could see it over here, and they actually endorsed Biden. It says Biden's words are more promising. So them, along with the great endorsements of Al-Qaeda and Hezbollah, are great endorsements for Biden. They also mentioned afterwards that Iran will not be affected by who becomes the U.S. president. And then they continue saying that despite normalizations, Palestine will remain and Israeli regime will perish. And finally, they finish off with, will the U.S. presidential election poll results and to affect Iran? So it's just interesting to note how Iran is definitely, first of all, pulling for Biden, but they're also, on the other hand, trying to pretend like it's not going to make any difference to them.
Imam Tawhidi, he tweeted out, he said, all I have to do is look for the people who are the Islamic fanatic extremists are voting for or cheering for, and I'll vote for the other guy.
Right.
So, and here we're seeing it in front of us. I just wanted to say, Tommy, you're absolutely right. Politics is it's now, I think, a religious imperative, a religious mandate to become involved in it. We've seen that. The lines in Israel were always politically drawn along religious lines. If you go to Judea and Samaria, it's almost exclusively religious Jews, especially Judea. So there's a religious thing. And I just also want to say, I think we've passed the time where it's necessary to play nice. We need to play hardball. I don't mean, God forbid, anything harsh, anything that a man of God would certainly not do. But there's no imperative to be nice to people who intend to destroy the world. You have to be harsh with them. You have to be hard. I know that I've seen your boys face off against the Waqif on the Temple Mount. They don't take off of anyone. If you guys are in, you're right over what is it, Jenin, right? No, Ramallah.
Right, oh, yeah. No, we're over. We're over Nablus.
Nablus,
Shechem,
Shechem, right? Shechem.
Yeah, Shechem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure,
Shechem,
of course.
yeah.
There goes
We're watching Joseph's tomb over here for you.
right, and I've never been there. That place is a little bit hot.
But
Okay? It's
Eliyahu,
hot.
this is shameful.
I
Yeah.
got to come visit you. I
Yeah.
see you guys out in the fields, and I'm like, I want to be there.
They're there right now. They're out in the fields right now. So
I
I want to say too, just to probably get off on a rabbit trail, but the portion this week is talks about Abraham planting a tree in Beersheba, and it's interesting that he's saying that, and there he called on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And our guys have planted over 1,000 trees in the last week here on Har Bracha, and every one of those are just declaring the everlasting name of God. And I'm so proud of the guys and all the things that they did in getting here. They're making a political statement to the whole world, and we all need to see this. And I'm just so excited to be part of something so huge, so big, that I can just read all of this in the book, the Bible, and to see these things taking place are over the top for me, and to walk with you, people like you and Josh and so many Jewish people that are so zealous for God's word being taking place here. It just really gives me a real zeal in my spiritual walk that I didn't have before I connected here and saw this place and connected to this place. So just wanted to say that.
When I hear stuff like that, I'm like, ooh, I better get my stuff together. I better be a better Jew. Tommy needs me to be that.
You better be. You better be a better. We need it. We're holding on to your zizi. You better have something to say.
I better go run, put them on. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I remember I was teaching my kids about doing the mitzvahs, doing the commandments. And I try to explain to them that when I first started doing mitzvahs, it's kind of like when you see in laboratories where they use the mechanical hands to do things in another room. Mitzvahs is kind of like remote control. You do something that seems like a very small, insignificant act, and it has a powerful impact in the world. That's, I think, why we do this. And I really think that if God willing, we do see a victory of light over darkness, it might be because of the trees that you planted. I mean, it's really a miracle that you guys made it here at all. But a small act, a man praying on a mountaintop in Judea, a man planting trees on a mountaintop in Samaria. These are the things that are changing the world, not these blah, blah, blah big conferences. They tend to destroy the world. The simple acts of righteousness, a man connecting to his creator, I think that's what really changes the world. And God willing, all these acts of kindness, these acts of connecting to Hashem, like you're doing, I think that's God willing gonna bring the victory of light over darkness. That's how I see it.
That's the way we see it.
That's the way
it is a blessing, and I one day, I honestly believe, and I know this strikes almost fear in most of the Jewish people around here, but I feel like literally thousands. Rabbi Melamed, bless him, because he really wants to create the prototype for the nations to come, and he sees it in the prophets that they're going to have to make pilgrimage to Israel every year, the nations, and he wants to say, every settlement needs to have a place for these Gentiles, these nations to come, and Har Bracha is going to set be that prototype for the whole country. And
he is such a pioneer. He is fearless.
Isn't he? I feel so. Like every step that I take, I have to take it very carefully, because to dishonor him would be just the worst thing that I could ever do. But for him to give us a chance after everything that's happened, he lost most of his family in the Holocaust. So many people here in Har Bracha lost their families in the Holocaust, and yet to allow us to be here, that's only God. Only God would allow that, and we have to be very thankful that we are part of this move, and to get the nations on the right track, both politically. These are issues, huge issues within how we vote, and that is whether or not, what is the impact on Israel? Because the impact on Israel is an impact on the moral compass of the world. Really, the way that we move morally. The more that we move to a pro-life place, if you're pro-life, you need to be pro-Israel. If you're pro-marriage, you need to be pro-Israel, because all of these are in the context of the scripture that is emanating and radiating out of Israel. These are the words of God that was spoken from this place. And so the moral compass begins actually with Israel. It's it.
Yeah, it's interesting how the concept of elections, which is not necessarily a biblical concept, how that fits into it. When you cast your vote, you're not just, as you said, you're not just saying, oh, I like this guy, I like this. There's a whole perception of reality if you're choosing to stand with God, and that's not separated on religious lines. And I think we have a Mishnah at the end of Eduyot that says that why does Elijah the prophet precede the Messiah? Because he'll come and he'll say, "Oh, you thought you were on the inside? You're on the outside. Oh, you thought you were on the outside? Please come on back in. Oh, you forced your way in? Get out of here. Oh, you got pushed out? I'm so sorry. Please come back in." And what we're seeing is a polarization like I've never seen before in my lifetime. And it's almost like there's no going back from it, I mean, all these people who I've been loosely connected to, who were like, oh, I hate Donald Trump. Blah, blah, blah. What are they going to do? They're going to come back from it. They've made their decision, and like you said, it's not. I was shocked to find out that not every country that has socialized medicine has legalized euthanasia. But every country that has legalized euthanasia has socialized medicine, because social justice means we're not going to accept a large justice. We're going to judge everyone according to groups. So the socialized medicine, because the state is actually making decisions about the money, you have a lot of socialized medicine countries have legalized euthanasia to a horrifying degree. You might not believe it, but Canada, they advertise euthanasia in the medical.
Oh my goodness.
And this is right. And I don't know. I merited to be with my Abba when he left the world, and it's just, I'm sorry, every moment is a gift from Hashem. It's not for me to decide. My Abba certainly was my connection to Hashem. You look at someone, they are the image of Hashem. They have pieces in them from any person from history you want to pick, from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, from Moses. We all have a tiny physical piece of them in us. We should honor that and love that and treasure that, as if we would treasure those people if they were standing in front of us.
Amen.
So
Amen.
It's amazing how these political issues are really God issues in so many ways.
I love it when I see Josh come on because I know I'm always, because I'm like not watching the news right now. So whenever you pop up, I'm thinking, what's he going to say? What's he going to say?
Well, I have some news which I don't think is good, but you were mentioning Canada and other countries, and as far as morality is concerned, there's breaking news from AP out of Oregon, which obviously is one of the 50 states. Oregon has become the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth for personal use.
Gracious.
So there's
wait.
definitely.
You mean I can walk around and I can be carrying?
I assume that there are limits to how much, if it's for personal use, to how much you can carry of each one. But it is legal it will be now legal in the state of Oregon to carry any type of drug.
Think about it. If you're sitting there,
you're right, Josh.
A man sitting there with his gun and heroin falls out of his pocket. How can you not say, "Please stop, I love you"? How can you just see a person getting into that and say, "Oh, not only don't I care, I support it." That's
Right.
It's terrifying. There's no love there.
We've become a country, even a world of, and especially America, I think, a country of addiction. Addiction now to everything, and now we're seeing it. It looks like in our own the political world, where how in the world, how I'm going to vote. I have a heroin addiction. Oh wow, now I can vote. How many heroin addicts want to continue to be heroin addicts? I mean, I never was in that culture, but it seems like to me that they're desperately trying to get out or stop it. Please, somebody help me. It doesn't look like.
Please, someone look at me. Please, someone tell me that I'm worth. That I'm in the image of God.
Yes,
I think. There's a Hasidic story where there's a hospital and there's one ward in which the people are lying peacefully and they feel no pain and everything's great. And you go to another ward where they're working the people, making them get up and move around and exercise, and they're giving them painful drugs, and they're giving them and they're cutting them open. And the point is that the people in the first ward, they're hopeless. They have no hope of living. So we just give them anything to make them feel nothing, and then they'll leave the world. Life is hard, and if you just want to feel nothing and feed that temporary need, you're not going to your potential. And a man's potential really is that he's in the image of God. So it's a tragedy to say, oh, this person, he's not worth helping, or this person, his life, it could go on for another month, but we don't want it to. I mean, of course, abortion is the most absolute horrifying aspect of that, which is just that this person is not worth being in the world. There's a concept in Judaism that the Messiah will come when all the souls have been completed. They've come into the world and they've been completed. So that was actually why Pharaoh threw the babies into the Nile. He was trying to put that off. And that's also, I've heard it from a man who works against abortion, that he says that these are all attempts to push off the abortion. Any attachment to death, to push off the Messiah. Any attachment to death is delaying the Messiah, hopefully pushing it off, and God forbid they actually think they can stop it. So I think it's clear that religious people, they love life. So here we see, my gosh, heroin. Getting back to Biden's speech there, we were just wondering what he's saying. I think it was calculated in the sense, as I think about it, that he's preparing. You notice that he's preparing that the election will not be decided over the next anytime soon. He's preparing people for right now for what's about to happen. He's going to, obviously, he feels that things are not going his way. So what he's doing is he's saying, we're going to take this, we're going to fight this. Whatever happens right now, whatever momentum is going right, don't worry, to his base there. Don't worry, we're going to fight it. And when you heard him say all the votes come into Pennsylvania, we're going to take it, which is going to be next week sometime, next month sometime, whatever it is, it's going to be. So I think that's what he's preparing his base for. Don't worry, whatever you're seeing right now, we're gonna change it. I'm rereading 1984, and I think it's called Newspeak, is the language where they can make it mean whatever they want. And I think you're exactly correct. He's saying one thing when he actually wants to say something else, but isn't. Mm-hmm. So he's actually hiding the truth through his language. Whereas the word of God is eternal. We're very, very careful when we copy a Sefer Torah. The Torah hasn't changed for thousands of years, because the word of God it is the truth, and it says what it means to say. When we say don't murder, we're not saying something else. We're saying don't murder, and they're saying something else. And they're. Have you met David, Tommy?
Hey, David, how you doing?
Hey, Tommy.
I don't think we've officially met, but I know I know him. Yeah.
There's a lot of loving going on here.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Tommy's
Morning,
kind of a
David.
legend. Oh wow. So what do you guys think? I want to hear your takes actually.
On?
Arizona.
What about Arizona? Didn't that go for Biden?
Well, there was mixed. I think Fox said it went to Biden, but it's still not clear. It's still not confirmed.
I think that only.
What are they saying?
Fox
What's
is
the
only
update?
network
Because
that
we've
has
been missing
called it.
some of the latest.
So
with
Fox is the
talking
only
too much
network that
religion
has.
here.
Fox is the only network that called Arizona, but it called it decisively for Biden. But there are still many states that are in play, including Pennsylvania, which I think that Tommy had a great point to make, which is that Biden is getting his base ready for a long, drawn-out battle over here. Clearly, even though he's way ahead in Pennsylvania right now, there's going to be a lot of contested areas. I know that I'm coming from Allegheny County, one of the few counties in the nation that they sent in over 52 federal monitors in order to monitor the situation because they felt there was fraud. The Pittsburgh area is one of those places. I know that we sent our overseas ballots in from Israel after we got our email. We got them emailed to us. We tried to enter to reply by email through their system, and we weren't able to get in. Eventually, we wound up sending in federal ballots by DHL Express. They were received because we have a signature. They were received by the Allegheny County Board of Election, but then they sort of went missing. So we're not sure where they are right now. But there are 5 votes for Trump that are somewhere in the pipeline, and I'm sure that there's many more like those that are going to be investigated over the coming days and weeks.
I also, there's so many people voting. The voter turnout is so heavy. And I wonder, like, there's got to be a lot of voter fraud. There's been plenty of reports of voter fraud. It's a scary concept. I don't remember any other election with so much. Unless, what was the election where the Florida was separated?
Oh yeah, I think that was George Bush Jr. But I mean, people don't understand that the only people in this game who play fair are the right wing and the Republicans. The Democrats will resort to any dirty tricks to get their man in power because when you're a socialist, you can't accept anything other than that ideology. There's no when you believe with every bone in your body that socialism is the cure, is the cure for everything, then there's no playing fair. There's no democracy. The people are too stupid to know what they want. We know what they want. So they don't even think twice about pulling up all sorts of dirty tricks to rig the elections. Is it just a coincidence that all of the ballot machines in what happened to be Republican districts failed? No, of course not. They're pulling all sorts of tricks behind the scenes. Whether it works or not is in Hashem's hands. But people are shocked when they see that the Democrats are pulling all these dirty tricks.
You don't even have to go to the voting machines. When Twitter blocked the account of the New York Post, I was like, that's the end of a democratic society. The New York Post is one of the oldest and I think it's got the 4th largest circulation of any newspaper in America. To censor them, to shut their accounts down, that's already, you're in the region of Pravda and the KGB. This is mind control we're talking about. The fact that it didn't work overwhelmingly, I think, is a huge testament, I think, specifically to the American spirit. The fact that it takes a free American to stand up against all these stupid celebrities who may have one particular talent, stand up against all of the social media, and then it takes an American to say, no, I know what I believe what I believe. And I think that's also a religious thing, where a religious person can stand up against that.
Eliel, I just wanted to, first of all, I wanted to thank Tommy for coming on. He is welcome to stay. if he wants to, but he shouldn't feel uncomfortable if he has to go. We understand that people have lives beyond the U.S. election here in Israel, and he has a lot of trees to maintain and people to manage. I just wanted to bring on one other person that we have in the studio, which is Harry Moskoff. So we'll bring him on. And again, Tommy, you're welcome to stay if you'd like.
Tommy, you're going to want to hear him.
Okay, yeah, you guys got me in here. I'm enjoying the conversation here. So yeah, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this.
Harry is one of the most prolific archaeologists in Israel, who believes that he knows the precise location of the Ark of the Covenant, and I think
he does too. So
until we find it, Harry, give us your general take on this election. Who's the big winners? Who's the big losers? Are there going to be any upsets?
Well, I wrote an article actually about a month or two ago about the election. It's called "Why I Believe Trump Will Win." Why Trump will win this election. Of course, as you were mentioning in your studio, it is extremely important. There's nothing less than the future of the U.S. at stake. And I mean, I'm actually Canadian and an Israeli citizen and a rabbi, and my work is in biblical archaeology. But I've worked on the peace treaties, etc., with the UAE, and how it affects the Temple Mount and things that my own expertise. But what I find is that overall, it's not just going to affect the U.S. this election. It really is going to affect the whole world.
Yeah.
And as you were saying there in the studio, that everything from the people like the grassroots U.S. citizens who have they want to feel like your average Joe, working on the street, construction worker or something. I remember years ago, before the 2016 election, CNN had an interview with one of these guys, and he said, "Who do you think will win? Who are you voting for?" And he said, "Trump. Listen, voting for Trump." So the reporters seemed a little surprised and said, "Listen, Trump has no political experience. How can you vote for him?" And he said, "That's exactly why I'm voting for him." So we see this over here that, you have these people that are sort of like what you said, David, that, and everything that's going on in the studio, that people want, I think the Democrats want to feed the people what they're supposed to believe. And that seems to be the future. And the media, for sure, I mean, maybe not, like you mentioned, New York Post is one of the good guys, Fox News is, I think, also pretty good. There are some papers out there, some media outlets that are against the trend. But people are very, very, I mean, even right now as we speak, there's a huge prayer ceremony at the Marat Machpelah in Hebron where the forefathers are. And there's another one at the Kotel. People are really concerned, and here in Israel too, what's going to happen. I believe that Trump will win. It's going to take a couple days before they actually know. I mean, according to the law, I think in many states, apparently they're not even allowed to count the ballots. I mean, there were 100 million ballots counted, sent in beforehand. So I think it'll be a couple days before we know, but I'm pretty confident that
you actually touched on something that I think is hugely important, and it was spoken about in the last election. It's not spoken about now. 4 years later, Donald Trump is still an outsider. And it's kind of, he's an outsider, and he employs a lot of outsiders, and he employs some insiders. He's a businessman who does what works. But it's amazing that he has not, and it's one of my criticisms of him, if I may, is that he hasn't really actively gone after corruption. But even without actively going after corruption, and he's been the target of a lot of that corruption, he's just stumbled across some of the dirtiest things I've ever seen. I mean, and it's horrifying how the mainstream media has made like, oh, Hunter Biden, it's a nothing. Oh, the FBI spied on him, and the FISA warrant was and the Democrats were Hillary Clinton. And I'm just like, these are horrifying things. And it's like it's another. And you try to speak to people, and their warped sense of reality is, it's really another. Oh, Hunter Biden. Oh, it's Russian disinformation. No, it's not. And as an outsider, he's just stumbled across these things. He hasn't actively gone for it. I'm hoping I'm hoping I would, if I could say one thing to him, it's please, Mr. President, you should have 4 years of hunting these people down, and really, because if you have a government that does not believe in tzedek, does not believe in justice, it will not stand ever.
Well, Trump is one of those people. You know, you have to ask yourself. I wrote this in the article. Why is he still there? Like this person, God, Hashem, God must really be giving him strength, because anybody normal in his position would say, "Lamali, why do I need this?" You know, he's
Did
not
you
even
see the
working for a
debates?
salary.
Did you see
Who
the
could stand up
debates?
to it? That's right.
Harry, I have a question for you. I
Yes.
heard what you said. But let's say I'm a pharmacist in, I don't know, Seattle. I find there's riots, there's COVID, the entire country's shut down. I find myself out of business. The question is, do I blame the Democrats because they are kind of the ones shutting things down, and they are the ones who, the rioters, the Antifa are more closely associated with Democrats and Republicans? Or do I say, but you know what? Trump is the president. He's responsible for all this. Who do they blame? I mean, to us, it seems obvious. It seems obvious that it's the Democrats. But the question is, will that resonate with all these people who are unemployed and trying to figure out how to make ends meet?
Well, it's a good question, David. I think that the answer, I think the blame, not that I'm trying to point fingers, but a lot of people need that. They need to say, okay, this person's responsible. And that the truth is, that's what gets votes. Votes come by people, the other party saying, oh, look, he's responsible for your lot in life. You know what I mean? He's the one that we're all leaving, BC, before Corona, people were leading, good lives, prospering. The Dow was going, it was a great economy. And he's the one that makes makes everything bad. He's the one that closed your stores down. He's the one, he's responsible for your lot in life now. A lot of middle-class people feel that way. This is what I think the Democrats want to do. They want to point a finger. Now, regarding this pharmacy owner, let's say, I think it's a problem on both sides. I think that Trump, he's in a bit of a, it's a problematic, like between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, he has to say, look, he has to tell the governors and the mayors, listen, you got to crack down. You have to do that. But it's increasingly difficult in democratic states to actually do that, because they'll point the finger and they'll say, this is your problem, President Trump. You're not, you're the one responsible for this overall. And then the Republicans will say, no, the Democrats are responsible on the ground for the rioting. So it's really it's hard to say, but I think they're both partially responsible.
I think you're pointing at something interesting, which is like when it comes to the coronavirus. First of all, horrifying. I don't know, but the point is,
it's horrifying. Economically, it's horrifying.
Economically, it's horrifying, and what's funny is you're saying, people are looking for someone to blame. Whenever people blame Trump for coronavirus, I'm like, you're giving him a lot of credit. That was clearly an act of God, but they can't go there. They can't go there.
The question doesn't matter. The question is, does it matter? Meaning, what the Democrats are doing is they're saying, like, forget the fact that coronavirus came from a lab in China. Forget the fact that the Democrats criticized Trump for wanting to shut down incoming flights from China. Forget the fact that Trump wanted to close the border with China. Forget all that. Look what's happening now. Now there's a close down. Now there's a lockdown. Now there's economic devastation. Now there's, all this fear of this virus. And then they're saying, who's responsible for what's going on in America? It's Trump. And they're going to make that association. The question I'm wondering is if the average American will fall for it.
I don't know about the average American.
That's tough. That's a tough one, because, when I was producing some of my films about biblical archaeology and the geopolitical scenario revolving around Jerusalem, they told me, listen, you're going to have to, your target audience in the U.S., just pretend that you're speaking with a grade 8 student, an average middle school minority grade 8 student. So people, when they watch like CNN, some of them are very gullible, and some of them will believe what they hear. On the other hand, you do have the academics, you do have those on top, and they'll say, you know what, they can see through that. I like to believe personally that the Americans will be able to see through what's happening, you know, and the setup and everything and all of these, you know, the fake news, as it were. I do believe that. I do think it makes a big difference, though, what they're putting out there. Like, you know, when you had on Israel 365 News recently about CNN, you know, the mental health specialist saying that, you know, Trump worse than Hitler for society. I mean, people that are average Americans will look at that and say, oh, man, and there'll be fear there, and still fear. So they're playing with fire, you know, and I really hope.
I've actually had people defriend me, people from the left, and get very angry when they say Trump is worse than Hitler. And I'm like, can we have a little perspective here? No, he's not. I can think of 6 million reasons why he's not worse than Hitler.
Right.
And they get, how dare you say that? Objectively speaking. And yet here we had, as you said, a Yale psychiatrist say that and also they said it a year ago on CNN, and CNN was totally okay with it. That's deeply disturbing.
Harry, I have a question.
Yes.
Another question. Will it matter if Trump wins? Meaning, if Antifa and everyone who's against Biden reflexively contests the elections and takes to the street and starts this uprising that we reported on, that is being planned, that's apparently being planned with Soros is activating his stormtroopers. Will it matter if Trump wins and America devolves into a kind of civil war? And you know, and you already saw that all these businesses in the cities are boarding up their walls in anticipation of these riots. They obviously know something that other people might not know, and or they're being warned about some sort of imminent threat. So the question is, you know, will Trump's victory even matter if half the country doesn't believe that he was elected, that the elections were fair, and completely lose faith in the electoral process? And I would even say the other way around, meaning if Biden wins, I would assume that Pennsylvania rigged the election. I don't necessarily have hard evidence, but I see reports coming out that, you know, machines happen to be broken in only GOP areas and of Pennsylvania, and that they're not letting observers inside. So I mean, like, will any of this really matter? Like, you know, we're hoping for a Trump win, but if half the country stops believing in the electoral process and devolves into civil war, will any of it matter?
Harry, before you answer that, I'm going to bring on Ari Abramowitz, is another guest that's coming on the show, and he's also welcome to join into the conversation should he choose. Welcome, Ari.
Great.
Shalom, shalom. Good to see you guys.
Hey, wait, Harry, let me just hold off on that question because Ari might have limited time. He had a little bit of an incident with his electricity at home. So I just want to first introduce Ari Abramowitz, one of the most prolific thought leaders in Judea, in Israel. And I'm sure he has a lot to say. But Ari, I have a kind of a contrarian question because I know you're the type of guy who likes to be challenged, okay?
The only thing I have to just one small point about the question before I forget it is that, like you said, David, Pennsylvania is the key state. And already, I mean, Trump has already won Florida, which is also very important, apparently. I mean, you know, that's what it looks like. But Pennsylvania is the key state to watch for. And if they're closing up their doors and their shops and everything, then it's not going to really matter. Like you said, it really isn't in a way, because people are going to say, look, no matter who wins, we're going to force this issue. We're going to force this issue, whether it takes months. Each side has legal teams already set up and watching every step of the way. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at now for the first time in history.
I just want to throw in. I'm looking at
is that we're not the key state; we are the Keystone State.
The Keystone. I just checked the electoral results on the New York Post, and they're showing Trump ahead by three electoral votes.
Wow!
Which is the first time I saw him ahead today.
That's right.
Ari, welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you.
All right, I have a question that I've been saving for you, and I want, because I know you like to think kind of contrarian, and you're not shy of kind of thinking outside the box. What is the upside for Israel if Biden wins?
To me, there's clearly an upside to Israel. I've been doing a lot of spiritual work around this issue, because clearly the pshat is Trump would be a blessing for Israel, and I want Trump to win, obviously. But you look at Obama. He created this terrible, horrific deal with Iran, one of the worst deals in world history, and that brought about historic, epic peace treaties with the United Arab Emirates, and it's going throughout the Arab world because it shifted the entire balance of power. So Biden could hasten the ingathering of the exiles. That's one thing he could do. I think America, if Trump wins, is getting a 4-year lease on life. And I'm proud of America that the people of the United States were, even if Trump, God forbid, loses. I don't even want to say God forbid, because I don't even know. Who knows what really the best thing is for the world right now, right? The hearts of the leaders are like water in Hashem's hands. I forgot the exact quote, but that's the idea that Gamzula Tova has been what I've been working on. Whoever wins, there's nothing accidental that's happening here. But I do think it is a vote of confidence I have in the American people that they were able to overcome the extreme media coerciveness. Meaning, I think that it was hurting me to see that there could be hundreds of years of liberty and sacrifice and courage and values that could be flushed down the toilet in one generation. But I do think that courage in the American spirit is shining through, that even though you don't want to tell the pollster on the phone and you don't want to put on Facebook that you're voting Trump because of the extreme leftist coercive rage and hatred against you and your family on the most visceral personal level,
you don't want to wear a hat.
Are saying,
you don't want to wear a hat or put a sign in front of your house.
Right, exactly. So, but I think the American people are like, don't push us around, don't threaten us with violence, and don't gaslight us. There's been so much gaslighting of, they burn the whole country down and say, if you vote in Biden, then the violence will stop, and the violence is because of Trump. It's insane. It's crazy. And I think that if they do get this 4-year lease on life, the first thing they need to do is approach education. They need to work on educating from preschools through colleges on what America is about on a foundational values liberty level. Because if they don't, they've abandoned, conservatives, Republicans have abandoned the educational institutions in America to the left, and they're now really playing with fire about the fruits of that game.
The Talmud states in the tractate Megillah, it states that Haman was able to accomplish more than all the Jewish prophets by accepting the ring off the finger of Ahasuerus. And it's sometimes what seems to us to be something which is not pleasant is sometimes the best thing for the Jewish people. I was asked to read a short prayer for the president, so I'm going to do that very quickly.
We just save it for a little bit later, because Ari, are you good with time, or are you limited?
I'm a little bit limited. We had what happened here. As you guys know, I live on the Judean frontier. So when you say I'm one of the most prolific thought leaders, I can say definitely on my mountain, I'm one of the most prolific thought leaders, because there's only 3 of us here. But we had an electrical fire at my house, which was really quite terrifying. And thank God we put it up. But I have a little bit of time. A quick
question I want to ask now, since I still have you. So here's what I thought about it. Here's my biggest upside with a Biden victory. And you tell me what you think. I think that a lot of the culture in Israel kind of sees themselves as almost like a colony of the United States. Like we're so limited to do what we know is right because we're worried what America will think or what America will do. Even though Trump, who I believe couldn't care less if we carpet bombed all of Gaza and reconquered it, wouldn't bat an eyelash. But still, a lot of the typical Israelis, very intelligent Israelis, are saying, "Oh, we have to worry about what America does." But it seemed like when someone like Obama, and possibly even worse example, Biden, will alienate Israel so much, my hope is that people in Israel will stop seeing themselves as some kind of client state or colony of their masters in Washington, and they'll kind of say, "Wait a minute, maybe we need to kind of fend for ourselves and have an attitude of a little more self-sufficiency when it comes to how we see our nation." What do you think? I'd like to
So I think the answer to that is the one point that I neglected to mention in your first question to me about the potential upside of a Biden win. And that is that when Israel has a friend in the White House, the closer the friend, the more destructive capacity that friend has for the state of Israel, because that's the Jewish nature. And a friend can twist our arm behind our back, whereas you have an Obama in office, and we went 8 years without surrendering Gaza.
Right.
It was under Bush that we surrendered Gaza. It was under friends that we do most of the damage. So with Biden in office, we have a clear adversary in office, and that does strengthen Israel's resolve. But I think that that's happening anyways. I think over time, this psychological dependency that Jews in Israel have on America is waning all the time. And that is particularly an example of the rift that's being created between American Jews and Israeli Jews, is that Israeli Jews are much more proud and independent and not as psychologically subjugated to other forces like American Jews are, that are just crippled by the fear of being called racist, crippled by the fear. And they don't vote as Jews. I was just thinking that right now. It's really a tragedy that when Trump and other people look at the polls, they see 78% of Jews voted for Biden. It's not really true. They should break it down by demographics of Jews. How many Orthodox Jews voted Biden, and how many Jews that won't be Jews probably in the next generation and eat pork on Yom Kippur, how many of those Jews voted Biden? Because the only thing that's really Jewish about them is their ancestry and their deep, guilty pathology that is a trademark of Jews that is causing them to vote against their own interest. But anyways, that's part of the history of the Jewish people, that we're always in the same boat together. It doesn't matter what we call ourselves, Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, Reconstructionist, we're in the same boat together.
Well, so if I ever want someone to give the straight truth without holding anything back, I know where to go, Ari. You're amazing.
Thank you.
So Ari, before you mentioned, and I actually like to get Josh's take on this, because I know he's very involved in this, but maybe after Ari goes off the air. You mentioned before Ingathering of the Exiles, but let's say Biden.
That's what I said. I was going to say the same thing, that Joshua would like this. If Biden gets in, the Ingathering of the Exiles, we're going to see a huge amount of Aliyah next year.
Well, I want to hear what you have to say about that in a moment. But sorry, I keep cutting you all off. I just know that Ari's limited, and I really want to get him in, and then after we can continue. But Ari, let's say Biden wins tomorrow. What can we expect to see in terms of Aliyah? Not just that, don't just tell me there's going to be more Aliyah. Who are these Jews that are coming to Israel? Are we talking about Orthodox Jews? Are we talking about unaffiliated Jews? Are we talking about Israelis who live in America and who are just kind of waiting for the right moment to come back? What do you realistically expect to see with regards to Jewish people in America making their home permanently in Israel if Biden wins tomorrow? Who are these people that are coming? Who can we expect to see?
So while I think it is our job, as Josh Wander, by the way, does this excellently and with tremendous Mesirut Nefesh, to try to convince Jews, all Jews in America, Reform Jews, tell them to come here and bring their Reform Meshigas here with them. We want to bring every single Jew to America and do our best to have every Jew come home. But realistically, that's not going to happen. And there will be Jews, if you go to Wikipedia and you type in Jews for Hitler, there were Jewish parties that were advocating for Hitler because they thought that would cause them to not be put onto the cattle cars. But the bottom line is most Jews, even with the ship going down and the iceberg sinking, melting away under their feet, they're not going to have the awareness to come to Israel. So I think it's mostly Jews that have a historical awareness, that are not so myopic and tied to a philosophy and a life perspective of leftist liberalism, that they will go down with that ship. So I think it'd probably be mostly Orthodox Jews or conservative. I don't want to say secular because the breakdowns are different, but it's not going to be all of the Jewish people. Most of them are going to stay behind, unfortunately, obviously. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm not a prophet. But I think that with Biden in power, that here's the bottom line. I just saw a video a few days ago of a Chabad guy walking down the street, and these two black guys run up behind him and beat him to the ground mercilessly. Now, unfortunately, this is not an exception. It's not like, oh, wow, such an anomaly. But what concerned me about it is that the next day they were out of jail. Not on bail, they were out. They were out. So when Jew hatred is rising and deterrence is plummeting, that is bad news for the Jews. And that's something I really, really hope the Jews are going to open their eyes to. And even if they don't come to Israel out of Zionism and out of idealism and out of excitedness, at least they'll be able to see, wait a second, we should learn something from history. The Weimar Republic was a republic, and they voted in, right? So that's my hope. I don't know the simple answer to your question, which Jews, how many, but I certainly hope and pray it's all of them. But at least it should be most of them.
Just as an
Does that make any
aside,
sense, guys?
I just read that protesters are gathering in front of the White House. So far, not violent, but they're starting to gather in front of the White House.
And you know what? It might not even matter because, as you said, like, especially a place like New York, I don't know if there's that much Trump could really do about the anti-Semitism in New York, even if he wins. I mean, you have this Democratic mayor who's telling the police to stand down, and you have he's letting these rioters run rampant and letting them out of jail. I'm not so sure that even if Trump wins, a whole lot's going to change. So do you see this as like a downward trajectory, or do you think that, sometimes when presidents have a second term, they have a little more leeway to kind of wield their power and make these types of changes? I mean, how do you see, let me ask you something, Ari, how do you see New York City with a Trump victory and with a Biden victory? Specifically,
that's a good question. Well, I'll tell you that, I was here in Israel. I served in the army. I was in wars. I was in Lebanon. I was in Hebron. I was in Gaza. I go to New York, and the second week I was there, I was stabbed in the back with a knife into my back and in my arm. And the police said that he needed to stab a Jew to get into a gang. Now, you're asking what things will be like in New York under a Trump victory or Biden victory. I think a lot of it is connected to the economy. When people have a roof over their head and food on the table and things are going well, then the Jew hatred tends to remain dormant. But when that goes away, then it is activated. And so I think that Trump will help because it gives a different avirah, a different atmosphere, a different ruach, a different spirit to the country. And there's also something called national hate crimes legislation, where on a national level, if something is clearly and obviously a hate crime, where someone is beating a Jew down to the ground and saying, "Die Jews, Hail Hitler, Allahu Akbar," then that's already a different deal altogether. And so there's a higher possibility and probability that these laws would be enforced and there would be more deterrence. But again, I do feel like it's a 4-year lease on life, but it's not an eternal lease on life. And unless America really gets its act together, we're just seeing a ha'aracha, just an extension.
I mean, it might not be inevitable. A lot of economists are saying it might not even be a 4 lease on life. In 6 months, it's very likely that we'll see the entire American economy collapse, whether Trump or Biden is in the White House.
That's right. That's right.
Something to think about. It's something for, if anything's going to get Jews to make Aliyah, I think it'll be that. Now, I don't know if the economy in Israel will be much better.
But Trump being elected minimizes the chances of that collapse. And of course, it not only minimizes the chances of it, but the extremity of it. Meaning people have a lot more confidence on Wall Street, businesses, in the economy, in Trump, that is not going to put a stranglehold on their businesses and tax them into oblivion. So that will maximize the chances of the economy of America rebounding.
So Ari, tell us what we can do. Let's see, as a Jew in Israel who wants to raise awareness about making Aliyah and even about the Tanakh, educating the Tanakh to people outside of Israel, what are you guys up to over there? You want to kind of just like give us a call to action?
Well, I'll tell you, one of the good things is seeing the perspective of what's happening in Israel and connecting the dots with a spiritual cohesion. One of the things you're doing there at Israel 365 with Adam Eliyahu Berkowitz and you and Tula, you guys are doing great work in and really connecting the dots and helping share the spiritual perspective on things out here on the Judean frontier, where we have built the most. I mean, it's just Adam Elliott, Berkowitz. You got to come out here. Harry Moscoff, you two. You got to come out and see it.
You give us a little tour.
I would love to.
We don't have good reception. I'm sitting in the corner of my house, which is the only place with a good reception right now.
I
But
used to live
it's a
near
Garden
there.
of
I would
Eden.
love to come. I would love to come, and the fact
You
that
gotta
you
see
live
it.
there makes it even better.
Thank you. Yeah, we have this. It is a Garden of Eden like oasis, and one of the things that we're doing is we've started. It's called the Land of Israel Fellowship, where every Sunday, I mean, Hashem has blessed it unbelievably. Primarily Jews and Christians from all around the world are coming together, and we're learning Torah together, and we're connecting the dots on what's really happening. We're strengthening each other's faith, and we're aligning our destiny with what's really unfolding in Israel, because I think the air of the land of Israel makes one wise, and there's a certain Judean Torah, Torat Eretz Yisrael, and we're trying to broadcast that out to the world on the Land of Israel Fellowship. So we'd love for you to come and check it out, thelandofisrael.com/fellowship, and of course, stay connected to Israel 365. You guys are doing great also.
Right on. It's
It's
so
a little bit
important
of light
to have you.
that sends out a lot of darkness. It's an important thing.
Yeah. It's so
Amen.
important to
Thank
get
you.
the
What do you think
Christians
about what
over
Ari
to
said?
that area. You know, you got to get the Christians and the evangelicals, everybody over to Judea and Samaria, over to your area. It's so crucial in the future of Eretz Israel and everything that there's so much, like you said, you're on the borderline, you're on the front lines, on the frontier. Kol hakavod, all the more power to you. Keep up the good work. I'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Harry, did you disagree with anything Ari said?
No, to be honest. I mean, I could have said it myself, and it's great to see. I think that Ari and also Jeremy Gimpel, people like that they're brave individuals. For one thing, doing something that I myself would have had trouble, leaving Ramat Beit Shemesh, the comforts of like Thornhill, Toronto, but to go out there and be on the frontier. I think I agree with with exactly what you're saying. Ari, on the most part, I would say that that's exactly what it is. I mean, we're seeing 4 years. If Trump gets in, if and when, God willing, we're going to see actually 4 years of of an extension, like a sort of a grace period. But after that, and maybe even during, you're going to see very possibly the downfall of the U.S. being a superpower.
Yeah.
Okay, just a quick update. Trump is up by 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has to win the remaining vote by 2-1. He has to win the remaining vote by 2-1 to win the state. That's going to be tough. That's why they shut down Philly early tonight, just in case a few extra are needed. There were about 700,000 votes total in Philadelphia in 2016. So that's very interesting.
Wow.
Josh, do you have anything to add to what Ari
Shalom, my friends. Good to see you. I've got to run. Talk to you soon. Thank you, guys.
You're
Hashem should
amazing.
bless
God
you.
bless
you,
man.
Thank you. All right, Josh. You heard what Ari said about Aliyah. I'm sure you have something to add. How do you envision this playing out with the Trump victory? Or let's start with the Biden victory. Biden victory. How do you envision the Aliyah playing out realistically? We can't hear you. Are you talking?
I am talking.
Okay.
Trump has historically embraced the Orthodox Jews. This is something that all of the previous presidents have not done, which is surprising. And it shows that his interest in truth, because the vast majority of American Jews are either Reform or unaffiliated. So the fact that he's embracing a small number, this 10% of Orthodox Jewry, definitely shows that he's interested more in truth than votes. That having been said, it's also the Orthodox Jews that are primarily the Jews that are making Aliyah today. The majority of Jewish immigration today is done by Orthodox Jews. So we can expect that to continue along those same lines. People that have no affiliation to the state of Israel probably would never even consider coming here unless they were escaping some sort of persecution. I'm hoping that would never come to that point. But if it came to that point, I can see that affecting the entire Jewish population. But otherwise, I can just see the Orthodox community being prompted to get up and come home.
Okay.
Actually, can I ask Josh his opinion about something? Whenever I speak to not religious American Jews who come to Israel, they say that they feel much more threatened as Jews in America under Trump. And I believe that, objectively speaking, there's been a huge rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic incidents since Trump took office. It seems to me like I would think that a pro-Jewish president, I mean, he's not only pro-Israel, he is pro-Jewish. I mean, we've never had a Jewish grandchildren, Jewish daughter, Jewish son-in-law in the White House before. There seems to be this strange thing that as he continues to be and increases his connection to not only Israel but Jews, that increases the threat to the Jews in America. That kind of confuses me. And I think you're right that these are not the people who would see a solution of coming to Israel. They'll just stay there.
I'll tell you something that's interesting. A lot of people like to compare Trump to Cyrus the Great, but there's one major difference that a lot of people are missing. Cyrus the Great actually instructed Jews to leave Persia and go rebuild the temple. Trump isn't doing that. Trump is keeping the Jews safe and protecting them inside America, which is great. But there were a lot of leaders who did that, including the King of Morocco and many others that we know about, Churchill. So it's good that he's showing support for Israel, but in my opinion, that's still 180 degrees away from actually instructing the Jewish people of America to return to Israel and build their temple.
You're touching on something. Rav Nachman Kahana, I mean, one of the wonderful, wonderful things about my job is I speak to people who are really, like Harry, really amazing people. Right. And Rav Nachman Kahana said that one of the mechanisms of the exile is that whenever Jews went to a country, we have a rule in Halacha, Shlucho Kiyado, if you're an emissary, you have the protection of the person who sent you out. So Jews in the exile, when they went to a country, they had the protection of God sending them there, mostly according to Kabbalah, to collect the sparks of holiness that were lost there. And Rav Nachman Kahana says that once that emissary, once that mission has ended, the protection ends. And he said that, and we saw that. He said that's what we saw in Germany. There was a reason for the Jews to arrive in Germany. The mission ended. Boom, the protection ended. And I'm very afraid that that's what's happening in America. That the Jews, we clearly had a mission there, and the mission is ending. He describes it as if you ever watch the metal gates coming down in front of a store as they're closing. That's what we're watching in America for the Jews. So it's a very scary, and I think like Rav Abramowitz said, if Trump wins, we're talking about a delay, a short delay of 4 years of the inevitable.
I would like to say a quick prayer for the president. There are many states that are still too early to call. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia are still.
Let me just sign off for 1 second. I have another 10 seconds over here, but I did want to say that first of all, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here for having me, and so it's a really exciting time actually for everybody. I think for and like you were saying, Eliyahu, that the Jews, in terms of Kabbalistically raising the sparks, they say that we were in Egypt for 210 years, and we raised up all of those the sparks of holiness that had to be raised up, and then we moved on to 40 years of the wilderness, and we did it there. And wherever we go, wherever God puts us in the world, that's our job. On some level, to actually elevate where we are. And so, you guys are doing that amazing with Israel's 365 News and trying to bring everything, tie everything together. Like Ari was saying, the pieces of the puzzle. Thank you very much for having me. I'll see you later, Mitzvah Hashem, God willing. And yeah, go ahead, Josh, with the prayer. Yasher Koach.
Thanks, Harry.
Good news.
So I before we continue, I just want to mention that we're going to be taking a short break soon because the President of the United States is also scheduled to make an announcement shortly. So as soon as he starts, we're going to go straight on to his message. But before that, I wanted to say a short prayer for the President in Hebrew. Mi sheberach avotenu Avraham, Yitzchak, v'Yaakov, Moshe ve'Aaron, v'David u'Shlomo, ויברך את השם הטוב נשיאנו דונלד ג'ון בן פרד טראמפ, בעבור שקיבל על עצמו לשמור ולהגן על ישראל, ובשכר זה הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמרהו ויצילהו, מכל צרה וצוקה ומכל נגע ומחלה, ויאריך ימים ושנים הממלכתו, יהי רצון השם ייתנו לו 4 שנות נשיאות נוספות, וישלח לו ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיו, עם כל ישראל אוהביו, וכן יהי רצון ונאמר אמן.
Amen.
And with that prayer we say amen. And I'm going to go over to we can talk at the same time, but I'm going to go over to the Fox News, where we're going to have an update from the president.
I just want to throw in the Senate race right now is absolutely tied 46-46.
Okay, that's good.
It's good.
Everything is in play right now.
Joe Biden came out not long ago, immediately after the president tweeted big win. Joe Biden tweeted that it's not up to
That's a lot of flags
to declare who wins the election. It's up to the voters to do that. I expect that the president will probably thank the people who are there in the East Room. He'll say that they're doing well. If you look at some of the projections, Georgia, according to one projection I looked at, is now projected to be in the Biden column, which means that if the president were to lose Georgia, he would have to run the table of North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to get above 270 votes. Otherwise, the election goes to Joe Biden, who would come in with about 270, 271. So the president's got to hope that those early numbers in Georgia last and that nothing crazy happens in Pennsylvania, because nothing crazy happens in North Carolina, because when you look at both Georgia and North Carolina, the president is ahead by about the same margin, which is just about 2 points or so. So there's not a lot of room for more votes to come in for Joe Biden. We are going to all, it looks like, get whatever we can in the next few hours, not knowing who the winner of this election is. And as you were pointing out with Jonathan Turley and Andy McCarthy, this thing could go on for days, Brett and Martha, before we know actually who won. And as this begins to tighten up, I think that's when the potential for legal challenges increases exponentially, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania, which has got until Friday to count votes, and North Carolina has got another 9 days to count votes as well. So this happened to us in 2000, and I remember standing there at an outdoor amphitheater in the rain in Nashville, waiting for Al Gore to come and concede. We were told that he was going to concede the election to George Bush, and we were left standing in the rain because Al Gore never showed up to concede. And it wasn't until 37 long, torturous days later that we finally learned that there would be a winner of that. We can only hope it doesn't take another 37
This is
days.
like the
But
worst
we'll
case
see.
scenario for the United States to be stuck in a 50-50 election.
John, what's the over-under that Fox News comes out in this event? What do you mean? Oh, what the president said, talks about Arizona?
Yeah.
You know, I think the likelihood is probably pretty high, but I've been proven wrong before. You never know where the president is going to go, but if he's got a grievance, it's a pretty good chance you're going to hear it.
And obviously, aren't in Michigan, and the decision does stand by that call and when they made it.
And you can see when you look at the calculus now why they were so instantly concerned about Arizona, because they probably had some concerns about Georgia at that same time, and they need to balance that out in order to get to 270. And you can see the camera on the door. This is in the East Room as the president is expected to come out any moment now. I mean, unlike what we saw in 2000, you've got several states that are up in the air tonight and nowhere near any kind of conclusion as we head to the 2:03 time tonight, Brett.
John, this is in the East Room. They had to set up there.
Yeah, there's about 400 people who were there.
Looks like this election is not going to be decided
expanded pool, but
tonight or tomorrow morning.
In the North Lawn.
Also, I would be interested to see how many people voted.
Broadcasting it from inside that room,
Yeah.
which is why I stayed out.
Each side is going to
stay
suspect
with
the
you.
other, no matter what the
But
explain why they're there, because there was a battle about whether it was going to be at the Trump Hotel.
All right. Initially, it was thought that the plan was to have a group of people, this group of people at the Trump International Hotel. But Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. has been putting a lot of pressure on the Trump Hotel to not hold an event that more than 50 people are gathered at, because Washington, D.C. is still in phase 2 coronavirus reopening, which means that crowds have to be limited to 50. In terms of size.
It's not the coronavirus. They just don't want to make Biden look too bad because he can't get 50 people.
It's not administered by, or at least doesn't fall into the jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. So the president was able to have more people. They thought about having it somewhere else, but the president has done a number of campaign events at the White House. There's also a campaign war room that was established at the Eisenhower Executive Office building, which is the big building that's just across West Executive Drive from the White House. No taxpayer money, we're told, was spent on putting the campaign in that war room. The campaign took care of all of it. But here you have, it's the situation here in 2020 where we have to live by, to the best of our ability, these COVID restrictions. Although a lot of people would say that the president flaunted, if not violated, those rules with the airport gatherings he had across the country with campaign rallies.
They're trying to
But the
waste
decision
time right
was
now
made
until
to
the
bring it here
president
to the
comes in. You
White
can see that
House,
they're
so
just
as not to run afoul, at least the Trump International
delaying.
Hotel, the COVID restrictions imposed by Washington, D.C.
Doing a good
John,
job.
Joe Biden came out at 12:31 this evening. A little over an hour.
There's a
and
lot
half ago
of differences
now,
between the
and
different
the
news
president was gonna
services
come out
and their
about 5
reporting
minutes
on the
ago.
results.
I mean, you have to wonder if there's ongoing discussion or what took them this long to do this at 2:05 in the morning in terms of how they're going to present their case here.
Yeah, well, I think the president might have been waiting to see if Georgia was going to be declared. And when it became clear that that wasn't going to happen because of the suspension of counting there in Fulton County.
The fact that
or
they're
at least
suspending
reduction in
counting
counting
in
Fulton County,
Georgia and Pennsylvania,
that,
these
they
swing
probably
states,
got an argument
is
together.
very
I think you're probably
disappointing.
going
I
to see the
think that
president lay down something of a
that is
gauntlet
ripe for
in terms of potential
for all
for, as he has
sorts
been
of.
saying on the campaign trail.
What's
For
their
weeks, if
justification
not
for
months now,
suspending
that the
counting?
only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen.
What are they-
And they've sort of laid the groundwork here
justification?
for
They just-
myriad legal challenges to the
I don't know, but there are massive amounts of attorneys on both
across the
sides.
nation. There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president looked like he had a sizable lead, in
I'm
places
finding
like
that,
Pennsylvania
that
and
Trump
North
is
Carolina,
ahead
that there
by
wouldn't be any
3%
reason
in
for a
Georgia.
legal challenge, but as that vote
He's ahead by
begins to tighten, we
1%,
expect that it will tighten
if that,
Pennsylvania
in
as well,
North
as
Carolina.
more results come in from the heavily
Well, that's a good
Democratic
idea. Let's
areas
take some
around
questions from the
Philadelphia and
audience.
Pittsburgh.
It seems like Pennsylvania, Trump is way ahead. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Joe Biden that comes in, and every percentage point by which,
There are those that are saying that they're
difference,
tuning in,
begins
like
to
Laura
tighten. So I
from
think the
Facebook.
president may
That's
begin
why
to
she's
lay the
watching
case
our news
there
channel
that,
instead of one of the other
that he
ones.
has to go into court
She
and start to
trusts
challenge these
Israel,
votes for
and she
fear,
understands
as
that
the president will
that
likely
we
say, that the
are
election could be
an
stolen from
ally,
the
and that we are
All right, John,
interested in what's
stand
going
by.
on here. So.
Chris Wallace, what do you think
Thank you.
the president is going to do? He obviously listened to the former vice president.
Yeah, I think that both of them are setting the table for the possibility.
So it seems like no one really knows
and
anything at this point, and a lot of the election is going to depend on the
somewhat reminiscent
final count in Pennsylvania and possibly Georgia, which could drag on
going
up to a week, as far as we know. And what's going to happen in this week is a big question. I mean, you have rioters gearing up to do exactly what they did for the past few months after the George Floyd incident. But this isn't just about some guy who was killed by the police. This is about the very leadership of the country. So I expect to see a lot more backing behind these riots of, you know, even people who don't necessarily take to the streets, but hate Trump, and they'll support the other guy. I mean, I think that the real issue here, I think it matters less who wins the election. What's going to happen in the next week or coming days? Don't be surprised if we see an all-out civil war in the streets. And by the time the election is announced, it might not even matter, because half of America will distrust the other half of America. Because
this is like a worst case scenario if it's dropped, and the worst case scenario would be if it went up into the courts, and our new Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett, would be the deciding factor. I can imagine that being like the worst case scenario that I can imagine as far as a potential eruption of violence in the streets.
Especially since this is turning out a lot closer than most of the polls predicted. Most of the polls predicted that Trump pretty much did not have a chance, especially when it came to the popular vote. And I think when we get finished with the key states, the swing states, we're going to see that this is a lot closer. I'm showing I'm showing so far as the popular vote, Biden has 64,600,000 and Trump has 63,200,000. That's pretty close. So I can definitely see people getting hot and bothered and screaming fraud, screaming all kinds of things. This will be a problem.
Yeah, and they're already gearing up for riots now tonight, and just like they had a lot of financial and logistical backing during the George Floyd riots, they're also going to have a lot of that during these riots, where they're just, why are they even rioting? Maybe Biden will win. I mean, you really have to ask yourself, why are they rioting in the first place? What if Biden wins? Then what's the reason for rioting? But they're just already gearing up for riots. And
they're not just Democrats, they're anarchists, and their goal is to bring down the system.
Okay, but why
either from within or from inside or outside. So even if Biden gets in, right, they're going to be working behind the scenes within the Biden administration to try to bring down the government. And if he doesn't get in, they're going to work from outside the government in order to try to bring it down. But either way, I think that they have one goal.
So I disagree. I think these people are Bernie supporters, and Bernie endorsed Biden, and they want to see Trump out of office. And if you look at all of their protests and riots, what do they shout? No Trump, no KKK, no racist USA or whatever, right? They don't want Trump. Why are they rioting now? Why are you rioting on election day? What if Biden wins? Wait at least till Trump wins and then riot. But it just goes to show that they're setting the stage for a civil war. And I don't think it's an anti-Biden riot. I think it's just either they believe that Trump will win and they want the riots to already be in full gear when the elections are announced, so that they have the momentum to kind of discredit the results, or they are simply trying to start a civil war, no matter, even if Biden wins, just to kind of consolidate the power that, or the other option is that Biden will swoop in and be the savior who will be able to stop the riots when Trump couldn't, and it will make Biden look more powerful, and it'll gain him a lot of credibility, even though he doesn't know what day it is today.
Well, I think I kind of agree with Josh, just because I remember when I was doing a research on who the Proud Boys were, who the Boogaloo Boys were, the mainstream media tried to present them as white supremacists, which was absolutely not true. Neither of these groups were white supremacists. Antifa is not anti-fascist, and they're not right-wing or left-wing. They are anarchists, like Rabbi Batman said. Some people just want to watch the world burn, and I think actually that's what we're seeing here now is people who want things to work and people who don't want things to work. So the people who will be coming down hardest, they're already lighting their torches, even though we don't know who won. It doesn't matter to them who won. They just want to watch the world burn.
I think it does. I think it definitely does matter to them who won. I think they want Biden to win. They want Harris to be in office. They want a Muslim at every level, like Biden promises. Because you didn't see these riots when Obama won. Why not? Because he was one of them. And so
BLM started under Obama.
They started
Laura on Facebook says exactly that.
They didn't start during the elections. They didn't start before the elections. They started when a man was killed in Missouri. So it's not. So I don't think that this is something. I don't think that they're just straight anarchists who. I mean, they anarchists who want to bring down the government. They're socialists who want to rein in basically a communist regime into America, and Biden will certainly pave the path for that. And you have Biden in the White House and their followers on the ground, and that combination is textbook of how just about every socialist uprising took place throughout history.
We're still buying time for the president. I'm looking forward to introducing him when he comes out on stage and hearing what he has to say. Clearly, as we've already discussed, this is going to be drawn out final results, and we all can agree that as time draws out, this is going to create more and more tension on the streets of the United States. They have built a unclimbable barrier, what they say, an unscalable barrier around the White House, preparing for violence. There are about 150 Antifa anarchists that are around the White House at this point, and they have the National Guard on hold, on call for any potential eruption of violence. And we can pray here from Jerusalem that we will not see any violence, because it clearly is not good for anyone for that to happen.
I think actually there's a misconception. Trump and all of his followers have been portrayed as violent, as racist. There was recently an incident where there was a Biden convoy in Texas, and there was a accident between two vehicles. And the Biden supporters said, "Oh, look, the Trump truck rammed the Biden truck." And actually, the police concluded that the opposite was true, that the vehicle to blame was in the Biden convoy. He's a racist. He says harsh racist things. He has racist policies. And Kamala Harris, as an AG, as an attorney general, she was not nice. I have a feeling that if they get into office and there's any violence, any BLM protests, not even riots, she has no compunction about bringing the hammer down hard. I can see them being very, very hard line when it comes to riots, to any kind of activity like that. She's a rough lady. She's not nice. I can see that happen.
Is that she vowed to restore aid and ties to the Palestinian Authority, which is an interesting thing to say right before the elections. Meaning, it seems pretty clear that the radical Democrats and radical Muslims will be voting for Biden. What you want to do right before the election is kind of rein in the mainstream Democrats who are still a little bit normal, and they still might not necessarily think that Israel needs to be destroyed. And literally 2 days before the election, she's talking about, renewing ties and continuing funding, even though the U.S. economy can't really afford to fund any more foreign entities. She's talking about funding and renewing ties with the Palestinian Authority. Now, what's the message? The message here is that she is appealing to, or she herself is, the most radical fringe elements of the left, meaning the Islamists and the Bernie supporters and the Antifa. Why even mention the Palestinian Authority? Why even mention taking taxpayer money, who so desperately need it during the Corona crisis 2 days before the election, and saying you're going to divert it to a bunch of terrorists in Ramallah? It's completely illogical, and it shows. And everyone's saying, how long can Biden really last in office? The guy doesn't even know where he is half the time. He's probably has a couple months, and then they'll either, for some reason, Kamala Harris will take his place, and she's diabolical. She has absolutely no mercy. She'll lock up marijuana smokers for life sentences without even batting an eyelash. And now she's pandering to the PLO, to the enemies of Israel, who are basically powerless. Even the United Arab Emirates doesn't want ties or to fund the Palestinian Authority like Kamala Harris does. She didn't need to do that, but she did. So what's the message? The message here is that if the Biden-Harris duo make their way into the White House, not only is America in big trouble, but so is Israel.
Yeah. Also, it's funny. Every time, and this is, I think, mostly the media is to blame. They suppressed the whole Abraham Accords, and one of the major takeaways that people should have learned from the Abraham Accords was, when it comes to foreign policy towards Israel, towards the Middle East, the key, which has been the two-state solution, the Palestinian state for several decades, it was shown that in very quick time, that's not the key. That the real key is common interests, people who want to live together, do business together. There's amazing things that are coming out of that deal. I was teaching my son about this, and I actually looked at the map. The Strait of Hormuz is tiny, and it means that Iran rules over most of the oil that's produced in the Gulf, all of the oil that's produced in the Gulf states. So there's talk of an oil pipeline directly from the Gulf states through Saudi Arabia to Israel. There's already a pipeline that goes from Eilat to Haifa, which was made to transport Iranian oil. And that's the key to peace, not the Palestinians. And they're working off of old software, and they're being allowed to do so. They're being allowed to continue with this two-state solution, which is old software, and it didn't work, and it won't work.
The president's family has just come out, so we expect the president to be out momentarily. Everyone's waiting for him to come out of the East Room.
Can we turn on the volume for that?
As soon as he comes out, sure.
Okay. Sorry, Eliyahu. I kind of cut you off, and I thought he was talking. But,
No.
I didn't
Okay,
mean to.
here he is, the President of the United States.
I have a lot of respect for Melania. I think she's awesome.
He looks confident.
Well, thank you very much.
He always looks confident.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you.
Compare that to Biden. This guy's, he's got
I want
it.
to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this.
and we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up.
Yeah, that was what confused me, was when they said Georgia wasn't clear.
Or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
He's calling Georgia.
Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina.
He's calling North Carolina.
Where we're up 1.4%.
What's he going to say about Pennsylvania?
77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left.
He's going to criticize delaying the count.
We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody said,
wow, bringing it back into
play.
play.
No, Arizona
was a
is
victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So
Really?
we want that obviously to stay in play.
I'm showing Biden ahead
Most importantly,
52-46
we're winning Pennsylvania
in
by
Arizona.
a tremendous amount of votes.
He's just calling every swing state. Except Minnesota. What's going on over there? So people are applauding as if the election has already been decided.
Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like,
Yeah, Pennsylvania is not close. I'm
look,
showing Trump up 56% to 43%.
64% of the vote in. It's going to be almost.
What are the chances he
impossible to
declares
catch. And
victory
we're coming
tonight?
into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Oh, we called it. There you go. You heard it here first.
Yep.
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
For anyone who's joining us right now, Donald Trump was, I don't know, he was about to declare victory, and he said that there's been a fraud and that the Democrats are contesting the results.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House.
Here's a bet.
And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
This is
President Trump,
this is deeply concerning. Basically, what we're looking at is there's not good. Not only are there not going to be results, but it seems that at least the Democratic Party has contested the counts up until now, even in states where it looks like Donald Trump was clearly leading.
Okay, Eliyahu, let's introduce our current panelists who have just joined us. Why don't you introduce Maayan, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, Maayan Hoffman is are you managing editor? What from the Jerusalem Post?
News editor.
News editor. She used to be the editor when we were breaking Israel news. She is probably the most authoritative person I know when it comes to news. And despite that, I have to throw in that Maayan has a deep love of Israel. So when she writes the news, it comes from an Israel perspective, from a perspective of someone who loves the Holy Land.
Okay, and we also have with us the head of the Binyamin Council, Uri Steinberg. How are you, Uri?
No, you're mixing me with Israel Gantz.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm Uri Steinberg, but I'm not the head of the Binyamin Council.
Sorry, Israel Gantz, head of the Binyamin Council. How are you, Israel? And
Thank
Uri,
you.
since I got it wrong, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm a former Israel Tourism Commissioner for North America, and currently working with the evangelical community in the United States, helping them to be more active in Israel.
All right, so let's start off with Maayan real quick, because I'd like to hear kind of your insight. You're at the J Post. You obviously have a very busy newsroom going on. What's your sentiment? What's your feeling on the ground? Is there something that the rest of America, or maybe us on our broadcast, might not be noticing?
I mean, are you asking in terms of the election results, if there's something that people aren't seeing?
But or whatever. Having to do with the election.
I'm interested also because up until now, people have been listening to the polls, and clearly the polls have been wrong. People are missing the story, I think. And if you could tell us what you see as the story and how it'll play out, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't think we actually know how it's going to play out. I think that we also know, and we knew going into the election, that the polls are going to be wrong. In 2016, the polls were wrong. In the last 3 Israeli elections, the polls have been wrong. And there's no expectation that the polls would be correct in this election. One of the reasons that happens, people have been predicting that potentially the polls would be more accurate in the United States this time, largely because in the first election for Donald Trump in 2016, people, were sort of not sure about him. They hadn't seen him as president. He hadn't had an impact yet. He hadn't done all the things he did in the United States, and therefore, people were a little hesitant just because of some of the way that he spoke, and some of the commentary at the time. And so there were a lot of closet Trump supporters, and they were thinking that the polls would be more accurate because now either people were pro-Trump or anti-Trump. But it doesn't necessarily seem to be playing out on the ground, as we're seeing as the real results are coming in, that maybe the polls are still off, as would have been expected. I think anyway, should have been expected. I don't think that we have an answer yet, Eliyahu. I mean, the reality is that it's still too preliminary. We probably, as Trump just alluded, are going to end up in court. And I don't think we're going to know who's president of the United States for several days, if not longer.
If I may, not only were the polls wrong, but I've never seen an election or any kind of news cycle where the media played such a biased role. It's as a journalist, I'm not as experienced as you. It's horrifying. Did you experience the same thing? And what do you think about that?
It's actually funny. It's as if you read my analysis today, because my analysis today is actually specifically centered around fake news and some of the technologies that were being used to skew the election, and actually how much that is going to impact them. I'll pull it up real quick, because I'll tell you this. The first line, which I think sort of encapsulates, unfortunately. So I called it fake news hijack 2020 presidential election. And the first line is, fake news and disinformation are the winners of this election, no matter who declares victory when all the results are in. And I think, unfortunately, that's really the truth, that what we have seen over really the last decade, and it's becoming increasingly problematic, is that media, whether you're talking, MSNBC on the one side or Fox News on the other side, whether we're talking about Sean Hannity, which is actually an opinion, show, but many people see that, let's say, as news, or we're talking about what's going on the social networks. We're seeing a tremendous amount of mis and disinformation being shared. And, in 2016, when that became, when it was caught that the Russians were using avatars and bots in order to skew the election and cause chaos in the election, social networks this time, too late, came in and said, we're going to try to get a handle on this. But you see, even today, Trump tweeted, and already this morning, Twitter labeled Trump's tweets Now, I mean, that in the last decade happened, right? And how are they making the decisions about which tweets they're gonna label as potentially misinformation and which they aren't? What stories are conspiracies and which are not? Is, you know, QAnon okay? We can all agree on, but there's many things that that are going on behind the scenes out.
When Twitter censored the New York Post and shut down their account, I was astounded, stunned, and horrified, and really scared, to be honest.
Okay, I'd like to get Israel in on the conversation. Israel, you're in the Binyamin region. You obviously have your territory to worry about. Why is it important for the people of Binyamin, which is part of Judea, for those of you who don't know, it's kind of the northern section of Judea, north of Jerusalem. Why is it important for Binyamin that Trump wins the election?
Okay, so I believe that this election is very, very important, not only for the United States residents, but here in Judah and Samaria, there is a huge influence for this election. We all know that Trump was involved in a very important moving the embassy to Jerusalem after decades in Tel Aviv, declaring the legality of the communities in Judah and Samaria, and recognizing the Golan Heights. And we are here in the Holy Land, and we believe in a God movement, and we believe that we should stay here, and we should flower here, and we need the help of the support of the United States president. And if we want to apply sovereignty about all Judah and Samaria and to expand the communities, we need the support. And as we know, Trump believes, like us, in a God movement rights in this area, in the Holy Land. And of course, we want him to take the election. And first of all, we should thank him. We should thank him about what he did for us. And after that, we pray, and we prayed that he will take the election. And we believe that after the election, after he will take the election, he will help us here in Judah and Samaria to deep our roots in the ground here.
Okay, interesting. Let's move it right along to Uri Steinberg. Uri, obviously Pence is evangelical. Trump has forged ties with the evangelical community. How important do you think it is? How important do you think the evangelical vote is in this election? Is it decisive, or is it good but not? It won't necessarily make or break the election.
Yeah, thanks. Well, obviously, it seems by the sheer number of votes, the people really stood up and went and voted, whether from the right or from the left, from the center. There's no doubt about that. I presume that we're going to see a decreasing percentage of even Christians who are voting for Trump, and one has to be on alert, and one has to be aware of the trends within the evangelical community that are not skewing towards a pro-Israel agenda. When you're a 25, 30, 35 millennial Christian, Israel is lower on your list, and that's a fact. Now, the question is, what do we do about that? Is a different question. The result of it is that an average baby boomer evangelical would be a much more pro-Trumper than his son. And you're talking about a community that is becoming much more diverse, more ethnic, and this thing will play a role in the years to come. You're not talking about a country that is becoming more right-leaning country. You're talking about a country that is becoming younger and more ethnic and more diverse, thus potentially becoming more progressive and liberal. And as people who are worried about the support of evangelical Christians in this country, I think we have to be aware of that this is not something that is in Israel's pocket, so to say, for the remainder of our lives. It's not something genetic. This is something that we have to work hard on and pray hard on if we want the next generation of evangelical Christians to believe in the same values that their parents believed in, which one of them obviously is Israel. I would add something to what Maayan mentioned earlier, which I do believe that we are far away from understanding where this thing is going. And I think we also have to take under consideration the pros and cons of a democratic administration. And I want to remind everyone two things. First of all, there's no doubt about Vice President Biden's and Senator Harris' bond to the state of Israel. What we all have to be very worried about, what we all have to be very worried about is the future of the Democratic Party, because 4 years from now, or 8 years from now, if you're going to have Biden and Harris, they're going to make sure that the Democratic ship stays in the center or center-leaning left. If this is not the case, 4 years from now, 8 years from now, we're going to have to face an AOC, an anti-Israel, an Israel-hating Democratic Party. So there are some interesting and important pros in making sure that we have people who are going to stabilize this pro-Israel, democratic, center-leaning agenda. Again, we do not know where this thing is going right now, but I think it's important to highlight this point.
I think that's, if I can, I think that's a hugely important message that you just gave over. It's almost as if as Israel, we've gotten a free ride for several years on this wave of evangelical support that's unquestioning, that's enthusiastic. And what you're saying is, according to the demographics within the evangelical community, we have to start working it if we want to deserve it, if we want to keep it.
Oh, for sure. We're talking about, there was this movie about evangelical Christians last week, which was absurd as far as I'm concerned, because it highlighted a certain portion of the evangelical community, a Christian Zionist portion, that is decreasing in size and influence. And yet we believe, from odd reason, that evangelical Christians equals Pastor John Hagee. No, that's not the case. And if we are not going to start sweating and working hard to make sure that their kids prioritize Israel and get them to come here and get them to experience Israel and make sure that Israel is continuing to be relevant for them, then 15, 20 years from now, we're going to ask ourselves, where are they all? Why are they all not supporting us anymore?
That seems to be actually, I'm sorry, that seems to be actually what happened between Israel and the Democratic Party and American Jews, where we took them for granted and we lost them.
Correct.
But that's not, I actually want to say something on that, or it's not 100% accurate, because while the polls are showing, and the surveys show that younger evangelical Christians are much less pro-Israel than their parents, and that is definitely true according to the surveys, you also find that, as Eliyahu just mentioned, the Jewish community. But then when you look at trends over, Gallup polls or Pew Research reports, and you look at those younger Jews, for example, who were not pro-Israel when they were in their 20s, you find that they are in their 40s and 50s, and that we generally see that people actually don't fall so far from the poll, and that even though we are always very concerned about the younger generation who is more progressive, who is on the college campuses and learning, whatever they're learning over there, and maybe disconnecting from Israel, it generally comes from the household. And so a lot of times, and again, we just actually very recently looked at this with regards to the Jewish community, where there is such a fear that we will have young Jews disconnect from the state of Israel. But we see, again, these surveys are taken over decades, and we see that those young Jews who were originally, we thought, oh my God, they're never going to connect to the state, are actually very pro-Israel today. So that's not necessarily the case. And the other that I would also say is that in surveys, and even from my work at Israel 365, we also know that the majority of evangelical Christians are actually pro-Israel. They're not necessarily actively visiting here, sending funds, and those kind of things. There's different levels of pro-Israel. There's different levels of pro-anything that you support. You can believe in something and not necessarily take tangible steps towards it. At the same time, the majority, when they're polled in America by Pew Research, close to 80% of evangelical Christians say that they are pro the state of Israel.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Maayan, I want to kind of ask you, during the election, at least at Israel 365, there was a lot of fear of, you know, do we report this or is Twitter going to censor us? Oh no, like what we were kind of walking this tightrope of, well, this is a story and we want to break the story, but we also don't want to get censored by social media. Did you experience any of that at all at JPost? I know JPost is, you know, probably a little more mainstream than Israel 365, but I was wondering if you, as a major media outlet, had to face those types of challenges leading up to the elections.
You know, with regards to the U.S. election, we didn't really see any of that. None of our posts were censored or any of our articles or anything to that effect. Of course, you know, we tend to be, I would say, very try to be very accurate in what we're reporting and very straight in what.
Right, but even articles that are accurate, like what came out of the New York Post about Hunter Biden, completely accurate, and gets banned by Twitter.
So
I remember a few of your articles that did get mislabeled as
talking specifically about the election, like the lead up to the election, to today's election.
Right. So I was saying leading up to the election. No, and look, with the New York Post article, it was actually unverified. Now, whether or not that makes it true or not true, that's hard to, you know, answer because again, it's unverified. Unverified reports are exactly that; they're unverified. But,
right. But are you going to tell me that CNN, all of CNN's reports about the Mueller investigation are verified, or the 75% of CNN?
I'm not going to argue for or against any news outlets. What I'm saying is what is happening, I think, and this is where your question is very relevant, is that there's a lot of there's a Pandora's box that's been opened by what's happening on the social media channels. It's scary. It's scary not because we don't want social media to take a little bit more of an active role. I mean, when Facebook, for example, makes a decision to not allow Holocaust denial posts, we're happy with that, right? We want them to try to stop those posts from showing up and to be a little bit more responsible for the content that is being shared on their networks. At the same time, it opens up a very, very slippery slope of Pandora's box where stories that should be able to be shared that are accurate are going to be also removed from social networks. I mean, even from when they rolled out, and I'm using the Holocaust because let's take us out of the election for a minute, but it's obviously directly tied because it was part of the same decision-making process. When they rolled that out, several posts that were not Holocaust denial actually got taken off the social networks at the same time. There are many reports about that. Why did that happen? Because they're using artificial intelligence. They're basing it on whatever's in the teaser, right? And they're not going into your article to read it. I can tell you that where we have been flagged, the Jerusalem Post, is a couple of coronavirus articles where we put up studies by the CDC and they're completely accurate. And they've said, wait a minute, you know, we don't want to talk about masks right now, right? Because there was a lot of controversy around masks. And we've had to argue, you know, we've always been able to get unblocked because, of course, they are accurate articles. But there have been challenges. And that stems, again, from the artificial intelligence and the quote unquote independent fact checkers who are also subjective, which is why it's very dangerous. Because if you've got some, you know, kid sitting in LA or some, you know, anybody, whatever, who has their own subjective opinion, making a decision about what is accurate or inaccurate, it's very dangerous. And so we want, again, it's somewhat of a catch-22. It's a problem because we didn't like it before. We don't like it that all Holocaust denial and everything else can be all over these social networks and people can, you know, spread around conspiracy theories and fake news. And we also don't want accurate news to be removed from the social networks. So I think that they're going to have a lot of work to do. Facebook, Twitter, all of these major networks over the next, you know, several years. This is going to be the biggest question that we're going to be grappling with in terms of legislation, in terms of technology, in order to make decisions. You know, and look, Donald Trump did something that Netanyahu did in this election, which actually is quite fascinating. They couldn't use the social networks anymore for exactly these reasons, right? So what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump has an app that he uses that brings in user information. He's able to reach out. He created his own internal social network with hundreds of thousands of people or more, right? And communicated directly to them so that he could get around the social networks so they wouldn't block his posts. So, you know, is this the next step? And we're still catching up about what's going to happen on the social networks, and the candidates are already somewhere else in their own world. So I think, you know, it's a real challenge. I'm sure we'll have another Israeli election coming up in the not too distant future, and we're going to face all of these same questions here as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to kind of get Israel back in the conversation for a second. Israel, what would you say is the biggest is the biggest problem? What do you say is the biggest problem with the potential Biden win as opposed to a Trump win? I mean, I know you've been Yamin under Obama and under Trump. Can you kind of talk about the difference between the two presidencies as someone who leads an entire region in Judea and Samaria?
So we know Trump, and we know Biden from the past. His last jobs here, and we know and we believe that here it will be okay because, as I said before, it's a God movement. But here in Israel, we know a good times and we know a difficult times. Let's talk about Iran. Iran can endanger all the area in Israel, and the United States. It's a very important player in this play. What would be about Iran? It can endanger Israel. About the Israel defense, and not only about Judea and Samaria, but more than about Judea and Samaria, the Palestine. I stay here in Psagot, and the army works every day in Ramallah and to find terrorists. Would they have the freedom to do all what they think it's good for our nation, for our people? We still don't know. So we prefer what we know is good for us, and we can't predict, and we don't know what would be with if Trump will not take the election, if Biden take, and it could be difficult times. I hope that we will be here and it will be okay, it will be good, but we can't predict, and of course we prefer what we know it's good for us.
Okay. If I can ask a quick question related to that, Uri was talking about how for Israel's benefit, we really need to attract both. We need to be bipartisan. We need to be attracting the Democrats and the Republicans. We need to attract the evangelicals. The evangelicals, when I speak to them about Judea and Samaria, they embarrass me because they're like, hey, it's the biblical heartland. You got to go for it. And the Democrats are very much not so. And we've actually seen a big shift in that. One of the things Donald Trump proved was that a peace in the Middle East is not dependent on a two-state solution. As a matter of fact, that might stand in the way of it. So my question is also, the Israeli government is in flux right now, and that's a huge issue internally. My question is, how do you see this election, Biden or Trump, affecting internal Israeli politics?
What do you ask me?
Yeah, sure. Do you see that if for example there's a Trump victory, will that like boost up Netanyahu and lead him to an overwhelming victory, or the opposite?
Here in Israel, the politician it's very complicated and it's very difficult to predict. But we can say, I think for sure we can say that if Trump will take the election, of course it will help Benjamin Netanyahu, because they all know that they support each other, they are friends. What would be if Biden will take the election? I can't say if the left side of the map will be stronger because they will have the support, or some people say the opposite, because if we have Biden, so we need a strong right here in Israel to stop bad movement. So I think so.
That's interesting.
You can hear voices from here and other. I don't think that someone can say surely what could be, but we can say if Trump will take the election, it will help Benjamin Netanyahu for sure.
Okay,
that's interesting.
All right, guys. Uri, do you want to get the last word before we go?
Sure, my pleasure. First of all, to relate to what Maayan said, I recommend everyone to watch the movie The Social Dilemma, that shows you why, speaking about Twitter, speaking about censorship, speaking about who decides what, we're in a very divisive, we're in a very polarized society, both in Israel and both in the United States. And social media giants' business model is to, more polarization, more divisiveness creates more profit. And our attention manipulating our attention is part of the game. And when they do so, they make more money. So, like until, like a dead whale is worth more than a whale alive. And we all have to be very aware of that we are being manipulated, and we have to be very much aware to read, new journalists, and make sure that we understand that, because polarization in the United States and in Israel is a huge risk. We cannot hate each other, not here in Israel, and Democrats and Republicans cannot survive if they're going to continue to hate each other. So maybe this is a bit philosophical, but I do hope that regardless of who wins, there's a new, more humane, forgiving, accepting path that maybe will trickle down to our side of the pond, and we can all prosper.
Amen.
Well, inspirational words. Thank you very much, Uri Gantz, former Israeli Evangelical Commissioner to the U.S.
Uri Steinberg,
Uri Steinberg. All this fake news is making my mind spin.
It's been a crazy morning.
Uri Steinberg, Israel Gantz, head of the Binyamin Regional Council, and of course, our very good friend Maayan Hoffman, editor of the J-Post, who we hope to surpass in page views. But anyways, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciated your valuable insight. And
our pleasure.
May the best candidate win, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Take
you
care,
so
guys.
much, y'all. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Shalom. All right. Wow, Eliyahu, that's quite a lineup. And look who's here. It is the head of Israel.
I can't figure out my green screen. Josh, help.
Oh, Rav Yehuda. Oh, my goodness. It was worth waking up this morning. I'm very happy. If I can introduce it, if I can introduce Rav Yehuda Glick for anyone who doesn't know him. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just say that we have been doing unprecedented wall-to-wall coverage of this important, historic, and exciting election. As of now, the votes are coming in, and it's 49% Joe Biden, 48.5% Donald Trump. This is incredible. And obviously, we're thrilled to have with us Rabbi Yehuda Glick. We're not only here to present the news and fair and balanced, but we're looking to present the biblical perspective. Rav Yehuda, we've never had an election like this. It's never been as close as this before. And before you get to the biblical perspective, I just wanted to thank our Israel 365 news team, Adam Eliyahu Berkowitz, who's on with me right now, Josh Wander, who's on in the background right now, making sure that everything goes smoothly, David Sidman, there he is. Thank you, Josh, with your tefillin on, your phylacteries, praying up a storm. That's what we all need to be doing. And to David Sidman, the editor, as well. You all are doing a great job. We didn't offer this in 2016, and it's an important perspective. I know a lot of people are watching us right now on Facebook. A lot of people are watching us on YouTube. I want to thank all of you who are joining in, and it's really a great time to call on our guest, former Knesset member and current head of the Shalom Jerusalem Foundation, our good friend, Rabbi Yehuda Glick.
He needs to unmute himself. Yehuda, you need to unmute yourself.
Unmute, Rabbi Yehuda, unmute. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Loud and clear, loud and clear. Shalom,
Okay,
good morning,
shalom
Rabbi Yehuda.
and good morning to my shalom and good morning. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Shalom and good morning to my dear friend Rabbi Tuli and Adam Eliyahu Berkowitz and Josh Wander. I think at these very special moments before we talk about anything, the most important thing is to raise our eyes to Hashem. I would even say not only call out to Hashem, but blow the shofar to Hashem.
Tell me, Rav Yehuda, did we used to blow shofar when a new king was announced?
We blew shofar when new kings were announced, but also when we were in times that we need to call out to Hashem. The strongest call out to Hashem is the blowing the shofar, as the prophet Joel teaches us. Blow the shofar on Zion. I think Josh Wander is closer right now to the Temple Mount, which is Zion. He probably can blow the shofar even better than I can. But to call out to Hashem in these very delicate moments, the Pearl Harbor of the Poles, who were told us that Biden was going to take it walking on crutches. It seems like Biden is sweating right now, and we're all sweating. We're all eating our fingernails, and it's the time to call out to Hashem, because I understand that Adam Eliyahu Berkowitz didn't go to sleep, but the people counting the ballots went to sleep.
Oh my!
And as Eliyahu Hanavi said, when the people, he said maybe God went to sleep, wake him up, and he was joking with the prophets of the Baal, but he actually said, call out to the real one and only God. We are in His hands, and I will not take the chance. I will not take the dare to predict, because I can predict anything except for the future. But I can say tell you that things are definitely still open. We still have countries states that their name end with the word Yah, Georgia and Pennsylvania, and so we can definitely still call out to Hashem and expect Him to open the gates of heaven for our prayers. One thing we can definitely say is that we will always remember that the United States of America is Israel's best ally, and I see that 50.1% in North Carolina is what it says I see right now.
You see that Trump has announced that we will be going to the Supreme Court. This is obviously very contentious.
I know a few people who yell about that.
Trump will say that after he took over the Supreme Court, I understand. But we're going to the real Supreme, the Supreme Court, the Court of Hashem. And we're begging Hashem to allow us to continue the wonderful things that have happened here in the Middle East in the past few months. The peace between Israel and the new countries, the new horizon that we're seeing developing, and make sure that what has happened, the recognition of Jerusalem, is irreversible. By the way, I don't know if you're aware, I'm sure you announced it. Malawi yesterday announced moving their embassy to Jerusalem, and more countries are on the way. More countries are on the way to make peace with Israel, and we hope that the attitude in the White House that we saw in the past few years will continue, because as my dear friend Josh Reinstein said, we had 5 years ago a wish list of 10 things which we hoped that one of them would be done, and so far 9 of them have been done. So we're waiting for the sovereignty in Judea and Samaria, but the Golan and UNRWA and Jerusalem and fighting anti-Semitism in America, I think we've had a wonderful 4 years. We have to express our gratitude to Hashem, not take things for granted, and hope whatever can be irreversible, and hope things continue in the right way.
Well, Rav, you're kind of not focusing on the thing that I know that you're focused on. What is the role of the Temple Mount, of Har Habayit, of Beit HaMikdash in what we're going through right now in this election?
I said we blow the shofar to Zion. Zion is the Temple Mount, as you all know, quoted in Psalm 2 or in Joel 4 or in Amos. The Temple Mount is Zion. And yes, we should. Our prayers should be facing to Zion. But I can say that what we've seen, the recognition of Jerusalem, and the new Muslim world recognizing Temple Mount and understanding that Temple Mount has to be a house of prayer for all nations. And we see a new Muslims. And I think that just like we were all shocked in the past few decades to see so many Christians supporting Israel, we're going to see more and more Muslims supporting Israel, because the children of Abraham are going back to God. And the very fact that, I don't know who was the copywriter, but the fact that the piece in this area is called the Abraham Accord, that in itself, can you imagine a guy who passed away 4,000 years ago has an impact on current events? Abraham, who was chosen by God to be the father of all nations, the source of blessing to all the families of the earth. He's having an impact today. And
I love watching when I saw the delegation from the United Arab Emirates go up to the Temple Mount to daven, and they unfortunately got problems from their Palestinian brethren, but they want to go to the Temple Mount. They want to go to Zion.
But they proved that what we were being claimed for the past decade, when I've been running the battle for the Temple Mount, they keep telling me you're fighting the 1.5 billion Muslims in the world. It's not true.
No,
we're fighting a few political Muslims, noisy, radical Muslims. But the 80% of the Muslim world are moderate. 80% of the Muslim world don't want terror and want the Temple Mount to be a house of prayer open for all. And when we see that for so many years, the people of Saudi Arabia, this week I corresponded with a friend of mine in Bahrain and a friend of mine in Saudi Arabia, and they tell me that for so many years they had to lock up their thoughts in their heart. They weren't allowed to speak freely what they really felt. And now you see it bursting out. And this is finally, for the first time, Israel signing peace with the Arabs. All the other agreements in the past were all agreements of non-war. Now we're signing peace with the people, because peace is not a political event. Peace is a faith event. It's God's name. Shalom is much greater than any kind of political piece of paper. And when we see the people of the Arab world, the moderate Arab world, want to make peace with Israel, even the people of Iran.
Rabbi Yehuda, I have to ask you a question. We're making peace with these countries like the UAE, and there's a monarchy. And the people there they love the king, and they're very happy. It's not a democracy where everybody has equal rights. You have the Emiratis who have a higher level of rights than the foreigners. And I was thinking that sounds like such a biblical model. And the biblical model is you have a king, or in the future we'll have a Melech HaMashiach. And it won't necessarily be a democracy where everybody will have an equal voice. You have different levels of people. You have Kohen, you have Levi, you have Israel, you have the Ger Toshav. And I know that you are running for president. You're looking to make a bigger impact on the world, and we will do anything that we can to support that effort. You know that. How do you see the model of government in Israel versus the biblical model that we are aspiring to? And of course, what do you see as your role?
First of all, thank you very much for the question. And I actually didn't think of the thought about when you spoke about the UAE, about the monarchy there, but I can say something and I think it's very important to say. Yes, Hashem warned the people in the book of Samuel that a king has the ability to take whoever he wants and to draft as slaves whoever he wants. But the king doesn't have to do that. And the description of the ideal king of David is a person who is caring for the people, who is not a person who's above all, but he's a part of all. I always refer to the king as the conductor in the orchestra. You don't see his face, and he has to make sure the violin gets just as amount of place as the drum, and he has to make sure that the cello and the piano get equal amount of place, and they're all fit in their face. So I think that, and I think that the ideal anointed king in the Bible is the one who sees his people. It's one of the things he's warned is not to allow his heart to be above the people. Not lo yarum levavo. His heart has to stay. He has to remember that he's a tool. He's an instrument in the hand of Hashem. He has to remember again and again that he has the Torah on his arm, and not only the Torah, it's the Torah of Mishneh Torah, the book of Deuteronomy, which talks about caring for every single one of the people and knowing to take for granted. Now in Israel, the president supposedly doesn't have a political point, doesn't have a political force, but it's much stronger than that. He represents the solidarity, the unity of the people. He speaks the spirit of the people, and I say how important it is that to have a president that is connected to the idea of Israel being a light to the nation, and the importance of having a president that on Israel who is not only a symbol but actually represents the spirit of the nation. In Israel, the president is somebody who represents the spirit of the nation. It means somebody who knows how to listen to the orphan and the widow, who knows how to listen to the most simple person in any status, who knows how to be aware of poverty and knows how to feel and have empathy to those who are any kind of suffering, to every single person in his kingdom. And I think, and I'm praying to Hashem, that I will be able to, on the one hand, represent, and I'm right now on a journey, even though in Israel the president is chosen by the Knesset, I'm on a journey meeting with people from all over the country. But I also want to be very much involved in strengthening the relationship between Israel and the Jewish diaspora, and also making sure Israel puts on the table its special assignment as being a light upon the nations, a source of blessing to the nations. And I think this is so important, and that's why I decided to go on this journey. And for me, the journey in itself is so important, and I'm trying to touch the hearts of all people and listen. One of the things we don't have is listening. People can have a respectful dialogue, who know how to honor each other, to respect each other, who know how to really be there to understand what's listening. Everybody now is busy talking, and people aren't busy listening, respecting, and giving respect for every single person. And therefore, I don't think a monarchy has to be doesn't have to be totalitarianism. It doesn't have to be totalitarian. It doesn't have to be.
I agree with you. I agree with you that there are other models, and we're really seeing in this election in the United States right now, according to the latest Fox News, you have I mean, it's too close to count. It's too close to count. You know, it's either candidate at this point is very close and has the road to the 270 electoral votes that are necessary. We're seeing, though, the threat in America, which we've never really seen before, of talking about civil unrest, maybe even, God forbid, a civil war in the United States. What you're seeing is the limits of democracy. And, you know, people have said that democracy is the worst form of government, but it's better than all of the other forms of government. And I think that, you know, as we believe that we are in the end of days and getting closer to the final redemption, that we're going to see that there is, in fact, even a better model of government. And that, of course, is the biblical model of government. And we know that and we're praying that you will have a big role in that. People like yourself, whose priority is not to themselves, but their priority is to Hashem. And in every waking moment of a politician.
To Rav Tuli, you know, you say in English, democracy. Democracy comes from two Greek words, demo and kratos. Demo means the people, and kratos means ruling. But in Hebrew, there's a third word that goes to that. It's demo, krat, yah. And so we have the third word in Hebrew is the yah. So I think that makes the whole difference. The people, if they're just an anarchy and just representing just a call out and a yell and we're going to be violent, you know, I spoke about a lot right after the event with George Floyd, where we saw a terrible event, but caused to bring to anarchy and a bursting out of violence. And it doesn't have to be that. We can listen and hear the call of Black Lives Matter without a need to use violence against the other way. And I think that the secret is the Hebrew Yah, the Hashem. When the whole idea is to sing one God who really is inclusive and he wants all parts of the people, then it's not just tolerance, it's inclusiveness. And that's the difference between democracy and demokratia.
Well, if there's anyone who can fix the Israeli government, it's certainly Rav Yehuda. David, are you with us?
Show no, Tuli.
Yes, David, we could hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Oh, great. He put me on, and I'm talking to you on the phone. It's not good.
All right. Well,
and it's not Zoom.
Rav Yehuda, you're welcome to stay on, and
It
I'm
was
sure
wonderful to
David.
meet you, and wonderful to see David Rubin this morning also. Shalom to all of you. Shalom to Adam. Shalom, Rav Tuli. And to shalom to all the people who are watching, and shalom to the world. Shalom.
I also, if I can, I want to point out that one of the prerequisites for being a king of Israel is having bright red hair.
1 second.
So in that respect, you're already there. For people who didn't understand, King David had red hair. So
thank you so much. Take care. Shalom.
David, are you with us? David?
Okay, I'm in.
You look great, David.
They can't see
Listen,
me, though, in the background
we can-
is disaster.
David, we can see you.
Look, I'm gonna
We
hang
can
up.
hear you.
Talk to you later.
And it's wonderful to have you with us. David Rubin is a good friend of Israel 365 because he does such important work in the land of Israel, caring for the people of Israel, most notably through the Shiloh Israel Children's Fund, where he helps rehabilitate victims of terror, child victims of terror, children really. And but at the same time, David Rubin is also an author, and I'm sure he's an author, and he's written books about Trump. It seemed like we're having some technical difficulties.
If I may, David Rubin, he wrote several books that are relevant to what's happening right now in the elections. He wrote The Islamic Tsunami, Israel and America in the Age of Obama. And he also just recently released the book, well, not so recently, Trump and the Jews. So these are, I think, enormously relevant to what's happening right now, even though he's not here. Hopefully we'll be talking to him soon. But I think actually, if I may, one of the concerns about Biden and Harris is that even though they claim to be friends of Israel, perhaps the more disturbing connections is their connections to their allegiance more to the Islamic world than to Israel. It's not a matter of excluding Israel; it's a matter of us being pushed aside. And for me, that's the more concerning point. We saw that Biden and Harris are committed to a two-state solution. Harris just said they'll appoint a special envoy to the Organization of Islamic Countries, and also the Iran deal. Recently, a group of 6 very influential rabbis came out, and their main point was that Biden and Harris are committed to reinstating the Iran deal, which is really bad for America and horrifying for Israel. I think it's an existential threat. So I think if David Rubin comes back, we'll ask him.
Eliyahu, until he comes back, here's what I want to our listeners to understand, that every word in Hebrew has significance. Every word in the Bible has significance, and Hebrew names have great significance as well. A lot of the rabbis. Your name is Eliyahu. You are the prophet Elijah.
Yep.
Josh, your Hebrew name must be Yehoshua.
God,
It's not.
yeah.
It's actually Yaakov Yosef, but I go by whatever you'd like.
Okay, so Yaakov, Yosef, Yehoshua. You have a lot of biblical names, but what about our candidates today? We have Donald Trump. We have Joseph Biden.
Right. Actually, not Joseph Biden, Joe Biden. And there's a big difference. First of all, I was shocked, and it's there in front of your face. A lot of times the truth is right there, and you just have to acknowledge it, and boom, it becomes clear. Kamala is the same letters as the word Amalek. And as we know, Amalek is the perennial enemy of Israel, and for very good reason. They are the antithesis of Israel, of justice. Amalek killed children and old people, which unfortunately Kamala Harris has come out very strongly in favor of abortion, to use her own words. A woman should be able to have an abortion whenever she wants. That's It's a horrible thing to say. Her last
Teenagers,
name,
teenagers get really wild. In
Wow. Oh yeah. Harris in Hebrew is Heres. It's destruction. Which there it is. And Joe Biden, like I said, he doesn't go by the name Yosef. Yosef was a tzaddik. Yosef was a holy man. He saved Israel and Egypt. He goes by the name of Joe, which several rabbis I've spoken to have connected that to Joe is spelled in Hebrew Gimel Yud as opposed to Yosef, which is spelled with a Yud, Gimel Yud, Gimel Vav, as opposed to Yosef, which does not begin with a Gimel. Gimel Vav is the 2/3 of Gog and Magog. So the fact that he's chosen the name Joe is kind of concerning. And his last name, Biden, is the Hebrew letters Bedin, which din in the terms of Kabbalah, it means judgment. It comes from the right side of contraction. The left side, the side of contraction, which is a very difficult side. It's where sometimes difficult things can come into our lives. So Kamala Harris, Amalek Harris, the Amalek destruction, Gog in judgment. These are very concerning things. If they were lovely, wonderful people who were not attached to these difficult aspects of society, I wouldn't be concerned. But they, Dafka, specifically their policies are concerning. Interestingly enough, and we noted this when Donald Trump first ran. Donald Trump in Hebrew numerology in Gematria is the same as Mashiach ben David, the Messiah from the house of David. And a lot of rabbis, not a few, have noted that he's not himself the Messiah, that he is going to be the one to usher the Messiah in. That's even more emphasized by his connection to Jerusalem.
Right. A lot of people have also, thank you for that, Eliyahu. You're certainly the world's leading expert when it comes to prophecy, Geula, and the news. And it's interesting that, you made the comparison to the Mashiach ben David. And right, I don't think that anybody would, even the biggest Trump supporters would say that he is the Mashiach. Nobody would say that, but he's definitely an actor on the field, on the stage of the Messianic era, just like Cyrus was. And in the Bible, so it talks about in the book of Ezra and Nehemiah talks about how Cyrus he was the Persian king who allowed Israel, the Jewish people, to go back from exile to Jerusalem. And therefore, many Christian leaders, many rabbinic leaders have been making the comparison for more than 4 years about how President Trump is a modern day Cyrus, or the Christians would say he has the anointing of Cyrus. And in fact, I believe, Josh, this morning, Pastor Mario Bramnick was speaking about that. Josh?
Yes. I mean, if you don't mind, I have a hard time with this following all what Elio just said, but I'd like to address the elephant in the room, which is what's going on, what the president just announced, and its ramifications, which are huge. He basically declared victory in front of the nation. Ben Shapiro wrote a tweet afterwards saying, "No, Trump has not already won the election, and it is deeply irresponsible for him to say he has." Additionally, as he was making that announcement, the stock futures started to drop because of the uncertainty that he has pretty much declared victory, even though things are still very much in play in the air. And this is very disconcerting because we potentially could be put in a position in which for the first time in history, that two candidates could be declaring victory, and that is unprecedented, and that could lead to what we've been discussing already for hours now: potential eruption of violence from potentially both sides, and possibly worse. So I mean, if you can, we now have another guest on, but if we can address that at some point, I think that really is the elephant in the room and something that we should discuss. Because it is something which is very disconcerting for myself, at least.
It's disconcerting from a political standpoint, and I think that it has a lot of implications from a biblical standpoint. So we will discuss that when we have the opportunity to do so. I don't want our guest to wait, and so why don't we call in our guest?
Okay, we got Josh Reinstein on, and soon we'll have our other guest on as well.
Our good friend Josh Reinstein, who is here. And thank you, Josh, for joining us. Josh, can we hear you? Make sure we can hear you.
I'm here. You hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Josh, it's great to have you here. There's probably nobody who could provide as good of an insight into the close election that we are all biting our nails as we watch unfold and unravel in front of our very eyes, as Josh Reinstein, who is the head of the Knesset Christian Allies Caucus and the author of the newly released book about President Trump, his relationship with Israel, his relationship with biblical Israel. Josh, it is great to have you on. What do you think about the unfolding and the unraveling of the American election?
Well, thank you for having me on the show, Rabbi Weiss. I think that all the votes need to be counted, but it's a pretty much sure thing that Donald Trump won this election. What we're seeing is that the difference between where Trump is and where Biden is in some of these swing states are so big that pretty much Joe Biden would have to win about 80%, 75 to 80% across the board on the remaining votes to win. And I think that at this point, I know there's a lot of rhetoric and a lot of, people fighting over it. I think they should just count the votes that they have, and they'll see that Donald Trump has won the election.
And how do you feel about the role of the media in all of this? Because I think that there's so much. We had Mayan Hoffman from the news editor of the Jerusalem Post before, and she was providing her perspective on the role of fake news and sort of manipulating people's behavior and their voting behavior. Is that something that you're concerned about?
Well, I'll tell you, it's extremely concerning, obviously, because they lied about the polls. Just take any of the states that Donald Trump won. He was expected to lose them. He won them big. I think he won Ohio by 8. He was supposed to lose it by 4. That's 12 percentage points. That's not in the realm of reason. Obviously, Twitter and Facebook locked down his campaign. He wasn't able to get his message out. Even when he said that he believes that he won, which any presidential candidate can say that, they just blocked his tweet. They said it's just like propaganda. And I think that that really backfired for the Democrats, actually. I think that what we saw going into the election, and the reason I was pretty confident last night that Donald Trump was going to win, is that the run-up, their plan was basically to get a buildup of votes from the early voting. So they were trying to get 70% Democrat vote in Florida, for example. Okay. In the end, they only got 48%. Now, the difference between Hillary Clinton's margin before the election and Joe Biden's margin was double in most of these states as a lead up before the actual election took place in the early vote. So because their polls were so high, it was very hard for them to get their supporters out to the polls. You have Corona, they were scared. Said, look, we're winning the state by 5%. We're in the state. They said the NBC poll had Wisconsin for Joe Biden by 14%. And of course, he's up by 4% right now, an 18% swing. So people in Wisconsin who may have wanted to vote for the Democratic candidate was like, why would I have to go and vote in the middle of Corona when I'm winning by 14%? So I think that a lot of people, make these miscalculations. We see this in Israel too. Where they always say the opponent against Benjamin Netanyahu is going to win. And then the last day, everyone runs to the polls and votes for Bibi Netanyahu. I think it just backfires. So I think that it makes the media circuits look ridiculous, but also it's self-defeating.
Well, thank you for that analysis. You obviously, you know your stuff, you know your facts and figures. I want to talk about the Jewish community and Israel. And I also want to welcome our guest, General Yechiel Gozal. And General, your microphone is on mute, so make sure you unmute your microphone. Welcome to the program. Good morning.
Good morning in Israel, and yeah, I'm glad to be with you. I'm not an expert on election in the U.S., so don't.
That's okay.
Any explanation of.
That's okay. We have that part covered. But both you and Josh also, live here in Israel. And as now, you're an executive with the Friends of the IDF. So can you reflect a little bit? And then, Josh, I'm going to want you to reflect on the last 4 years of the Trump presidency in terms of what has that done specifically for the IDF? And then, Josh, you can maybe talk a little bit more globally.
Yeah. Actually, from the perspective of the security of Israel, and when you say a security, it includes peace process, chance for peace, because Israel is strong, make the chances for peace much higher. So from the perspective of security, actually, we are in a totally different place than where we were 4 years ago, and in the last 20 years. So actually, we feel so good with the direction that the USA choose to lead the process in the Middle East. We feel stronger than we were. Actually, the acknowledgement that Jerusalem is our capital put us in a totally different place in the chances to have peace. I believe that once that everyone acknowledge that his capital is the real capital, and there is no chance to change it from the point of view of our neighbors, our enemies. This was very important. And actually, you see that the relation, the coordination, the collaboration, not just with the U.S. forces, but also with the administration in the U.S., and actually put us in a totally different relation and understanding with our neighbors. Those who choose to come to a peace process understood that there is no other choice. Israel won't be out of the Middle East. Israel is here. Israel is strong. It's better to be a friend of Israel than to fight against Israel. And those who are still fighting against Israel, they're losing always.
And Josh, you had a real inside seat to that whole process of the moving of the embassy. You want to explain a little bit more about the how important of a decision that was?
Well, I literally wrote a book about it called Titus Trump and the Triumph of Israel, so I could go into it for a long time. But look, over the last 3.5 years, Donald Trump has done more for the state of Israel than any sitting president in history. And there's a long list of good friends as presidents: Ronald Reagan, Truman. My organization, the Israel Allies Foundation, made a list of the top 10 things that Israel could do for, that U.S. can do for Israel. And in the last 3.5 years, Donald Trump has done 9 of them. And each one of them would have been a sea change in policy. And if you go into the embassy move to Jerusalem, it was extremely significant. And I think General Gozal referred to it. It took Jerusalem off the table. It said once and for all that Jerusalem is the undivided capital of Israel. America recognized that. And you have to understand that people follow symbol. The end of the Cold War was when the Berlin Wall fell down, and the end of the war in Iraq was when the statue of Saddam Hussein was toppled. Here in Israel, when they moved their embassy to Jerusalem, that was the end of the dispute over Jerusalem.
Josh, I'm curious. What would a Biden presidency do to the to those 10 priorities, to the 9 that President Trump accomplished?
Well, I think, you can speculate on a bunch of them if he's going to undo them or do them. But the biggest one that we know would happen is that Joe Biden would re-sign the Iran deal, allowing Iran to get nuclear weapons within 5 years. This is the only existential threat to the state of Israel. It's very scary for Israelis. It's why 70% of Israelis supported Donald Trump in this election, 26 said they didn't know, and 24 said they didn't know, and only 6% said they support Joe Biden, because no one wants Iran to get nuclear weapons, and we think that that deal was, as President Trump says, the worst deal ever signed in history.
All right, well, I want to ask Ghazal about the Iran deal, because Ghazal is somebody who spends a lot of time with American Jews, and specifically American Jews who care deeply about Israel, some of whom, many of whom, the majority of whom are Democrats. Now, how, Ghazal, because of your relationship with Jewish Democrats, American Jewish Democrats, and because of your position within the IDF, how do you see the Biden's position when it comes to the deal with Iran and Iran's nuclear capabilities?
So I really don't know, and I cannot predict, but I can tell you that the fact that, maybe most of the Jews are in America are Democrats than Republicans, although that we saw that some movement in the last 4 years or even more. I think it started even with President Bush, the son, that more vote for Republicans, but it doesn't matter for us, because we, as friends of the IDF, those who support the IDF, those who support Israeli forces, we get support from Democrats and Republicans. The big two donors that support the Israeli soldiers are actually, one support Democrats, number one there, and the other one is Republicans. So in a way, what bothers them, they probably vote Democrats or Republicans, some of them because of Israel, but most of them because of, what's going on in America. But if you ask them about Israel, if you ask them about, decisions about Iran and their threat against Israel, probably they will support the way that President Trump chose in the last 4 years. It was actually something that put us in a totally different world, totally different situation, totally different threat. It used to be that, a real threat for the state of Israel, not the Palestinian and not our neighbors. It was number one was Iran. The fact that President Trump chose a different way than the previous president support us a lot. And I hope that next president, if it's President Trump or Joe Biden, they will continue the same direction, because what you declare before election and when you come in your place, in your position, your responsibility, and the experts around you will consult you to do something different, or to continue the way that President Trump chose. And also, we have a say in Israel, because after all, we have to remember, we are an alliance to the US. We are the long arm of the USA in the Middle East. So, and America trusts Israel, because Israel actually maybe the only country in the world, they don't allow others to fight our war. They can support us with money, budget, etc. But actually, no American mother cry because she lost her son to protect the state of Israel. And this is totally different when we talk about so many American soldiers that were lost in different places in the world. Not in Israel. Not in Israel. Israel is doing everything by herself. So if the politics of America won't support Israel, who knows what will be the next day with the US forces that maybe will have to come and to protect Israel. And this will be totally different. We saw it in Syria, in Iraq, and other places in the Middle East.
Thank you. Thank you. A lot has been talked about in this election about the role of the presidential candidates' stability, ability, health. President Trump, they're both in their 70s. Biden is 78. and President Trump obviously had Corona recently, and so a lot of people are looking to the role of the vice president in a major way in this election. And it used to be the vice president was a sort of a ceremonial position, and now if you listen to the way that Kamala Harris talks about it, everybody's sort of expecting her to be the one to continue to pick up the mantle and maybe even become the president. And I wanted to hear your thoughts, Josh, on the two, if you were to compare the two vice presidents.
Well, I don't think you can compare. I think Kamala Harris has a record of support in some cases for Israel, but in the last few years, she's really turned away from Israel. She was in the Senate, the one that torpedoed our anti-BDS legislation. She wouldn't make a resolution about anti-Semitism as well. I think that her position on Iran, on the Palestinian issue, I think they're all things of concern. Now, of course, it could be that's what she was as a senator, maybe as a vice president, she would moderate those issues. Whereas Mike Pence is the greatest friend we've ever had. He's a Bible-believing Christian. He believes that he has a biblical mandate to stand with Israel. And because of that, he's shaped a lot of his policies.
Mm-hmm. And Josh, you have a relationship with Vice President Biden, is that correct?
Yes, with Vice President Biden or with Vice President Pence?
Sorry, Pence.
Vice President Pence was the chairman of the Congressional Israel Allies Caucus, which is one of our 45 caucuses around the world. But I think one of the things that people will make mistake is they say, oh, why are you so supportive of Donald Trump or Mike Pence? You have to understand, Israel isn't supportive of a political party. The party affiliation means nothing to us. We're a one-issue country, Israel. So what we support are policies. It just so happens that the Pence-Trump policies in Israel have been phenomenally pro-Israel and have led to a period of peace and stability that this region has never seen. So it's not like we're picking sides. And in the caucus, the congressional caucus, it's half Democrats and half Republicans. It's the issues that matter. And that's what we're standing for.
Very good point. Okay, thank you for that perspective. Gozal, can you tell us like a little bit more about about your concerns with? There's never been an election as close as this, and there's never been an election, frankly, with the president sort of making such aggressive comments about questioning the electoral process. A lot of the country is split 50-50, and the outcome is really going to depend on the complicated electoral college that they have in America. Obviously, Israel has its own sort of system that everybody likes to complain about, but America has an equally complicated system that people don't, especially in Israel, don't realize really relies on this electoral college, which we don't have to get into the details of, but the point is that it's split 50-50. And what's so important for Israel and for Israel's friends around the world is for Israel to have a good relationship, bipartisan relations, and have friends on the left and have friends on the right. And Gozal, are you concerned about that? Are you concerned about that polarization?
Actually, I want to believe that the fact that we are in a 50-50 now in the election, but if you ask the people in the USA, I think that on supporting Israel, it's not 50-50. It's probably 80-20, something, for Israel. So whoever will be the president, I think you should know, or if I may say it like this, that the people of America support Israel if they are Democrats or Republicans. And it's better for us, Israel, and our partners in the US that Israel will be strong and won't allow to our enemies to continue with their wishes to wipe Israel and the US from the map. So I hope that the result will be wherever there will be, it will be in supporting Israel. It looks like easy case if President Trump continue, but if America choose differently, I believe that after all, also Joe Biden understands that it's not 50-50 about Israel. Maybe it's 50-50 between him and Trump, but not with Israel. Israel, it's much more. Even if he declares something against the reality, will bring us to a conclusion that we have to support Israel.
How do you feel about that, Josh? Do you believe that when it comes to Israel, it's not 50-50?
Look, I think that we're seeing a polarization in the Democratic Party because of the progressive movement, which is inherently anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. So we have a part of the Democratic Party that is not a friend of Israel. We don't have that in the Republican Party, but we also have amazing friends in the Democratic Party as well. It's not a numbers game. It's really the individual that I've found. You know, it's some people are willing to put their neck out for Israel. You know, unfortunately, one of our co-chairs, Elliot Engel, was not reelected in a primary in New York, but he stood up strong against the Iran deal. He was one of the biggest outspoken critics about it. Some people said it cost him political, clout, but he did it because he realized it was the wrong thing, and he stands strongly with Israel. So does it matter if he's a Democrat or Republican? I don't think so. It's just that there are more Republicans who are doing that than Democrats.
Okay, I'm interested in hearing about your wish list for the next president, Josh. Did you prepare one yet?
Well, there's only one more thing on our list. It's sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. I think that what you saw in the last election, a lot of people miss this, is that in the last week, he did a couple moves. One, hosting a economic signing event in Ariel University, showing that he recognizes Judea and Samaria. Two, the United States put Jerusalem, Israel on American passports. And three, he brought in, and I think most people recognize this, 3 peace deals in the last 6 weeks as well. And the timing of it is not a mistake. You have to understand his base are Bible-believing Christians, and he wanted them red hot for the elections. And the way to get them really excited about supporting them and coming out is by blessing Israel. They believe by blessing Israel, you'll be blessed. And if he curses, you'll be cursed. And I think when you look at the numbers, the actual numbers of evangelical Christians that came up to vote, I think it's astounding. He did something that no one else has been able to do. And I think he understands the formula. I think that he knows that Christians want sovereignty. And I believe, as I told you, unless something crazy happens, because the margins are so big on his lead now, that he will remain president of the United States. And running up to he's always thinking ahead, running up to the midterm elections, I think you're going to see more amazing things come out of this administration. Now, I also believe that he believes in peace through strength, that by strengthening Israel, he can bring peace to the region. And he showed that. So it's not just for the votes that he's doing these things, but I think it has a huge voting factor for him.
So that's that. What about you, General Gozal? What would be on your wish list to see from the next American administration when it comes to security, the security of the state of Israel?
I would say one thing, just to continue the same direction, the same way as it was in the last 4 years. We saw results in the last 4 or 5 months with all the agreements and peace process with United Arab Emirates, Sudan, and others. And I hope that Saudi Arabia will be the next, because if we deal with those countries, even if they are in the second circle, I think it will send a message to the Palestinian, to the Syrian, and hopefully also to Iran, that America and the West world and Arab world, all of them together with Israel, so it's better to go to peace than to go to war. I think that the Palestinians, they don't understand it yet. Every country that the White House succeed to bring them to make a peace with Israel will make a little change on the perspective of the Palestinian, and they start to understand that it's better for them to be with us.
That's exactly what Josh was saying. Josh was saying it from a biblical perspective. It says actually in the Torah portion that we just read that that God promises that He will bless the countries that stand with Israel. And that's such a driving force when it comes to how Christians relate to Israel. I don't know if that's such a driving force when it comes to how Jews relate to Israel. I think Jews are, sort of more intrinsically connected to Israel for lots of reasons, not just one Bible verse. And that's it's funny how you're coming about it. Josh is coming about it sort of from a faith-based diplomatic perspective, and you're coming about it from an IDF security perspective, but you're saying the exact same things.
Absolutely, but don't be mistaken. The fact that the IDF and the security, it's not based on fighting about things that it's our assets. No, it's about the Holy Land. It's about the land of Israel. The existence of the IDF is to defend Israel. Israel as a land of Israel, Israel in the Middle East, Jerusalem, Judea and Samaria, everything around, and the people of Israel all around the world. So actually, when I'm talking as an expert in security, my roots are in the Bible, in the Torah. So it's not different. It's the same. We won't fight on a different place in Africa or Europe like we are fighting on Israel. And that's something that until today, the Palestinian Authority, they didn't understand. We are not going to leave. We are here. That's why Jerusalem, it's not something from the last 72 years. Every soldier in the IDF understands it. We are fighting not based on the year 1948, 1947. We are fighting for something of 3,000 years. And that's something that should be clear to all our neighbors. We can live together in peace and go together back 3,000 years and understand that, the fact that Jerusalem is here and we are here, and that's it. That's something that Trump understood very well, and this is a story of Israel.
That's right. And I'd love to hear, Josh, your perspective. Josh, what is your perspective on that? Going back 2,000 years, going back 3,000 years, going back to Titus and to Cyrus.
Look, I think the main point is what General Gazal said is 100% correct. Another aspect of what we understand is that the reason we're the top military in the region and maybe the world is not because Jews are great athletes. We know that God is with us. We know that God brought us here. And even the most secular Jewish person, and especially when I served in the army, I served with a lot of secular people in the army. They know before who they stand and who's with them. And I think that if God is with you, no one can be against you. And that's also a principle that we have. And I think that people who understand that from a biblical point of view, they want to be a part of it. And I think that that's why we're seeing so many nations come together, and so aptly called the Abrahamic Accords, because it all comes from Abraham, and it is part of our prophecy that one day the nations will dwell together in peace in Jerusalem.
Thank you very much. Tell us though about, we have like a few more minutes remaining. I want to hear about your book and about how you make the connection between the modern election, the modern political cycle that's going on in America, but with the ancient history of Cyrus and of Titus.
Yeah, in the book Titus, Trump and the Triumph of Israel, we start with Titus. And the reason we do is because we use him as a case study. Titus destroyed the Second Temple, and he was so excited about it that he declared victory over the God of Israel. He said he beat the God of Israel, he beat the Jewish people, it's the end of monotheism, paganism won. It was such a celebration that he actually built the biggest infrastructure project of the time, the Arch of Titus, which still, you can go to Rome and see it. It depicts the Jewish people kicked out of the land and the Roman soldiers carrying a menorah from the Second Temple. Now, in his life, he believed he was right, that he beat the God of Israel. It was the end of the Jewish people, and he was super excited about it. But people who know the Bible realize that that's not true. That was actually the beginning of our prophecy, when we were going to be kicked out of the land of Israel and then brought back to the land of Israel one day. And we prayed for 2,000 years in the direction of Jerusalem for that to happen. And the same thing happens today. If you don't look at Israel through a biblical lens, you miss the big picture. And that's why not only are Bible-believing Christians such good friends of ours, but they understand the issues better than anyone else because they understand what's happening from a biblical point of view. They see the fulfillment of prophecy in Israel. And that's also why a lot of the diplomats and the State Department and people around the world, they always misjudge the situation in Israel. They always give the wrong solution. And they always think that our solutions are wrong too. So, for example, when we moved the embassy to Jerusalem, they said there's going to be a third intifada. There'll be blood in the streets. Or when Trump recognized sovereignty in the Golan Heights, they said every U.S. mission will be under attack in 22 Arab countries. But of course, it actually led to peace. Because when you do what's biblically correct and not politically correct, you lead to peace in this land. And I think that's something that Christians get. And I wrote the book, and I take it all the way to Trump and what he did in the last 3.5 years. And that's also why I thought he was going to win before I actually saw the hard data, and I was even convinced.
Josh, I assume your new book is available on Amazon. How do we get a hold of your new book?
Yeah, you can go on Amazon and write Titus Trump and the Triumph of Israel, or you can write Josh Reinstein on Amazon. It'll pop up, and I'm happy to say that it's been very successful, and people are not just learning about the history of faith-based diplomacy and where we are today, but what the future is. And I think that's what's exciting. More people are getting involved with the mission.
Thank you, Josh. And General Gozal, how do we find out more information about the FIDF?
I was in the FIDF from 2003 to 2009, and then United for Israeli Soldiers in Israel, and now back to the FIDF. I am the executive director in Israel of the Friends of IDF. And the most important that whoever is supporting the FIDF in America or United for Israeli Soldiers in the rest of the world is support the Israeli soldiers, support the security, the safety of the state of Israel and the Israeli people all around the world. How to do it? Just go and see the FIDF.org. You get all the information there. And it's very simple. We are all around the US and Panama and also in different places in the world. Everything that we are doing, the soldiers, yes, together. Today, you know that even in Israel, the IDF is leading the war against the COVID-19. And once that the IDF got the responsibility, we support the IDF to support Israel in the war, the front line with the COVID-19. And we have to remember that in spite of the COVID-19, we have to continue to protect Israel. If it's in Gaza Strip, if it's in Jordan, Samaria, in Lebanon, Syria, it's not quiet anywhere. And of course, working also about the second and the third circle of threats, like in Iran. We didn't talk here about intelligence, what we are doing and how we share it with the US. And that's something, for the American people and the American leadership that should know that, they have us here. And we are the front line of America in the Middle East. And we give much more than get from anyone. We are.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Lives were saved by the IDF, and that's very important because we are brothers. We are. So every penny that they give to the Friends of IDF or to the Israeli support the Israeli soldier, actually it support also the USA and support.
That's right. Thank you, General Gozal, and thank you, Josh, for joining us. And we look forward to hearing a good outcome for Israel and a good outcome from the United States. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Amen. Thank you.
The prophet Isaiah says in chapter 40, "Comfort, comfort my people, O Israel." And friends, we have a special opportunity to not only comfort the people of Israel, but to comfort the Holocaust survivors whose health is failing and their needs are increasing. And please, please, I implore you to partner with Israel 365 in order to provide comfort to the Holocaust survivors in Israel today. Shalom, Avi.
Shalom, Tully. Rav Tully, how you doing?
It's great to see you. We are having such an exciting morning today, covering the U.S. elections, the important elections, the historic elections. They're important from a political perspective, of course, but they're also important from a biblical and spiritual perspective as well. We just had on with us General Yechiel Gozal from the IDF and Josh Reinstein from the Knesset Christian Allies Caucus. We've had just before that Rabbi Yehuda Glick, and now Avi, it's great to have you. You tell us a little bit about your perspective. You are the head of Israel Unwired and the Israel Video Network. You are one of the leading advocates for Israel on social media today, and tell us your perspective on this nail biter of an election.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Tully. Really a pleasure speaking with you, and thank you for everything you're doing for Israel and the Jewish people at Israel 365. Well, I'd like to start out as follows. I mean, I think the elections are going to go for President Trump. I think it's already clear, but it's not. We still don't know final results. But the most important message is as follows. And again, as believers, people of faith, we all know God runs the world, right? We support this politician, we support that politician. Regardless, we shouldn't put our trust in politicians. We should put our trust in one above and in our partnership with him to take responsibility for our own lives, for our families' lives, for our communities' lives, to make the world a better place, regardless of who is elected. Sometimes we're going to be happy, and sometimes we're going to be disappointed, and maybe even very disappointed. But the sun will come up the next day regardless, and it's up to us to make the world a better place and have our faith that God is running things, even if sometimes he says no to the politician we want to be elected. So that's the most important message to get out there. But as for politics, this has been a crazy historic election. It definitely is one where it has never been clearer between the two different camps. You have one camp that believes in working for, I'm going to be talking as an American Jew right now, actually working for the American people, working against sending more jobs abroad to help the American people. You have that same camp that understands Israel is a clear interest of America, for America to be a strong country and help with a lot of things, with intelligence, with military, with dealing with things in the Middle East. Never before have we had a president who so clearly understood and acted upon the knowledge that the alliance between America and Israel is critical. That, as Jared Kushner actually said last week in a fabulous interview with Ben Shapiro, he said, listen, people always talk about America being an honest broker. But we're not supposed to be an honest broker. America has to look after its interests, and our interest is the alliance with Israel. And you finally have the Trump administration working according to that knowledge. And that is so clear and so true. A strong America is an America that understands how beneficial Israel is to the United States of America in so many ways. And that's on intelligence, on military, but then on the spiritual realm as well. Israel and America are two countries in the world that are very much founded on the biblical principles of belief in God, and that God gave man freedom. It's not man who gives us freedom. Unfortunately, there are those on the opposite side of the camp that believe, no, it's man that allows freedom, and we're going to take freedoms away as we want, depending upon what our decisions are. But that's not how Israel came to be, and that's not how the United States of America came to be. It's on the reliance and the connection with God. So in so many ways, it's so clear more than ever before the difference between the two camps. So definite ramifications when we see who wins and who loses. Yeah. But it definitely looks like President Trump is going to win. And as I've been calling it for the past few weeks, the Democrats are going to make trouble to delegitimize his win.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's been so many surprises in this campaign. And, you know, I'm somebody who, like yourself, follows the news very carefully. And I actually just got back from the United States. I was in America just last week. Right now, I'm in Dude in quarantine in my newsroom. I'm in quarantine with my green screen newsroom, and I was shocked because if you read the newspapers or watch the television, I mean, it seemed like a shoe-in for Biden, that Trump had no chance. And the polls had Biden, as, like they thought it was going to be a clear road to the 270 electoral seats and clear road to victory. They're predicting what's it called? I'm missing the word, but they were predicting like a real, like a landslide. Thank you. That's been coming from the media. That was the consistent message of the media. The question was how big of a landslide.
Right.
And, at the same time, so there's sort of this fake news thing going on that President Trump has been talking about, and other people have been mocking him for identifying that. At the same time, you have this really active role of censorship that's coming from social media and from Facebook and from Twitter. And Avi, I think that both, we at Israel 365 and you at Israel Unwired and Israel Video Network have seen firsthand the dangers of social media censorship. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. To touch upon your first point, I mean, I actually, again, went public saying this a week or two ago, that if you look at elections, even though I've never predicted elections in my life, not in America, not in Israel. Never, never, never. I never feel secure enough to predict. This is the first time ever in my life I predicted with confidence that President Trump will win, even though, again, it was clear that the Democrats were going to put problems to try to delegitimize his win. But I said clearly the election is going to be between those who believe mainstream media and support in one way, shape, or form this censorship by big tech social media companies, all in the name of fake news, who would all vote for President Biden because they're believing what the mainstream media is telling them and not knowing the information the mainstream media is hiding from them and social media is hiding from them, versus people who no longer either watch or believe mainstream media and are against the growing censorship of big tech social media companies. They would vote for President Trump in the election. We would see who's the bigger public. And in terms of the actual censorship issue specifically, yeah, we were one of the first companies targeted by censorship already in 2016. No one was talking about it back then, and we got hit. We had posts of ours that were removed by Facebook. We were threatened that our pages of 500,000 people, this is back in 2016, that our pages of Israel Video Network connected to Israel would be totally removed by Facebook if we didn't remove certain posts. That there was nothing hateful, no problem about it whatsoever. It was just promoting support for Israel and obviously calling out lies of the anti-Israel camp. Just on that basis, they were censoring our posts and threatening to take down our pages. So we've been in this for a long time before anyone else was talking about it. To make it even more interesting, when I started my company together with my partner, who you know, Avi Nadel, this is back in 2011 when we started Israel Video Network. I called it back then. I said we were going to ride the wave of Facebook and we were going to grow and use it as best as possible. But the day will come soon where Facebook is going to stop us because they're going to censor right-wing voices. And we made that part of our business strategy, ride the wave of social media, but grow to be as independent as possible to be able to live without social media. And I know we spoke about those things years ago when we were consulting about your growth and how to do things. And that was also the strategy we told you back then when we were consulting. We were telling everyone there, because to me it was clear as day, even in 2011, that the left will find a way to shut down voices of the right that will grow on social media, because unfortunately that is the way of the left historically. And here we're in historic times where social media allowed voices of belief and voices of patriots and voices that are called the right but Bible believing people that all of a sudden we finally had the freedom to express our values that were not being expressed by mainstream media, and the day would come when they would shut us down and try to shut down our voices, and that's what we're witnessing.
Yeah, well, it's great to have that perspective, Avi. Not somebody who's sort of just an observer, but somebody who's really in the thick of it. We're great. It's great to have our friend Ruthie. Ruthie, you're on mute, so make sure to hit unmute. And Ruthie works with Avi very closely. Your hair looks wonderful, Ruthie. You look great. We still can't hear you. Why are you still on mute? Or I don't know. Let us know when you could. Cannot hear you. Cannot hear you. All right. Well, when she figures that out, we'll bring her back. But tell us about your work with Ruthie as an introduction.
Sure.
She figures out her microphone.
Sure. Ruthie works together with Sarah Pillay. They are a powerhouse team of Jewish women here living in the Holy Land, and they dedicate their time in working on strengthening the relationship between Israel and the United States of America, working with politicians in America on both sides of the aisle, both Republicans and Democrats, to bring them to Israel and show them Judea and Samaria, give them sides to the issues of what Israel is dealing with that they are not given by the mainstream media, by the other lobbying groups in Washington, or that might even bring them to Israel. So their work is critical in behind the scenes in really strengthening the relationship between Israel and America, meeting experts in Israel, meeting politicians in Israel, and again, talking about issues that they would not be open, that they would not have been available to be presented to them otherwise. So yeah, Ruthie and Sarah are a powerhouse of Jewish women here in the homelands.
Ruthie,
Can you hear me now?
Are you feeling the power? Are you feeling it?
So powerhousing or falling asleep, one or the other.
Yeah. Were you up all night, or did you get up early to watch the election results?
No, definitely did not. I just, we had a feeling that this one would be pretty close. We knew the polling was really not reflecting what people were thinking and feeling. They might have been saying something different, but those the Marano Trumpers, people were just hiding, and it shouldn't be like that. And that's what upsets me and worries me about America right now. But we were pretty sure that the internal polls, and just from talking and keeping a handle on things, it
Ruthie,
looked like.
You'll appreciate this, and Avi, I'm sure you will as well. I just got back from the United States, where I went to go visit my family in Ohio. And I remember that I also went to visit in 2016 when everybody was expecting Hillary Clinton to be the clear winner, and Donald Trump was like a joke who didn't even have a chance. But I remember coming from Israel and being surprised at how many Trump signs I saw in people's yards. This time I arrived in Columbus about 2 weeks ago, and on the way home from the airport from the airport in Columbus, I didn't see a single Trump sign. It was almost as if Joe Biden was running uncontestedly. Okay, and I was saying that, this guy's got no chance. And everybody in Israel is going to be so disappointed because President Trump has no chance. But then we went to go visit my grandmother in Cleveland. And when you drive from Columbus to Cleveland, it's like a whole different country. No more Biden signs, only Trump signs, but not little yard signs, big billboards and banners and barns that are painted, Trump 2020. And then you pull into, Beechwood, Ohio, and it's the same thing again. No more Trump signs, only Biden signs. And I think that, really speaks to the fact that here we are now. It's they've been voting for 24 hours after the voting started in America, and it's down to the wire. It's 50-50, 49.8 to 48.6, and the votes are continuing to come in, and it's like never been this close. What do both of you, Ruthie, we'll start with you. What do you think that this says about what's going on in America today? And is this unprecedented?
Well, if you take a look at the map of the United States, it shows exactly, Julie, what you were starting to show us. Look at Ohio first. Let's take one state as an example. Florida is a close example too, but Ohio, it's even more clear. The polls were showing a 0.1, something like that, advantage to Trump, and now he's taking it by a full 8%. So, and I think those are still the numbers as of at least an hour ago. And so there's a surprise there because we underestimated the power of the people who were quiet. And if you take a look at the general map, you see it's almost, I mean, it's amusing, but it's a little scary. The city centers are blue and the entire states are red. So an Israeli just said to me, I don't understand. Every state looks like it's all red. How is any state going to blue? And you have to explain that those are set population centers. So that you look at some big cities and those are blue, but they're tiny on their map of their state, and then the rest of the state is all red. And that really shows that the rural population is conservative and the cities are more democratic, but mixed. So that's where there's room for change. I think people will see that we're going to see more of a move towards a change, not in the rural areas, but in the cities. They're the ones deciding it because they're the ones changing a little bit. In Philadelphia, they're talking about whether there will be voter fraud or not. Why? Why Philadelphia? Because it's such a center bastion of Democrats that the Republicans they're not even being let into the polling booths where they have these yellow, they have a yellow piece of paper that should let them in to check how things are going and if things are going legally, and they're being kept out. So the Democrats know that their central power comes from their cities, and they don't want to erode that power in any way, because then you'll see a map that really it tends towards the red, and that's what we saw in Ohio. And there's huge support for Trump in Ohio, and he won it easily, more easily than expected. And Florida is fairly the same. We're not seeing it as much in Wisconsin, in Georgia, but that's the trend.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And Avi, would you agree with that trend?
Yeah, and you want to know, I'm going to use Florida as an example. I've been someone talking about for ages how put white Americans aside. I mean, I hate all this this geographic breaking up of groups, or not or identity stuff. But put white Americans aside, put Jewish Americans aside. We're not all white, we're Jews, right? Let's focus on Florida. I've been talking about the minorities of America, how they have been going through a change since the Trump administration. And I think we're going to see the final polling numbers, and people are going to be shocked at the level of support for President Donald Trump, the growth in the African-American community and the Hispanic community. And just now, supposedly, Miami-Dade County in Florida is supposedly one of the strongest Democratic counties in all of the United States of America. And again, because of that minority vote, the Latino Hispanic vote. And this election, the Democrats are running with the tail between their legs. The Hispanic vote has jumped into unbelievable numbers in support of President Donald Trump. I don't have the final figures in front of me, but you're seeing, again, I defined it before, those people who believe mainstream media and those people who no longer believe mainstream media. Because if you believe mainstream media, Trump is the biggest racist that ever sat in the Oval Office, the biggest anti-Semite who ever sat in the Oval Office. Well, then why the jump in support from African-American communities if he's such a racist, and from the Latino community? It makes no sense. Those who actually see his actions, who actually listen to what he says, not through the filter of mainstream media, they say, all right, he might not be the most polished guy in how he speaks, and some things you wish he might not have said and not tweeted, but in terms of his policies, in terms of his actual caring for the American people and the minorities and those in the lower socioeconomic places in the United States of America, he's really helping. And I'm very scared about the growing division in America, because if you look at President Trump, he's someone who is really caring for the American people and challenging the existing power structures, the power structures in Washington, D.C., the power structures of the foreign policy institutions where there are billions of dollars of contracts there, the power structures of the peace industry, there are whatever millions or billions of dollars that go through all those think tanks, and his policy of using real logic and rational thinking and reality to try to help the American people and help the freedom-loving world is challenging these power structures, and these power structures have control over the corporate-owned media companies. So they're pushing the centers that believe them, which are in the cities, the more liberal-minded centers, and it's creating a big, big hatred, and that hatred's only going to grow. And I'm afraid. I mean, when else do you have an election in the United States of America where shop owners boarded up their shops in cities because they're afraid of the election results and rioting? Never before, and that's very scary that America has gotten to this place.
It is scary. It is scary. You're right. And I wanted to ask you both, because you both live in Gush Etzion, right, in the Yehuda v'Shomron, Judea and Samaria, which is probably, until the Trump administration came around, it was considered by the whole world and even by America as the source of not only the problems in the Middle East, but really the problems in the whole world. And there has been great strides made to recognize the Yehuda v'Shomron, Yehuda and Judea and Samaria, and by the Trump administration, although that hasn't happened yet. And I wanted to ask what you would anticipate would be the difference in the administration as it relates to Judea and Samaria in both the Trump administration and the Biden administration. Ruthie?
Well, it's the Jerusalem street behind me. So just for people watching, you should enjoy seeing a Jerusalem on a sunny morning that's about to be a terrible downpour.
Thank you for taking us to Jerusalem Street for this broadcast.
Hello, Jerusalem. Yeah, listen, it's conjecture. It's based on what we've seen and what we know. But anyone who says, I know exactly what's going to be, take it with a grain of salt. In general, we have had a wonderful 4 years of rebuilding after an Obama administration that really undid a lot of the progress from decades. Working with the State Department now on issues point by point to fix what was broken has been really a pleasure, because you're working with people who are not only open to changing things and to redoing what was done, but people who understand, people who spent a lot of time here. We bring politicians to Israel because we want them to have an experience here without being spoon-fed by that media that Bobby was talking about, or by that trip to Israel that's kind of doesn't really get into the nitty-gritty. We want them to see it all, and they go back and they're educated. So we're working with people like Secretary of State Pompeo and people in the White House who will go unnamed and unsung, but they are heroes, who are willing to look at it and say, oh, the State Department puts out a human rights report every year and bashes Israel. Well, let's see what their resources are and who do they quote, and let's change that. So we're hoping that they're leaving a legacy. They'll have 4 more years, hopefully, but they'll also leaving a legacy that fixes the things that were really broken. In terms of the Judea and Samaria, Israel in general, Jerusalem being recognized. I mean, you don't have to blame us, the settlers, for being the obstacles to peace. You can look at all the issues surrounding Jerusalem, the Golan Heights. Trump has gotten up as president and fixed those policies as good friends to Israel, and that's in an American interest. So we're glad with the trajectory of the last 4 years, and we're certainly open to working with anyone. The Democratic Party scares me. There were wonderful congressmen who did a lot for the U.S.-Israel relationship, like, the old-timers who were pushed out by those new, very liberal, if you ask them, they'll say it. They don't want their party to be centrist. The Democrats are going way too far to the other side, and that leaves Israel worried, and it should leave a lot of people worried. It should leave a lot of Jewish people worried, who are basically for conservative economics and conservative foreign policy in the Middle East, and that's not the Democratic Party today. So they should be afraid when they're pushing out the the people who have led the party till now, they're going to see a change to the left that I think will leave us all really scratching our heads and wondering how we ever thought that would work. And I'm sorry if I have to leave.
No, thank you, Ruthie, and good to have you, David Rubin, also who from not Judea, but from Samaria. We were just speaking to your friends Ruthie and Avi, and Avi was just going to give us the perspective on what the difference would be between a Biden administration and a Trump administration when it comes to the settlements in Judea and Samaria. And then, David, of course, we'd love to hear your perspective on that as well. Go ahead, Avi.
Yeah, well, again, it's very clear. All we have to do is look at what was done by President Trump and his administration versus what was done when Biden was vice president under Obama and the Obama-Biden administration. And I'll give just two very quick examples. Just now, Israel announced the building of 5,000 new homes in Judea and Samaria. And we didn't hear a peep of criticism from the United States administration. Not only that, we didn't hear a peep of criticism from our new Arab Muslim partners in the Middle East, the United Arab Emirates or Bahrain. There was silence, no criticism. Yet under Obama-Biden, I think it was Joe Biden himself, when Israel announced the building, not in Judea and Samaria, but in Jerusalem, Joe Biden criticized Israel, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stopped the permission for that building in Jerusalem. So again, that's one example of action of what we have under a Trump administration and the changes that have impacted the Middle East, where even the Arab Muslim countries are not criticizing us for building in Judea and Samaria anymore because they don't have the support in Washington, versus what what Biden will bring that he already did under Obama-Biden. And the other thing are the historic wrongs that the Trump administration are changing, that now there is scientific research that America will give Ariel University in the Shomron that David could speak about, correcting a historic wrong that the United States would not give research funds because they viewed an academic institution in Judea and Samaria as not part of Israel, and therefore they wouldn't give funds. That's been corrected. Now, as of last week, any American Jew born in Jerusalem will have his place of birth written as Israel, like everyone else born in Israel or any other country outside of the United States. This administration is correcting historic wrongs that not only did Obama-Biden not correct, but they did their own wrong, very harmful policies to Israel, like supporting by abstaining the harmful United Nations resolution against Israel, the first time ever the United States abstained on a resolution against Israel. So the record is there of how unbelievably good President Trump and his administration has been. We hope and we hope and pray that will continue with his win. And we have to be fearful if Biden ends up winning, which I don't think will happen, if he becomes president, of returning to those policies that are harmful to Israel, therefore harmful to America and the whole freedom-loving world.
Avi Abela, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to hear positive outcomes today. And thank you again for joining us.
Amen. Thank you, Rav Tuli.
David Rubin, shalom, good morning.
Well, good morning to you.
I see you went from being indoors to being in your beautiful studio overlooking the hills of Samaria.
Absolutely, absolutely. I apologize for any technical difficulties before this. So happy to be with you, Tuli.
No problem at all. It's always good to have you on and to hear your perspective. And just for our viewers, so we have people who are, by the way, watching on YouTube right now. Want to welcome everybody who's watching on Facebook and, of course, on Israel365news.com. Want to welcome everybody. We're living through such a wild ride right now. The historic election between President Trump, Vice President Biden. It is so split right down the middle, 50-50, and it's going to come down to the complicated electoral college, and it's going to come down to counting votes. It could take a while, and I hope it doesn't get ugly, but there's a lot of people threatening violence right now in America, and it's just unprecedented. And we are happy to have you, David, to provide not only the political perspective, but also a spiritual perspective as somebody who is the head of the Shiloh Israel Children's Fund. You take care of child victims of terror in the Judea and Samaria. And you're also a prolific author, and you've written books, God, Israel, and Shiloh, Peace for Peace, Sparks from Zion, Islamic Tsunami, more Sparks from Zion, but also your most recent book, which is doing amazing on Amazon, is Trump and the Jews. And just tell us briefly your perspective on the relationship between President Trump and the Jews and what he's accomplished for Israel over the last 4 years.
Well, it's always a fascinating topic for me, Tuli, because I grew up in New York, and I grew up in the outer borough of Brooklyn, and Trump grew up in the outer borough of Queens. And these were the middle class areas. I mean, Trump wasn't middle class, but his father was a developer, and he was very successful. But Trump grew up in his father's business. He learned certain values, and a couple of the values that he learned were hard work, working for something, and learning to be thrifty at the same time and to be responsible. And those values have served him well all through the years. Now, he was also, in his life as a businessman in New York, he was very much an out-of-the-box thinker. And that's why he got elected. And much more than that, that's also the reason why he was able to do so many great things for the Israel-United States relationship. Now, we can go down a long list of those accomplishments. Sometimes people are so focused on the deal of the century and, whether it was good, whether it wasn't good. I can certainly discuss that at length. But the fact is, the moving of the embassy in Jerusalem, the recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital, the recognition of the strategic Golan Heights as an integral part of Israel, the closing down of the PLO shadow embassy in Jerusalem, the halting of economic aid to the Palestinian Authority as long as they continue to fund terrorism. And let's make it very clear. The Palestinian Authority, that quasi-governmental authority that rules in the Palestinian autonomous areas and beyond, they give a payment, a financial payment every month, a salary, to every single terrorist that kills or wounds a Jew or an Israeli. And as you know, Tuli, I myself was wounded in a terrorist attack along with my then 3-year-old son. I was shot in the leg, he was shot in the head. And those terrorists, to this day, they've been in jail for any number of years. Those terrorists from the Palestinian Authority. They've been in jail, yes, but they have been receiving salaries every single month through their families by the Palestinian Authority. President Trump said, no more, no more. That's got to end if you want to have a relationship with the United States. So I could go on with all the accomplishments, but I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah. You are our first guest. We had a great lineup today. We started off the morning with Israel Gans from Shomron, from your area, and Mayan Hoffman from the Jerusalem Post. We had Yehuda Glick, former MK, who's now running for president in Israel, Avi Abelo and Ruthie Lieberman, who you saw. We also had Josh Reinstein and General Gozal from the IDF. We've had a great lineup. And unlike in previous elections, where the word of the day that kept coming up, you're the first one, I think, today to talk about the Palestinians. Palestinians have almost been a non-issue in this election. But you've been, because it's obviously terrorism is such an important and it's such a traumatic part of your life, obviously. I understand why you're talking about terrorism, Palestinian terrorism, but how do you explain how the difference in the dialogue, the narrative between this election, 2020, and 2016, as it relates to Israel's relationship with the Palestinians?
Well, look, first of all, you have to discuss the Palestinians if we're talking about the Middle East. Obviously, the Middle East wasn't a big topic of discussion in this election because the Biden people and the Democrats were pushing this line all the time that Biden is a true friend of Israel, and that he has his disagreements with Trump, but it wasn't hammered home as much as I think it should have been that Biden was one of the big supporters of the Iran deal, the Iran nuclear deal, which basically gives them a path to a nuclear bomb within a couple of years, and which allows them to have their underground facilities, many of them that are not being checked, that don't have to be checked according to the nuclear agreement. It also gave them billions of dollars to distribute to the terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah. 1.8 billion of those dollars were delivered in cash by the Obama-Biden administration in the dark of night, the very night that deal was signed. So I think it's very relevant to talk about all these issues. As for the Palestinians, well, President Trump is responsible. And, I'll give some credit to Prime Minister Netanyahu also, but it's mainly President Trump who accomplished and did the mediating to allow 3 Arab nations just in the past couple of months to sign peace agreements with Israel, normalization deals, and that is without the Palestinians. Okay, so the Palestinian veto over any kind of peace agreements between Israel and other countries in the Middle East has been removed. The Palestinians no longer have that veto. So that's a big thing. That is a very big thing. I think it needed to be discussed more during the campaign. President Trump brought it up. Obviously, the left-wing mainstream media shut it down, and it wasn't a big topic of discussion. I agree.
I'd like to ask you, you have a book called Land for Peace and Peace Processes. Obviously, in the last 6 weeks, there have been 3 peace treaties that Israel has signed with Arab neighbors. What do you anticipate going forward in a Trump administration versus a Biden administration when it comes to Israel achieving more peace agreements with her neighbors?
Well, I think, first of all, we have to understand that President Trump has a heart for Israel. And that I really think that is the bottom line. President Trump really does care about Israel, and it's for a variety of reasons. Obviously, his Christian evangelical base is very pro-Israel, and therefore, President Trump is going to want to please them. Secondly, obviously, it's on a more personal level. I mean, he does have a Jewish daughter who is Sabbath observant together with her husband and children, and does strongly identify with her faith, with her Jewish faith. And President, sometimes we say that there's a running joke. It's kind of a sad joke, which is what is the difference between a Reform rabbi and President Trump? And the answer is that President Trump has Jewish grandchildren. So I think it's kind of sad that the state of assimilation in the United States among American Jews is so great that they're not keeping their children in the faith. But I think it's an important factor if we want to understand President Trump, that President Trump really does care about Israel. Now, as far as Judea and Samaria and any peace agreement with the so-called Palestinians, well, I think it's important to understand that the deal of the century, which spoke of 30% autonomy for 30% sovereignty for Israel in Judea and Samaria. Well, that's not going to happen as 30%. It's going to happen eventually as 100% of Judea and Samaria. But there's a process going on, and the Palestinians are never going to accept 30% sovereignty for Israel, and therefore it's going to be a non-starter. I mean, the deal of the century really is not going to go anywhere as the deal of the century, and Israel will ultimately, if Trump is reelected, Israel will ultimately declare its sovereignty over all of the areas that are currently in Israel's control.
What else would be on your wish list with a Trump administration? We had Josh Weinstein on before, and he said something amazing. He said that when the Trump administration began 4 years ago, so because of his relationships with Vice President Pence, so there was some kind of dialogue there, and they asked Josh Weinstein and the Knesset Christian Allies Caucus to make a wish list of what you would like to see. And they came back with 10 items on their wish list, and President Trump achieved all 9 of them. They said they would be happy with 3, and Trump achieved 9 out of 10. What's the one thing that was remaining would be the recognition of Judea and Samaria. What would be on your wish list for 4 more years of a Trump administration?
Well, that sounds very much like President Trump, and it backs up what I said a moment ago, that his heart is with Israel, and if your heart is with Israel, and if your political alliances back that up, so ultimately it's going to be okay, even if there are some disagreements along the way. President Trump spent about 3.5 years learning about the Middle East and learning about Israel, and learning about its relationship with the Palestinians and its relationship with the Arab countries. So as far as a wish list goes, look, it's a mutual relationship. Let's make that clear. The United States benefits from its relationship with Israel, both in the spiritual blessings that it attains by doing good for Israel, and by nuts and bolts things such as military intelligence and technological cooperation. All of those things are good for the United States. Now, as far as Israel's concerned, of course, we would like to see President Trump and his administration give full backing for Israeli sovereignty over all of Judea and Samaria, the so-called West Bank. Those areas are the historic biblical heartland of Israel. I can't say it any clearer than that. You don't give up your biblical heartland, and the United States, which is a country that was founded on the values of the Hebrew Bible, that founders like Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, they all understood this. So those values demand Israeli sovereignty over its biblical heartland, and that's something that I hope to see the Trump administration stand with. In addition to that, I would like to see the United States give passive support to Israel, passive military support and active political support for Israel in its confrontation with Iran, which I believe is ultimately going to happen. It's very nice that their economy is going down, but generally when an economy goes down because of political and economic pressure and the sanctions, so it weakens that country. So Iran is being weakened, but the regime and its hold on power is not being weakened that much because they're just transferring funds to propping up their regime, and they're suppressing the popular rebellion from the people. So if the people in Iran don't succeed in overthrowing the regime, then Israel is going to have to overthrow the regime themselves and to stop the nuclear program with preemptive action. I hope that the United States will stand with Israel. will stand with Israel passively as far as military support, meaning that they will give us the backing of equipment and so on that is needed. And I hope that the United States will stand with Israel actively with political support when it comes to the Iran issue.
And what do you think about the scenario with more peace treaties with other Arab countries? Is that something that you're hoping we will have, or something that you're skeptical about?
No, just the opposite. I believe that it's going. I'm not just hoping. I believe it's going to happen. It's good. It's going to continue. It's a process that was started, and it's based on the interests of those Arab countries. It is in their interest to confront Iran. It is in their interest to stand with Israel in that confrontation with Iran that all the Sunni Muslim nations are facing. And it's also in their economic interest and technological interest, agricultural interest, to have a good relationship with Israel. The only problem up until this point, and the reason why peace hasn't broken out throughout the Middle East, is because of the Palestinians and because of that commitment to the Palestinians that unless Israel agrees to a Palestinian state in the biblical heartland of Israel, then none of these Arab countries can make peace with Israel. Well, that old paradigm has been broken by the Trump doctrine in the Middle East, and hopefully he will win re-election. If Biden is elected, the president-to-be, Kamala Harris, has already made it quite clear that they're going to be restoring support to the Palestinians despite their support of terrorism, despite their paying salaries to every terrorist who kills or wounds an Israeli. And Biden certainly is going to go along with that. Let's by the way, let's put an end to this Biden pro-Israel fiction. Senator Biden in Congress is the one who threatened Prime Minister Menachem Begin outwardly in a committee hearing. He threatened Begin. He told him that you better stop with the offensive military action in Lebanon and elsewhere. And Begin famously spoke to him as a proud Jew and repudiated Biden's reprimand and Biden's threat. And he said, don't threaten us that you're going to cut off our aid. Well, Biden hasn't changed. It's the same Biden who, when he came to Jerusalem during the Obama administration as vice president, and a municipal committee announced that they've given their approval to building a Jewish neighborhood in Jerusalem, Biden was furious. He refused to meet with Netanyahu again. And Hillary Clinton called up Netanyahu, gave him a stern lecture over the phone for about a half an hour. How dare you allow the building in Jerusalem? How dare you approve a building project in Jerusalem for Jews while Vice President Biden is in Jerusalem? That's the real Biden record, and it is something that we should be very concerned about.
Yeah. No, thanks for reminding us about that. I remember, at the time it was always so stressful that living here in Israel during a time where there was real animosity between the White House and the Knesset, between President Obama at the time and Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was always very stressful. There's always a lot of anxiety here in Israel because the average Israeli really loves America and appreciates the relationship between Israel and America. And so when there's good relationships, it's just been such a, like we say, a machaya. And we're now honored to have with us Rabbi Dov Lipman. David, thank you so much for your fascinating perspective. And we hope to have good news by the end of the day, something good for Israel. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Tuli.
Rabbi Lippman, good morning, good morning. How are you?
Thank God, it's been a long morning. Good to see you.
It's been a long morning. Did you wake up early to watch the election results?
Yeah, I specifically went to sleep earlier last night and made sure to wake up early. I woke up and saw what I pretty much expected to see at that point, which was unknowns, and we're certainly still in that place. But I'm just fascinated by the process and fascinated by seeing how it all plays out.
Right. You had the distinction of being one of the very few American-born Knesset members here in Israel. You are known as the American MK because of your service in the 19th Knesset, and therefore I think that you would have a really unique perspective, both from the Israeli side but also the American side. How do you see this as just another election, or do you see this as an out of the ordinary election?
Definitely out of the ordinary. It's really remarkable to see where we are today in terms of how divided America really is. I literally woke up this morning and had 2 messages from 2 friends in America, people who I'm close to and respect, and they each said they're going to sleep early. One from the Democratic side, one from the Republican side, saying they just can't handle the tension. It's really quite incredible to see how divided down the middle it is. And even when we see the result, we still have to recognize that whoever wins, first of all, their margin of victory in general will be so small, but even within those states, which they won in those critical swing states, the margin is so small. And that really just shows you just how divided America is about this issue. And that's something which really defines, I think, America today, and certainly puts Israel in an interesting place when it comes to that discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that to a large extent, like Israel, it's almost like a lose-lose situation to some extent, because Israel, obviously, 70% of Israelis wanted President Trump. There's been this sort of disconnect between Israelis, or at least Israeli Jews and American Jews, put it that way, because so many of the Jews are still, voting for Biden and voting Democratic. And there's been this chasm between our 2 communities for really the first time in a long time, I guess I should say. So it is definitely concerning. And even if, whatever happens, like you said, it's going to be a very sliver and contested and just kind of ugly. And nobody is going to get any kind of benefit or good feeling if America is struggling through this.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I've been saying throughout, because I'm asked very often by Americans about my opinion about the elections, and I really believe that it's my responsibility to stay out of meddling in the elections in another country, especially in my situation where, in order to serve in the Knesset, I had to renounce my American citizenship. So I don't even have a vote. So I don't feel it's my place. If a person is asking me, who do I believe is best for Israel? That's a very different question. And that I do feel comfortable weighing in along with the 70% plus of Israelis who are certainly very happy with the moves that have been made by President Trump for Israel. Now, it's not my place to tell an American voter, vote for an American president based on what I feel is best for Israel. Everybody has to take into account whatever they feel is most important. By the way, it's very interesting to see that the exit polls are showing the number one issue for American voters was the economy. We thought for sure it'd be Corona or something along those lines, but it does come down to the economic issues as well, which does, I believe, explain why President Trump has done better than people expected. But I understand that gap because we as Israelis are looking at this purely through the lens of what is best for Israel and Israel's interests. And when you look at the list of things that have been accomplished for Israel by this administration, the list is quite significant and very meaningful. But I certainly respect the right for American voters to decide what their criteria are for a president, and certainly understand those who choose President Trump and those who choose Vice President Biden. That's why we'll have to wait and see. I will tell you, just on the last line that you said about where America will be right now, my prayers right now are very much that America should heal, that America, whoever is president, there should be a smooth transition, that America America should be stable, and that America should continue to be the beacon of democracy for the world and the strong, stable superpower that it has always been.
Well, thank you for sharing what your prayer is, and I'd love to hear if you have more of a spiritual perspective on this divisive election. Israel, obviously, we're so concerned about, but there's so much hanging in the balance because you have a very conservative President Trump administration versus potentially a very progressive and liberal Biden administration. And so, number one, I'd like to hear your political perspective and your spiritual perspective. Are you concerned politically first about the progressive liberal shift away from Israel that is so prominent now, not only in the Democratic Party but in the Biden administration?
There's always a concern when you see a more radical side of any political party. I happen to be one who believes that just the way politics works is that things generally get driven towards the center and the extremes are marginalized. It happens in every single election campaign. My experience in the Knesset certainly shows me that governing is always done from the center, and that's where the overwhelming majority is. So therefore, we certainly keep our eye on the more radical elements, but I don't live with a overwhelming concern about where that's going to go. I do believe that it was important for the issue to be raised, meaning the fact that strong conservative voices were raised and concerns about where the Democratic Party could go, that plays a role in getting the leaders in the party to marginalize the more radical voices. So I have to be honest with you, I don't go to sleep at night these next few days when we don't know, with an overwhelming fear of what's going to happen. I will tell you from a spiritual side, we do say that God crowns the kings, and that if in the end whoever wins, we do understand that as the will of God, and we'll see which direction God is taking things. So I definitely have that perspective. We do whatever efforts we want to make, but in the end, there's no doubt that God is involved in this process. So we'll see exactly how it plays out. I don't always feel comfortable weighing in on the internal politics in the United States. As an Israeli politician, I do have faith, and I do believe that no matter what happens, the relationship with Israel will be strong. And I certainly hope that whoever wins, we can keep things going in the direction that it has been until now, the last 4 years, in terms of America and Israel. But that certainly doesn't mean there won't be a challenge to make sure that that's the case.
So you talked about God and God's role in the election, and obviously, as religious Jews, we certainly believe that. President Trump has has really been embraced by the religious Jewish community, by the religious Christian community, who have been praying over President Trump, and he's been talking about the Bible more than we would expect him to be speaking, but you're not hearing that from the Democratic Party, and there aren't really you don't hear energy from the faith community behind the Democratic Party. So how do you see that playing out? If one side is sort of like trying to align themselves more with a spiritual message and with God versus a more secular party, is that something that concerns you?
I certainly very much value and respect the faith-based side. I've seen the remarkable support for Israel, seen firsthand how they pray for Israel, cry for Israel, and how Israel is so much at the forefront of their minds. And I think that's a very significant part of the American political scene. I think that's important, that voice is very much heard. And certainly, as a religious person, I very much value anyone who talks about God in a sincere and serious way and recognizes that God has to be part of the equation. There's no doubt that the America that I grew up in was an America which did stand for the "In God We Trust," and I certainly hope that continues. And the way I see it is that no matter who wins in the election, it's important for those voices to continue to be strong, for those voices to be heard. And we also know that American politics, it swings. Like I said, it's 50-50. And someone wins now, then there's an election in another 4 years. There's elections for Congress in another 2 years. There's always that opportunity to be involved in the democratic process. And therefore, regardless of which way this goes, I certainly am thrilled that there are strong voices for Israel within the American political scene that see it based on faith and don't just see it based on a strategic alliance. I think that's very important for Israel. And I'm so happy and I feel blessed that we are in a world where we're able to have that relationship and such strong support based on faith within the American community.
Rabbi Dov Lippman, thank you for joining us and adding your voice to this conversation. We're going to stay tuned, and we'll all stay tuned. Whatever happens, we just hope that it's good for Israel, good for the United States. And I agree with you. We need to be praying for the peace of Jerusalem, but also the peace of Washington, D.C.
100%. And we appreciate all the prayers.
All right, folks. So we have had a great lineup today, starting in the early hours, 5 a.m. here in Israel. Really want to thank the team at Israel 365 News, Joshua Wander, who's been behind the scenes and in front of the camera since 5 a.m. Josh, good to see you again. I see that you're still praying for the peace of Jerusalem and praying for the peace of America.
Always, I'm always praying, and I think that that I mentioned it this morning to all the pastors that we had online, that we have a tradition that all prayers in the world have to come to Jerusalem, and that from Jerusalem, from the Temple Mount, that is where they ascend to the heavens, and that's why Jews throughout the world, when they pray 3 times a day, they pray in the direction of Jerusalem, because we understand that all prayers have to come through Jerusalem, and I'm here in Jerusalem representing the Jewish people, and I'm praying very, very hard that the right thing happens, whatever that may be. I don't think that we can decide for God what is right, and I don't think we have, just like there aren't necessarily spokespeople for all the Jews or all the Israelis or all the Americans. I definitely don't think that we're spokespeople for God, and He has a plan, and everything is going exactly according to plan. So we're in good hands.
Amen. Eliyahu, what do you have to say? What are you praying for right now, Eliyahu?
Well, I actually got good advice from a Rav just now. He said that when it comes to difficulties in government, we have to turn back to David and Shaul, and the real solution is to read Tehillim, to read Psalms. And I mean, it's so wonderful that when the world is going crazy, first of all, that I have friends like you two to help keep me sane, and that I have Hashem to look up to, and ways to connect to Hashem rather than just jump into the craziness.
Right. All right. And it's been a while. I mean, I've been going back to back with our great guests, and you've been, I guess, following the news. I haven't even had the opportunity to follow the news. David, you want to give us a recap of any significant news developments in the last few hours, David?
There haven't really been anything significant. There's no new states that were won. It's mostly speculation. Nothing, at least that we haven't updated. I mean, obviously you've seen, it's interesting if you see the difference between, if you contrast the difference between Biden and Trump's speech. Trump basically is saying, we have all the votes, we've won. It's just that the Democrats in places like Pennsylvania are going to drag their feet and try to figure out all sorts of dirty tricks to turn over the real results of this election. Biden's message is, if you heard his speech, I mean, you got to take what Biden says with a grain of salt, because the guy doesn't even remember his first name, but what he kept repeating a theme in his very short speech. His speech was maybe 2 minutes tops. And he kept saying, first, he started off by saying, I appreciate your patience. And he said, this could take a while. The results might be in by tomorrow, maybe even longer. And he repeated that theme several times, meaning it's almost as if Biden knows that there's no way Pennsylvania is going to count all the ballots tonight when the deadline is supposed to be. Every election, there's a deadline. You don't count ballots. You don't accept ballots after the deadline. And Pennsylvania is accepting ballots after the deadline. So Trump, if you read between the lines, it's almost as if Trump knows that Pennsylvania is only taking this unprecedented move to try to overturn the real results of the election and stick Biden in there, while Biden is calling on everyone to be patient with Pennsylvania's unprecedented ruling, instead of just saying also, there's election rules that hopefully they'll all be counted by the deadline. And if not, then, we'll see what happens. But Biden seems to be extremely comfortable with Pennsylvania taking accepting new ballots after the deadline, which I think is going to be the biggest point of contention if this election doesn't result in a clear victory.
So just a point of clarity over here. We have deadlines. Actually, Pennsylvania has the earliest deadline of all the states that are in play right now, which is this Friday. That's 20 electoral votes. We have Iowa, which is not until Monday, their deadline, and that's 6 more. We have Minnesota and Nevada on Tuesday, which is 10 and 6 electoral votes, respectively. North Carolina is not until next Thursday. That's 15 more votes. And then the deadline for Ohio is next Friday, which is 18 more votes. So we could have a lot going on in the next couple of weeks. There was somebody on the air this past week that said that November is going to be a very long decade. I would agree with that.
Yeah. Well, Biden already took Minnesota, so there's that. Right now in Wisconsin, Biden is ahead by 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. Yeah. So
even Nevada right now, I know Fox hasn't yet called Nevada, but things are changing by the minute here, and I can actually share that.
It seems to be it seems to be apparent that there's no clear winner yet, despite what Trump said, and I don't think I agree. I kind of agree with Biden. This is going to take a while.
The question is whether this was all planned. I'm a little bit concerned that this was already planned from before the election actually happened. That there was going to be the fact that 2 major swing states at the last minute decide we're going to close down for the night because we're tired. Just exactly when they would have called the victory for Trump is very, very suspect.
I also want to point out that, we've been hearing for months that the polling all puts Donald Trump way behind. And I've even spoken to media people on the left who are saying, this is the end of polling. The polls they disqualified themselves. And I'm just, when I spoke to Marianne Hoffman, this whole concept of information and mind control is really becoming an issue, and it was really, we saw it in this election, and it's like Isaiah said, in the end of days, there's no truth. We're looking for truth, and there's no truth because they're throwing things at us that aren't truth, and we saw that here. And to be honest, I am so proud of what we call the American spirit, that they stood up to the misinformation, the disinformation, the lies, the censorship, the lying polls, that the American people, they weren't entirely fooled. And I really appreciate
What's
that.
actually really fascinating is just how similar the results are from 2016. I know that there's, I guess, a lot could happen, I guess, in the next few days, but this idea of being neck and neck, and the red states and the blue states and the swing states, and there's been 100 million ballots that were cast even before the election. There was never more hype and sensationalism than in this election, and nevertheless, at the end of the day, very similar to where we were at 4 years ago.
The biggest loser of the whole election would be Bloomberg. Bloomberg spent $15 million on Texas and Florida, which he lost both of them. He spent almost $1 billion on his campaign, which was lost. He's now a poor man, well, relatively.
What about
No, he's not. He's doing okay. And you know what? It couldn't have happened to a better person.
Well, what about George Soros?
He's also going to be okay.
I used to think it was all conspiracy theory, and then I started doing just simple research. He invested tens of millions, we really don't know how much, in trying to defeat Donald Trump. And I don't understand it. But he lost out big. His investment out the window. He didn't totally destroy the man.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, Eliyahu, are you wearing a blue T-shirt under your white button-down shirt?
I actually am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can only look presentable for short periods of time.
I feel like you have the Superman logo under there or something.
My underoos. I'm getting ready to go out and play. And if anyone's interested, the real serious thing, the thing that's so important, I'm sitting in the Golan, I'm listening to the rain land in my backyard and trickle down to the Kinneret. God's wonderful kindness to Israel is coming down as we speak, no matter what happens in the world. And
That's right.
Yep.
Tuli, let me ask you something. Tuli, you're a pretty God-fearing man. Are you worried at all about whether Biden wins? Is that do you like, I don't want to say stay up at night, but is it something that you're concerned about? Or are you kind of in the mindset of, it's all in Hashem's hands and it's all for the best?
No, I'm deeply concerned because I remember what it was like living here during the Obama years, and it was very stressful, and it was a lot of anxiety all around. And every time somebody opened up their mouth in Israel, or certainly put a shovel in the ground, you didn't know what kind of hissy fit was going to be coming out of the White House, and it was just very difficult to live as an Israeli Jew under that sort of pressure. And then we had, President Trump, which nobody expected him to do so much for Israel. We were hoping to have, like what Josh Reinstein said earlier in our program, that, they made a list of 10 items that there was on their wish list. And they were hoping maybe President Trump would give 3 of them. And he did 9 out of 10. And, the difference in just being a regular person, a regular Jew living here in our homeland under the Trump administration has been such a pleasure. One thing after another he's been doing so much for us over the last 4 years that, I just feel a tremendous amount of gratitude. And I hope that we have another 4 years with the continued blessings. Obviously, it says in the Torah, just last week we read it, that God says, I will bless those who bless you, he says to Abraham, which so many interpret as being the countries who stand with Israel will be blessed. Obviously, America is having a rough patch right now. And so what I'm concerned about is not so much Israel. I believe that God watches over Israel. I'm really concerned about America. And so I'm concerned that if this, whatever happens, if Trump loses, if Biden, if we have a progressive, liberal, anti-Israel administration once again, like we had under the Obama administration, I'm concerned what that's going to do to America, not so much to Israel, but what that's going to do to America. America is very divided right now. There's, of course, the coronavirus pandemic that's killed over 200,000 in America. I'm concerned about America. And that's what and I like what Rabbi Lippman said as our last guest when he said that he's really praying for the stability of America right now, that America should remain stable, should remain a stable democracy. It should be, all of the threats of violence should really go away. God should protect America and all of the Americans so that America continue to stand with Israel.
If I can add a little something. I tell people I live in the Golan, and there's it's so dangerous. It's right near Syria. David lives right near Beit Lechem in Gush Etzion. Josh, of course, lives on Har Hazeitim right near the old city with a flashpoint, they always say. I feel so secure. I feel like whatever happens in America, the exile was over for me. I came back to Israel. I'm protected and I'm blessed. And I'm very concerned for what's going to happen in America. They're still there. And we've come home.
Yeah. You know how whenever the subject of gun control is on the table, everyone runs out and buys guns, and gun sales are just through the roof.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Biden wins until January, if Israel 365 should just go out and plant trees everywhere in Judea and Samaria before the bulldozers come.
Ooh.
What are you showing us, Josh? What are you showing us?
Yeah, it's going into Pennsylvania and showing the different counties that are still in play. And, you know, there's a famous way that they describe Pennsylvania, having come from there, that you have on one side Philadelphia, and on the other side you have Pittsburgh, and then you have what they call Alabama in the middle. So you have these two major hubs, these urban centers, which have a lot of votes, and they're very, very liberal votes. And then you have the entire center of the state, which is very large, and that middle ground is all very red. So depending on where these last votes are going to be coming from, which counties, it may make all the difference. Again, so I think it's pretty clear that you see now Senator Casey, and before this you had the former governor of Pennsylvania announcing that Biden for sure is winning Pennsylvania. They're still holding on to that, even though.
Who said that?
Right now you have Senator Casey on, but before that you had the former governor of Pennsylvania that said a similar thing, that they know for a fact that Pennsylvania has been won by the Democrats. Of course, the numbers wise, Trump is still way ahead in Pennsylvania. So unless they know something that the rest of us don't, it could just be hype.
They're working off the polling.
I think that, you know what I've noticed this year more than any other year of my life is that, you know, we're all here at home. We're all at home, all four of us, you know, we're not together. We're not in our office because of coronavirus. And there's this great, you know, uncertainty because of corona. And you have the medical experts in the world who are all like deer in headlights. They don't know how to respond to this medical health crisis. You have this election where you have all of the leading pundits and all of the media is like deer in headlights. Either they're lying or they don't know how to read a poll, or they're not the experts that they've been saying that they have been. And so there's this great loss of expert leadership over the last year, really an unraveling. And I think, you know, from the perspective of the spiritual perspective here, what it really means to teach us is that, you know, we hope that we don't go back to the way that it was, where before Corona, where, you know, where we get our wisdom and we get our information from the experts. We really need to look into a spiritual place for our answers. We need to look into the Torah and the Bible for our answers. That's like the one thing that we haven't tried yet, you know, as a society, as a world. And I think that is what we really need to come out of this and like not look at the media in the same way. The media, no matter what is going to happen, it wasn't the landslide that the media has been talking about. And it frankly wasn't the landslide that President Trump was talking about either. And I think that, you know, that no matter who's speaking, everybody is now going to filter that information, whether it's health related, whether it is politically related. You got to filter that through your own internal spiritual filters. And the only way to do that is by being more in touch with God and more in touch with the Bible. I think that's really a clear, no matter who wins this election, no matter which way that the counties go, that the states go, or that the country goes, that's to me the most clear outcome from this election. And after 7 hours of giving analysis, that's, you know, my final analysis here. I want to give you guys all the opportunity to give your final spiritual analysis before we go off the air.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first or second. I would say this, you know, this whole time since the election began, we feel like it's in our control, or Americans feel like it's in their control to determine who's going to win this election. So we campaign and we convince our friends and we argue with each other on Facebook. And now it appears as if there's a really good chance that this whole thing is going to be rigged. And it just goes to show that it's not in our control. It's these things being in our control, who runs the country, who goes to positions of power, it's an illusion. And I think that's Hashem's way of saying, like, you know, they say man plans, God laughs. It's Hashem's way of saying, you know, you think you're in control, you think all your campaign efforts will decide what happens in the future, what happens to the economy, what happens to this and that. Well, I mean, it might, but it looks like it's not happening, and that this whole thing is could be fixed. So I would take that as a lesson in, understanding how to submit things that you think are in your control, but in reality are not.
Yeah. I reporting the news from a prophetic angle. It's like, we know the end. We know what's going to happen. We know which side is Mordor and the bad guys. We know which side is the good guys. And the real question is where do you stand? And the only way to do that is to keep seeing the big picture, which we know from the Bible, in what's happening in front of us, which is really not so difficult. So the question is, where do you stand, and how are we going to get where we know we're going? And I feel pretty good about that, to be honest.
Sum that up, Eliyahu. Summarize your spiritual takeaway, because that was very beautiful.
Okay. Every morning I wake up, I hug my kids, I listen to the rain, and I try to be good with God. And that's really all it is. I mean, there is a big picture, but each one of us has to build our own bridges to God, and everything will be fine. We know that everything is going to be fine.
So piggybacking on Eliyahu's words, if I can use that term here in Israel, I think I can't use that term. So on the back of what Eliyahu just said,
on the lamb back or heifer back,
I think that we see that one thing is clear, and that is that the polls are fake news. We've seen it over and over. We discussed the fact that polls may not be relevant anymore after this, but there is a playbook that we are secure with, and we know has all the answers. And that playbook is the Israel Bible, and that has all the answers. As Eliyahu said, it gives the scripture is where we can find all the answers, whether it be Biden, whether it be Trump, and it could be yours for $59 on IsraelBible.com. And I highly recommend that everybody goes there and purchases one. You mentioned, David, how people run out to get the guns when there's a discussion about gun control. Well, now we're talking about possible Bible control. This is where everybody should be leading to. Besides their 45, they should have their Israel Bible.
No, I think that
whenever there's a possible Gog and Magog, people run out and get Bibles.
Too late. Get it now while you can.
I appreciate your product placement there and the plug. But the truth is that you're absolutely right. I think that it is the time, to stock up on what are the most important things in the case of chaos. So at first 6 months, 8 months, 9 months ago at this point, everybody was stocking up on toilet paper. And then they realized, well, maybe now there's going to be a different sheriff in town, and he might take away our Second Amendment rights, and people were going out and purchasing their guns. And that, that in one way or another is frightening to a lot of people. But maybe the final lesson here is, and Josh, you had the final word, is to go out and buy your Bible, buy the Israel Bible, because the Israel Bible is really the only Bible. And I was just in America. I was just at Barnes and Nobles, and they have a huge Bible selection there. And they have the man's Bible and the women's Bible and the Republicans' Bible and the Democrats' Bible and the conservative Bible and the liberal Bible. But there's no Bible, unfortunately, at that Barnes and Noble. There's no Bible except for at the IsraelBible.com that is focused on the land of Israel, the people of Israel, the God of Israel, and the relationship between the two. And if you don't think that the outcome of the election in America is going to have a profound impact on the land of Israel, the people of Israel, the relationship with the God of Israel, you're making a big mistake. And so I agree with your last point, Josh, is that it is a good time to go out and buy the Israel Bible, and not from a commercial point of view, but really from a spiritual point of view, of course. And that is everything that we're trying to do at Israel 365 and Israel 365 News, is really to provide the spiritual perspective. And we're trying to provide the spiritual perspective. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for being here with us over the last 7.5 hours. Josh, thank you, as we say in Hebrew, kol hakavod, to you for waking up so early, for pushing us to make this happen. Thank you, David. Thank you, Eliyahu. Rivka, we're missing you, and Judy, and all of our contributors, all of our bloggers and opinion writers. We appreciate everything that you do here as well. And of course, to our viewers and to our readers, thank you for sticking with us. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Pray for the peace of America. God bless Israel. God bless the United States of America.
Amen.